Yeah, I'm about to tell him right now. Hey, y'all, I need y'all to know, everything y'all seeing in this video, or about to see in this video, is fake. It's entirely fictional. It's staged for entertainment purposes only. Who would have thought? We got higher ups now. So, our crew, everybody's trained professional. Me included. I'm saying that to say, don't try none of this at home. Because everything we using in this video, all the materials, it's props. We got CGI. Big budget. This is intended for the mature audience. 21 and over. We not them other guys. Viewer discretion is advised.
Disclaimer, the events and actions depicted in this video are entirely fictional and staged for entertainment purposes only. All materials used are props, and any special effects are achieved through CGI with a professional production team and a substantial budget. Our crew consists of trained professionals, including myself. Do not attempt to recreate or reenact any of these activities at home. This content is intended for mature audiences aged 21 and over. We are not affiliated with any other individuals or groups. Sincerely, the Apollo.
Yeah, I'm about to tell him right now. Hey, y'all, I need y'all to know, everything y'all seeing in this video, or about to see in this video, is fake. It's entirely fictional. It's staged for entertainment purposes only. Who would have thought? We got higher ups now. So, our crew, here. Yeah. Yeah. We are here. Shouts out to the shouts out. You feel me? Beautiful day.
Just out of respect.
The gang is here.
Just some.
The gang is here.
Brothers on the concrete, y'all.
King finna get him some money.
Big 2-7.
King finna get him some money. Chat, what's happening, though?
You only doing 10 of these days.
Hey, you funny, homie. Yeah, man, we here, though, world. We are here. Shout out to the shouts out. Shout out to everybody in attendance. You feel me? Let me drink my drink, man. Cup to the chat right now. Beautiful Saturday. I didn't do that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, I wouldn't have did it, but it is what it is. It's out. But I'm trying to intro the stream. Golly. But shout out to the shouts out, man. We got my.
Boy, trying to act professional out the blues, boy. You be picking and choosing when to act professional. My man had a legit question. It's an episode of YouTube. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the world. So shout out to y'all, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that's tuned in, everybody that followed up, all that. You know what I'm saying? We got big time here. Kimmy Kim is here. You feel me? And shout out to all y'all that's definitely tuned in. Y'all over here on something. Shout out to Drebo. You feel me? The volume low. This ain't the main mic. This is definitely not my main mic. When we get over there, the audio will probably be a little better. You know what I'm saying? Audio be the audio. It don't look low. That shit up in the green, but I adjust that. You feel me? But today gonna be a interesting day. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see how this pans out. You feel me? Twitch the wave for the Twitch is the wave, man. Shout out to everybody that get it. Biggs, I see you. Shout out to all the mods in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. For real. We're gonna have pulling up, man. We're gonna see what's going on. Got the yike. You feel me? I'm off the yike. Everything is together. And shout out my TF, man. He gonna be back on Tuesday. You feel me? He got a reveal coming for y'all soon. So y'all definitely be tuned in to that. You feel me? A lot is going on. Kimmy Kim is here. He all dedicated. We're going to get into that when we get into these seats in the second. You feel me? M's in the chat. Please. Yeah, I see the flies. But yeah, man. How y'all feeling, chat, on this beautiful Saturday? The sun out. You feel me? I thought it was going to be cold. I got on this poncho. It is Black History Month, the first day. Oh, yeah. The first day. This is true, but this is Black History Month, Tiny. This is Black History Month for sure. You're not celebrating it then, obviously.
Yes, I am.
So today is Black History Month. You feel me? So yeah, we're gonna get into that. Why I sound like a chipmunk? I got my volume is probably low over there though. Hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just go over there. Why I'm funny?
I'm the type of pull up those things.
Yeah. How that sound, chat? How that sound? Yo.
Yo. How it sound? Good?
Gucci. Talk to me, chat. How the audio sound?
I'm the type of cool up, do his thing right. You know, fucking niggas. Twitch, you can smoke right? You know, easy off the gate, right?
No, you can do what you want.
Okay, all right, bet that.
That-
Bet that then. What's happening? I'm that type of pull up to my thing, right? I'm about to go back to 2000. What era was this?
Let me see.
I was
It was too jiggy at that era. That's what I say. You know, who was that to start doing that? Young LA and them?
What the
that's almost like the chicken head.
Nah, they was.
That's the chicken head for sure.
Oh, they was. I'm saying, chicken head really kind of nasty.
Chicken
The
head?
chicken head, like that one. Which one you talking about? What's the chicken head? Are you talking about the?
Yeah.
That's nasty.
What's that one?
It's a little. They was doing it a little more swagger.
So it was after the chicken head.
This one, they was damn near like. I think Sauce Walk when them was doing that. Yeah, they was doing that one. When they was just, you feel me? You remember them eras?
boom.
No.
Eras, bro. It's a lot of eras. It's a lot of eras I really missed too, though.
What era you missed the most?
No, I missed. Like I didn't involve myself in what the dance was.
Oh, you weren't involved in it.
Yeah, I didn't do it. I was never the one doing all the dances out here.
Okay.
I missed the white tea era.
You didn't have white tees on.
That's
at
what
the
I'm
time?
saying. Just saying anything right now.
I'm not just saying anything. I missed the
Who
white
got?
tea
You got
era.
somebody
No, that's probably John. How'd I get it?
on that type of.
You should have got Key Hall off to the door though.
What's happening? Yeah, though, world, we here, man. We here. You feel me? The Apollo is up in this joint right now. You know what I'm saying?
It's Spades tonight, man. Who you got? I got Benavides.
What's up, fool?
I'm
You going for the-
Benavides against anybody. That's ridiculous.
You hiding that Stardy
Messi
today.
Monster, homie.
You hiding that Stardy today.
What you want to do? You want to do a little friendly what? Like a little 50? 20?
I ain't watched enough to bet on. I just
Okay.
say for the sake of, I want to. Oh, we on
Nah,
YouTube?
if you have
We on YouTube?
Yeah, we on everything.
All right.
we on everything.
On Facebook.
And all that.
He's funny.
Pull up to
Let's say everybody swerving hit that corner.
I was just looking up the for the rules per se. Like I didn't want to get his clip rolling up, so I'm rolling up.
Nah, you can do whatever right now. It's,
But y'all be doing that though. Once again, my fault. I ain't even starting again though. But he not know you was coming this time. Oh, because he said when you walked in, like he didn't know. You know.
I thought it was somebody else, King.
We communicated early. Then.
I literally thought he was John. It's not that deep. Thought he was John, man. My fault.
That's why it's not that deep. That's why I asked the question. Just carry
That's what I know I'm saying. Like
just carry over the one. And now
I
we
just
got
thought I thought it was John. That's all. I thought my boy was gonna be John, but it was Kev. Shout out Kev. Hey Kev, why you hiding the Stardy today? What's going on?
Oh, I had to leave Buddy Love at the house.
You said what?
I left Buddy Love at the crib.
Oh, okay.
You know, Buddy Love. You know, he's not a professor. I left him at the crib. You know, he might come out.
Oh, but you love.
Yeah, Buddy Love.
What that look like with the hair though?
Oh,
with
right
the,
now it's all George Jeff. Right?
So this one is the one you won't want to.
No, it's the same as last time. It's like a little grown out. Same as last time.
All right.
Same shit. A little grown out.
Oh, it don't look.
It ain't too bad. It just ain't.
You can see it though. You can see that it's
though.
George
You can see where
Jefferson
it-
now though. So Shaquem didn't see that
I
much.
can see clearly
Oh,
now.
right there. It's
gone.
It's just like a bridge that's separating you from having an Uncle Phil.
That's what I'm saying.
It's literally a bridge. Like, did you see it? Show.
Don't burn bridges.
Yeah, don't burn no bridges.
Hey, that's a flooded bridge though. That motherfucking bridge. Oh my, we're gonna have to get the cack and the cat cam right there. So that
No, but that's why I said when I was when I got it all the way cut down, I'll just rock it.
I feel
That's
that.
where it's at.
Nah,
It is
that's
what it
crazy.
is.
Yeah.
It look like that's not bad. They're giving all landscape like when you fly.
Yeah.
over.
Sure. Yeah. And As long as it ain't
3D maps, right?
But as long as it ain't deception.
3D maps.
Lies.
Like,
Like that one nigga did.
Oh
What's
my
his name?
God, bro.
Lies.
That shit is. I'm looking from out the airplane window though, for sure. That
you
shit
gotta get
crazy.
creative out here though, for real.
Like, we almost there.
That middle part of wet and make it like a little pond or something.
Like a little bit, like you know, like light waves,
Yeah,
like
you
little
feel me?
small waves in between.
Just look, make it wet.
But yeah, though, world, you know what I'm saying? We up in this joint right
10
here.
seconds, sit down over here. You getting up in 10 seconds.
Get right while you can. So yeah, though, my boy Keem here, man. We ain't seen Keem in a minute. You feel
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother, man.
me? Congratulations.
Cheers, right?
Cheers,
for
my
real,
friend.
though.
House all week is my first shot.
No,
Yeah,
that's cool.
for real.
That's solid. That's solid.
Cheers
shit, I ain't got
Cheers to Apollo. Stand the up, you funky.
Real.
No,
You 3 in now?
no.
Yes, sir. How's it feel to have that boy?
It really is special. I mean, I ain't gonna hold you. It is special.
I saw the smile when you had him. It was like,
It's a feeling. Now, I mean, but I'm like usually I'm the type. It take me a minute to like get attached. Like when babies that small, if they wasn't my chip, like until I had my own children. Before I'm kind of like standoffish with babies that small.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you know.
it's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Huh?
Almost.
It's
kinda
just so
scary.
much of a downloading time. Like they downloading crazy for
No,
one.
yeah.
So it's like whatever, and then they precious. Like you don't want to all
That's tight.
whatever your clothes you can't have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Cologne can't be too
so much
strong,
you
none
on
of
with
that.
that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, from 2, that's where I started.
Like nephew or something.
Yeah.
yeah.
If you ain't 2, I ain't picking you up or nothing. Like 2, then I start. Playing 3, like my little niece now is big time. It's just all,
All big time.
yeah,
yeah.
That ain't no cap. If you've been on the congregation, they heard her call me big time before.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
I ain't
she don't
hear
even-
it.
yeah, that's what she called me now. That's my name to her.
You told her to call you that, though?
Yeah, I did, but it's like I didn't think
Man, that
it was
ain't
gonna
right,
carry
bro.
over until when she come back, cause she come. You feel me? Ain't like there every day.
Oh,
She
it carried
came
over
back.
when she showed up.
Yeah,
That's
that's-
big time.
Bro,
Yeah, that's big
I
time.
told Alay, my oldest daughter, this once again, there's so much truth in the details, I can't make it up. Smack was calling me literally every day before, a couple years ago when she was about time. She was 1 and everything. In her download code era, right? And she knows Smack. She knows Smack and Moose. And she met Moose a handful of times for show or whatever, but like I'm talking about in person, you know what I'm saying? But like she remember him. She talk about Moose and Smack. And I be tweaked out like how she so in her mind she knows Smack.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you ain't talked to him in a couple years, and I don't even think they met. Yes, other than one time, yes, in the back. That's what it was. I gave Smack a ride. Yeah, that's what it was. She was in the back seat with him one time. So
Okay.
all I'll say that to say that because you don't know how you impact too though.
No,
Yeah.
yeah. At that age, like you said, it's all download. So
Yeah. So that whatever
like-
they did, like shit. That's why I be always here. Like Smack my brother, man. My daughter like you, nigga. You must got something. You know what I'm saying? Good heart somewhere in there.
Yeah, nah, for sure.
Love you.
That's kind of favorite character in this shit.
Oh yeah.
Smack, yeah.
Oh okay. I said, oh yeah.
Yeah, I said that before, but that's Smack. Everybody loves Smack. Shout out to Smack.
That's kind of tight. See, okay, you got a team. Oh, that's kind of tight there. I always wonder about the rappers how they felt about. I seen them talk about it, but I'm asking you now. Then yeah. So your son, like, what do you think? Where he rank you at? Then?
I don't know where he ranked me at.
Oh, you didn't want to go for that. You didn't want to go no further on that conversation. Huh?
Nah, I didn't. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. It just was. He just was Smack. Like he just was Smack. Like that's. And then I'm like, that's your favorite person out of everybody in this whole. He was like, yeah. I'm like, okay, that's tight. Like shout out Smack.
You didn't ask him why or nothing. You just
Nah. I mean, I'm sure he thinks Smack is funny.
nah, for sure. I'm just
Like
saying.
they gotta be funny.
I might be the pop son. Well, let me tell you a little bit more about this.
Come on, man. Let me show you this video.
Let me tell you what you like it, son. Who you looking up to right now, son? Because right, if you knew Stone Cold or whatever at the time when your kid is loving him, would you give him any insight to who Stone Cold is? If somebody idolizes him, would y'all do that? Give your kid or your nephew?
That's like hate,
Yeah.
though. That's
Yeah,
hate. That's hate.
Is it?
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
Hate in
That's-
protection.
Yeah, no, I
But-
would.
I wouldn't.
Is
Nah,
Stone Cold a
Wait,
bad
what you
dude?
mean? What you
You
mean?
said
Insight?
idolize. Idolize is different than with somebody.
What's Stone Cold?
What's the
It's like
difference?
kids idolizing NBA YoungBoy and all that. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
That's what
Oh,
I'm
like
saying.
showing-
Yeah, if
yeah,
you
yeah.
idolizing, that's different. Yeah, I would break it down for sure.
oh, so that is hate now.
That's hate.
So you don't want him pulling up with a Smack poster or nothing. He can't really just keep it at. That's why I
He
said you
can
didn't
pull
finish
up
that
with a Smack.
conversation.
He can pull up. He can pull up with a Smack poster.
At what point then you
When you
say-
start idolizing them, now it's different.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
man,
Yeah, when I see that idolize, when you start idolizing.
what's idolizing though?
What is it?
What's idolizing?
Let's have a pull up a cup. Yeah.
No, for real though.
Idolizing is when I guess you start mimicking. Guess idolizing when you start mimicking.
So you wouldn't want your son to mimic Smack?
Nah.
Why though?
Why I wouldn't want him to mimic Smack?
Yeah.
And let's
Wait. Let him land. Let me see what Tiny say now.
I'll ask what mimicking is though. Keep it.
That he was gonna tell you right here. I'm trying to see. What?
I wouldn't want my son mimicking Smack because I would want my son to be better than Smack.
So why let him watch him then?
I mean, why let him watch him? Now you reaching. Now
No.
you just, I
If
got
you
up
don't-
out of there. Now you about to try to find something like, why let him watch him? Why wouldn't he be able to
All right,
watch
can
the
I go?
whole? Yeah.
Let me. Okay, I can
Go.
push back
Go.
because you don't agree with what he's influencing. Like if somebody's watching him, you're going to get some form of influence by being in tune to him.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter if you don't want him to influence your kid.
Once you start acting like somebody, that's different. That's different. You don't got no kids, so you can't really have this conversation
YK.
because you don't have no kids.
See the lighter?
But that don't take away from knowing what influence is.
But you don't know what it's like for your son, for somebody to have influence on your son or not.
But if you don't like the person that's influencing your son, you
Who
should let
said
him.
who said I don't like the person influencing my son?
Now you doing semantics, but
Y'all should definitely finish that conversation because there's some lanes. Y'all both got.
yeah, for sure. For sure. No, that's what I'm saying. So you saying you would,
I see a little exit.
you would let him watch him, but you wouldn't want him to idolize him. Explain the difference between the two.
I wouldn't want him mimicking him.
So you don't think he can mimic Smack off watching him?
He could mimic Smack off watching him.
So what's the
He
difference?
watched SpongeBob. You think he gonna mimic SpongeBob just because you watch somebody?
I think he'd
gonna
mimic SpongeBob. Cracking the SpongeBob joke is mimicking him.
Okay, yeah.
For sure. So I would think he'll mimic SpongeBob like I think him watching Smack now. He'll mimic Smack right now.
Okay, that's you again with no kids. So you
So you
talking
don't
for
think- you
somebody
don't
with no kids?
So right now you don't think your son acted like Smack at one point, cracked a joke similar to Smack?
It probably did.
That's mimicking Smack.
Okay, but that's different from you could mimic somebody, say a joke, talk like I'm doing a joke, but if you start that show every day, like how you say young boy, now you want to get a chopper and all that, that's different than just listening to the music and his music. It's different. You could like somebody, but idolizing is a little more different than with somebody.
I don't see the difference.
Because you don't have kids.
Neither do the chat. The people.
Okay.
So Keem got kids. So you see the difference?
I guess I'll be going through that. I can imagine that feeling. What I would say is, and that's why I said you stopped the conversation. You didn't go no further to ask them, like, okay, why do you? I feel like that would be a natural conversation then, because when does the infatuation? Not whatever. When does it start? When you start, when does it start? Right? Meaning, because if you just saying basically like he's starting to mimic, that's like us mimicking Bernie Mac. We do that with each other. I'm taking, you know what I'm saying? Like naturally you go do that when you influence or you're around influence, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of curious as
All right. What was your definition as idolized then?
idolizing that they think that they taking this person at face value and on a pedestal. So even the person that they putting on the pedestal is not even that person. That make sense?
Wait. Even a person, okay. But that goes
Meaning
back
like-
to fatherhood too then.
Huh?
To fatherhood. Because what if they put y'all on the pedestal?
What if they do?
Yeah.
Nah, this what I'm saying. It's a natural, yeah.
But just
For
because
sure. I get
you
it.
watch somebody don't mean you put them on the pedestal.
That's what I said. Idolizing is
Just
different.
because you watch them don't mean you idolize them.
Nah, I didn't say that.
And that was been my whole from the
Yeah,
beginning.
like he
I've
just
been
saying he
saying.
watching them, but he not moving like
No, I was speaking towards influence.
like.
Yeah,
why
he's
wouldn't
saying
you
what
want-
he just going.
I'm
to
going
the end of the
strictly
road,
off
like,
influence.
all right, bro. You watch him what 1,000 times. You what?
You're getting influenced.
What, you gonna talk?
for
Because his
sure.
stance was when you start mimicking him.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm
He's
pushing.
putting idolizing and mimicking.
Yeah,
in
but
the-
I
he's
think
doing
Mac.
that.
I think Mac is more so asking why wouldn't you want him to mimic him? Right?
No. I'm saying if
Why?
you don't want him to mimic him, you shouldn't let him watch him.
Not necessarily.
Yes, it is that.
But that's like when we was kids and our parents let us watch certain type of movies, but we weren't moving like that.
Like what? Depends on the movie.
Like I was a kid watching Baller Blockers. My mama didn't like that when we was 9, 10 years old watching that type of content, but I didn't move like that.
How you
It
watch
was
it?
fine, but
I was mimicking it.
Go to the movies and see it. How did you watch it?
my step pops out the tape.
Well, that was the infiltrator right there.
The influence, yeah.
He was the infiltrator.
Infiltrator.
He brought harm to your house and your life.
to your life.
Yeah,
I was like my nigga
that's what the
infiltrator.
influence will do for you.
But I didn't. Well, I
That's
did.
what the influence do for you.
You got a point because I did walk out the house and try to put on the chain like with
That's
Lil
what, it's
Wayne
a
and
little
them.
influence.
It was influence.
But I'm not speaking towards idolizing and that. I'm just speaking towards the when you was talking about influence like that. Like I'm saying that you could get influenced by watching.
yeah.
For sure, cause
That's all I'm
'cause
saying.
now you go limit on how many times you can watch them.
Yeah, you'll get
You hear
influenced.
smack in the background. You might start like. You gonna start asking them, hey, you idolizing yet?
And this is not just on. This is not even on smack. This is just a
Nah,
broader
that's on Smack,
conversation.
nah.
This is just a broad conversation
He's
on
the placeholder. Shout out.
influence and how you can get it. That's what I was speaking towards for sure. But
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can imagine, but I think I'm going to embrace that. And this is tricky too, though. And
move your mic towards you.
Moose has been good at this with me. I've been good at it with him, with his peoples, and I've done it with some of the other homies. Like we play these games, right? So meaning like right now, you come around my kids or whoever, you ain't really obligated to be a stern or anything, responsibility with them, right? So it gives you more free will to just kind of be free with them and be understanding and let them do them at that point. At that point, they with Mac. He the fun one. Like, you know what I'm saying? They not with you, Pops. Like, it's kind of hard to even idolize your
But those type
disciplinary person too. Like I think you would get to it, but I think once you like discipline and everything, or putting discipline or just a lot of structure, yeah, you ain't the funnest Pops. I fuck with you though.
But those type of situations to me, that's like those big life lessons to me. Like the catering towards just the fun route as opposed to like the structured version of some shit or going abiding by the rules and shit like that.
Yeah.
That's like with life itself though. Like you get what I'm saying? A lot of motherfuckers just to go the fun route, not knowing like they're gonna respect whatever you say in hindsight. Like you get what I'm saying?
For sure.
So those be the big lessons for sure. Cause it's like a lot of niggas do
Why
like
you got- yeah, for sure. You guys be. I'm saying it's not an easy job to just and understand. Like I get it, son. Like that shit do sound fun. That shit like I get it.
yeah.
But that like I gotta be the one, and maybe go pull up on Uncle Mac. You feel me? Because he might be the one. I know he gonna be. Even if like you know what I'm saying. That's how raw this should be. Because I would like drop him off with you, and knowing that I know Mac. So Mac they probably be in the woods shooting some ducks or whatever the case may be. Some I probably wouldn't do with them, or I'll have to be a little more protective with.
Nah, for sure. I feel
That's
that.
the way you teach. That's what they mean by like it takes a village.
Yeah,
It's
100%.
it takes a
100%.
tribe.
It takes a
Like,
village because like it's not supposed to.
It's a
don't
village,
mimic
nigga.
me. That's why they name my son Akeem. Just like straight up, because like what shit. I love me for sure, but hey man, get yours too. Get yours early. Get yours early.
I take a village. That's why you gotta trust the people around you. I think when you have kids.
Nah, for sure. But Yeah, we stepped on Tiny Take too though. So go ahead, my fault. You ain't even land.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, with your the influence and all that shit.
Nah, Tiny say he good. He say that his son is what's his name?
Yeah, I don't know what you
Smack is his favorite character.
had some
you know?
kids, man. That's what I'm telling you.
I don't want no
That's the
damn
moral of
kid.
my story, nigga.
But you know, just
That's
don't
the moral of
start
my
Shout out
story.
dedicated. I would
Shout out
have kids.
dedicated.
Fuck to you.
What I was gonna say, King. What was the weight shit? Height and weight, if you care to let us know.
9.7 ounces. I watched that come from the rooter.
9.7 ounces.
Pounds, my fault. 7 pounds. 9 pounds, 7 ounces.
Okay.
You get down there, fit the clothes. I got you. I get down there, fit the. I got the
You're
rape
right
shot.
there. He really is right there, man. No lie to
Yeah, I was
you.
like, I saw the picture. He wasn't up 9 ounces.
Nah, he definitely, 9 pounds, 7
Yeah, that's
ounces,
crazy.
22 inches. Yeah, man. Yeah, he definitely should have some size, man. God willing. I'll just be happy for it. Like, Lai had she had to push for a minute. About damn near 45 minutes or whatever, but he no complications. Heard him, everything good. So it's just kind of right now, we're just on the promotion side. That'd be my whole point of this. I've been like that since forever. Before I had kids, I always said, I didn't really matter what type. I always felt like, I believe that my heart was made for that. Kind of prepared for, I don't know, because I just think, people be having their visions in their head of what it should be,
Yeah.
And it's never in your hands like that. That's the beauty of this. That's why I just love the moment of what that is. It's like a beautiful moment, and it's really out my hands. Yeah, of course, when I see them down there, I want to be able to just say, come here. But it's so much of a process that has nothing to do with me in a sense at that moment, and you learn to appreciate that. Like, damn,
You gotta sit with it.
and that's mine. That's my son though.
Mm-hmm. That's
You know what
So
I'm
you
saying?
cut the umbilical cord and all that?
Yeah, on all 3 of my kids.
That's tight.
Yeah,
That's a flex.
on me it is.
That's
Sure.
a flex.
A lot of
For
niggas
sure. That-
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
niggas
take
can't
glasses
say
off
that.
of that.
Yeah, a lot of niggas can't say
Yeah,
that.
salute to the
On
hot
me.
And that's on wax. That's on camera. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Yes.
He texting, making sure my band gets adequate parking, liquidation.
Bag check. Bag checks.
Don't worry, the coast is clear. I got the
Oh my
marshals outside.
God.
You're good.
I am actually texting this nigga right now.
I got mad text messages. I got mad text messages.
Oh, yo, this is a funny shit right there.
Like past the health part and all that.
Niggas-
Since you had a
Niggas
boy.
trying to make a movie.
Since you had a
Yeah,
boy.
because he got, guest, huh?
Nah, nobody strange.
Guest, though, right? Yeah, it's a movie. That's what I'm saying. I know what's going on.
It ain't, no, this is a.
I'm the smart take.
Movie!
What's going on?
That is crazy funny right there.
Hey, listen. A friend like Keem, that's what I'm pushing, right? And this is okay. I know you ain't tripping.
What would I be?
Yeah, a friend like King. Hey, understand this right here, man. Like, everybody been understood this. Let me go ahead and get my, you feel me out.
Here you go.
I'm with my boys. I'm gonna tell y'all, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all my stance. This is my stance. It's something for me, nah. Not even thinking about it, worry about it, care to do it, none of that, whatever though. But I've been pulling up on Saturdays for over 2 years, you know what I'm saying? Tuesdays for over
Talk
2
to
years.
me.
With my guys, and literally, shit, it's sometimes we do know who coming, sometimes find out late, whatever the case may be. Coming, everybody got who they want to pull up, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, so it's been that.
For sure.
Now, where I was fighting at was, I was about to not let it be that for this. And then I'm in my head like, damn though, you know what I'm saying? Not like this is my permanent seat, but I'm over here. You feel me? This is what I've been doing. So it's kind of in my head like, I shouldn't be having to run away from, you know what I'm saying? What I be doing, that's what I be doing.
Yeah,
My boy on that, I want to pull up, you know what I'm saying, support my boy, but Now this new finding.
Oh,
See,
so
now that's because it gets, you know what I mean? I told y'all from the jump, I'm always trying to be true to the details, a little honest.
For sure, me too.
Now, this new finding, and I know I'm not a dummy, I knew there was always something in that water. Shout outs. I got no problems with literally nobody, for real. You know?
For sure, me neither.
But I know it's going to look away. But cook away. Cook it up.
We here for y'all, baby.
I'm here for Mac here for y'all. Twitch that, we on Twitch right now, right?
Every
Twitch
day.
that Twitch, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, you might want to get that something.
It's gonna be a movie.
Commercial, I'm trying to tell you. Let me show you how I'm trying to tell you.
Oh my God.
Oh, the funniest part about this,
Oh.
I can't wait, man. John, so you said John coming too?
For sure.
So that's the funniest part about this right here. That's why I really love us. Where do you want your peoples to sit, your guest? Where they sitting at?
Adam gonna sit right there. Big Deal gonna sit right there.
Where's Johnson at?
John just coming to kick it.
Here before them.
They coming to kick it.
Huh?
John coming to kick it,
He
man.
coming. I talked to my boy.
Okay.
And he got some shit. He's trying to showcase some shit. So I know that's not the case.
It's okay. I can mic him up. I got mics.
Huh?
I got mics. I got plenty.
Kev get to stay right there?
No, he wouldn't. I got Adam gonna sit there.
Oh, you gotta get up for the board too.
Yeah.
Ooh!
Adam gonna sit right here.
I'm trying to tell y'all.
Yeah, man. It's a movie.
Damn, this
Yeah, how you feel about that though, Kev? How you feel about that?
I've sat in between TF,
Uh-huh.
sat in between T-Rep. I'll sit somewhere, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna get you a chair right there, man. You gonna sit. Look at you.
Oldest thing in the world.
That's
That's
crazy.
Yeah, it's
Come on, man. G-League ass nigga. G-League ass nigga.
I know the nigga.
This
That's
nigga crazy.
That was a curveball. I like how you did that.
Oh, you know I'm cold. You know what I'm saying? I like how you gonna get up and you gonna get over there.
G-League ass nigga.
Oh, we're going to get to that.
G-League ass nigga like this. Fuck my ass. G-League ass nigga. Shut up. You a fucking G-League nigga. And I hear black as you like, shut the f up.
You was waiting for that.
Oh my God, this shit is getting bananas.
Hey, I'm going to tell you.
It's February 1st. Shut the f up, nigga.
It get tricky. It might get tricky.
That nigga trying to negotiate shit between Big Time and Stack.
You want to be down? Shut the f up, huh?
I said, damn.
I'm like,
I'm going to play it cool.
I'm playing.
I'm going to leave it be.
That's wild. Oh, shout out to nigga Kev, man. That's my brother. That's my brother. That's my
I used to
brother.
watch the Price is Right all the time. They used to get 25,000 a shot.
All right, G.
Shout out Ford. They didn't do got a chance to win.
I'm a bet $1.
It's 678.
Oh my God, bro.
Shout out. My son name is Honest too. Switch gears.
Yeah.
Son name is Honest. My pop's name, rest in peace, was Ernest. So that was you feel me? So his name is A-H-N-E-S-T. Then I gave him my whole name after that. You feel me?
That's how I got. That's my shit.
Oh, for real?
I got my damn whole name, but not my first name.
Oh, okay. That's cool then.
Yeah,
Oh, all right, cool then. I like that.
Yeah.
I was about to say something crazy, but I like that. I get that.
yeah.
I understand. Yeah.
He trying to make it up. It's the best I got for you, son.
I'm about to go over here.
Wait.
I'm about to go. You can have
I ain't gonna be around like how you think. I'ma give you this name.
They got my shit packed already.
Oh my God, bro. Hey, yo, that's funny as shit to me. Hey, yo, you are
That needs to be in the movie.
Hey,
Tell the little baby, look, man, look here, little. I ain't gonna be around. I ain't gonna see you every night. Don't even worry about none of that.
I don't think you see how this is. Hey, yo, this nigga is crazy. This nigga said, hey.
So, check this out.
They over the gate in the room. Hey. Shit. You kind of already see him. Don't left in the house. What I'm supposed to stay there?
Oh my God, man. That's some funny shit.
Tripping on me because he trying to trip me because I took your play, but I thought you was good, son. So they gonna do that to us. That's how that shit be. They gonna do that to us. Son.
They ain't gonna do that to
You
us.
was tripping on them. I was trying to take your place, son. You can have my last. That nigga took your first. You can have my last. Let's go.
Oh my God, bro. You got me.
I'ma leave you
That's up, homie. Shout out to the baby mamas out here that y'all is taking y'all kids first. Taking y'all kids first. But for real though, did he tell you that though, Tiny?
What?
Did he name you? Or did he do did you ask him why did he do that ever? Because if you don't know that, then we need to start our therapy podcast.
Nah, my mom actually named me.
Exactly. See, that's what I was going with. This is where I was going with it.
Yeah.
All right.
My mom, well, my first name. My mom named me my first name, and then that's when he.
That's what.
Yeah.
Can I go further?
Yeah, you can go.
All right. So, do you know what he say? Is what I'm saying. What did he ever say about that? Is he approving of that, or maybe he wanted the full name? He never.
When y'all say the full name, I'm lost. Mind you, I don't have a kid, so I really don't care what the y'all
I
say.
think like my middle name, last name, right?
My name is Akeem DeAndre Smith.
Yeah. So
I
he
didn't
is.
give him Akeem DeAndre Smith. I gave him Honest Akeem DeAndre Smith.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want Akeem to be his first name.
Oh, so you put
That's kind of janky though, but
you put your first name in his middle name?
he gave him first and his middle name and his middle name.
His first name is no. His first name is his name.
But he got
your first name is his middle name.
It's
and your
inside of
middle
his
name
middle
is his
name.
middle name too.
Is it abbreviated?
Yeah, for sure. I didn't get. Yeah, for sure. It was gonna either be my name first and then Honest. Second.
Nah, you could have went honest. I'm not even trying to.
Go ahead, talk.
But I'm just saying, honest Akeem Smith.
Bar. Yeah, he D1.
No,
That's
no,
D1.
That's
D1.
I can
That's D1 for sure.
That's D1.
I can show you all the text messages about that.
For real?
What happened?
Yeah, I was on that. I was on the same thing, literally. But at this point, right, like I said, because it's not like I'm ashamed. I'm not totally ashamed of myself or nothing like that. I'm Akeem DeAndre Smith.
Yeah.
And that's my son, right?
Right.
So that's just that part right there. You honest though. And you honest enough when you get shit, whatever age you want, you can go switch all that out too. If he had 14 wanted to swap it out, you can swap it out. You got that.
What the?
But till then, just for sure, that's my boy.
My boy.
Is that what that's like? Is that what that's?
I think I'm pretty sure you can only imagine being, you know what I'm saying, MACKwop out here just doing it up, making a name for yourself and all types of shit. Naturally, you're going to say that's MACKwop boy anyways, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it's kind of like.
You should have just junior'd him.
Huh?
Should have made him junior.
Nah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm saying. I was like sensitive to talk about that when I said that because people took it. I just be vulnerable and just talking transparent in a sense. It's like for me, yeah. I don't know. I just feel like I lived this life. You know, I did Akeem.
Yeah.
There's several things about it that like where, you know what I'm saying, I didn't even care about Akeem. So it's like, then also I dream for days like, okay, if I'm ever blessed to have a kid or a son, you know what I'm saying? I thought about that forever. Like, he don't got to be no junior. Not to me. If I'd had a different situation, maybe I'd be more,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, on doing that. But I feel like my shit, I just feel like my storyline is mine, and I do want him to know early that you ain't got to live up to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you. That's another reason why honest makes sense.
Now, I'm honest though. Anyway, you spelled it out though. That's hard though. For sure. I'm just being honest. Nigga said Jakeem. Jakeem would have did it up too though.
Akeem.
Come here, Jakeem, but that kind of janky though.
Yeah, that's what. So there's so many names that came through. I just
Jakeem,
spoke to my soul. I'm like, that's the one.
Jakeem trajectory.
That'd be for your second son.
Nah, no Jakeems. I feel a Jakeem though. The trajectory just not Jakeem.
That's what they say about Akeem. Akeem.
Nah, that's different. That's different.
Why?
Akeem.
If we talking racism and all this stuff is really a thing
talking about, like,
systematically and
on
everything.
paper?
Off the
Akeem-
rip, just think about
You was
early 90s.
Akeem Smith though. Jakeem Smith.
Akeem is.
You stupid. But he's saying like on paper, like application wise, you mean like when they open up that?
Oh yeah, with that DEI going around.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, DEI. But when you think of when you say Jakeem, nah, I don't want no Jakeem working for me. Yeah, I don't want no Jakeem coming over to the spot for sure.
Man, blessings, man. Woo! Shout outs though, man. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah.
But definitely. Like I said, all the homies that don't have kids, I do want y'all to experience. But when y'all ready though, too though, because that's the matters. It really matters.
That's the deal right now.
And I get it too. I get like I ain't gonna say I was ready, but I think that I've always been on some uncle shit, anyways. So it's kind of
You
like
definitely always been
yeah, I've been unk,
For
but it's more
sure.
pressure being parent, way more than unk, and you know, whatever. But I just think that I don't know. I just think that, bro, it's a cheat code. And last night was my first night too. I don't know if you went through this tiny or not, but for the parents or whoever, it's not even necessary with your kid, but like a form of intimacy, and don't think creepy, but it's like an intimate moment, right? Like I did that with my daughters. Like when you be able to look somebody, anybody, like us, we all look each other in the eyes when we talking and shit, right? That's just right here. We ain't getting up close though, right?
Yeah.
That's a totally different thing. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you get to a point to where you can see your reflection in somebody's eyes.
You held him in his eyes, just glimmering.
That shit
like,
different,
he was
That's
bro.
crazy.
Oh,
for sure.
shit,
That shit
Yeah.
different when you can
Yeah.
see this, and then you see you seeing what they seeing in their eyes. That's how close. You can't even get that with everybody.
Yeah.
Your lady or whatever, your significant other, your parents. You're not getting that with everybody. You feel me? That's why this is another reason why this is my theory. Why not warriors, but like cats, rivals and shit can right? Because they had to get up on each other and all that eventually, right? They had to really see each other in the eye, like, right? I'm talking about the ones that's fighting.
Yeah. You talking about the blade in type shit.
Yeah, right? You know what I'm saying?
Them niggas is
So now,
pulling the blade out, looking at you go.
no, I'm just saying, I'm just talking about as a kid and shit. Motherfuckers, you got into it, your homies and everything, because the closer you get to the eyes, it's like, it's something to that, for sure.
Yeah.
And I look at it like even rivals, once they able to do that, that's what they say, come look at each other, man in the eyes. Once you're able to do that, you either know at that point I'm gonna kill you still, whatever I see they clicking, or I won't. You alert through the eyes. The eyes is really some shit.
Yeah.
And it's the other part to it. If you're looking in the kid's eyes or whoever's eyes, so I learned this with my daughter. If I'm looking in her eye, their eyes, now I see my reflection, right? But I never can see the other eye. And that's the code. That's deep of that. Y'all getting that?
Yeah, you are lazy eye.
Nah. you can never take two eyes and look in somebody's two eyes. Never. You can only look in somebody's one eye at a time. Yeah.
What you mean?
No, I feel that.
Oh, like you feel like
If you
you
that
kind of
close?
idiot.
No, it don't matter. You cannot look.
So I'm not looking at both your eyes.
You
right now.
see
I'm looking
them.
at one.
You're only looking at one.
Which one am I looking at?
That's on you. I'm looking at that one, your left one.
Okay.
But I see the other one. I see the whole thing. I see you looking at him and everything.
Yeah.
But you
Mac, let me
cannot.
see your eye.
I'm talking about. That's why I said.
I'm looking at both of good eyes. Nah, just
Paul trying to look me in the eye.
pause.
Y'all get what I'm saying?
no, I get what you're saying.
That's a gem too.
Yeah.
But
Because I learned that. It's not like somebody taught me that. I learned that in the real time.
Yeah.
I'm saying, looking at my daughter's eyes, I'm seeing my reflection, right? I'm seeing what she's seeing me. But the part that hit me the most is that's what, she's seeing me because I can only look in that eye. I see myself. That's how close we are.
but is it because
What that
honesty?
I can never see what that other eye doing until I look over there. But once I look over there, I can see what the other eye is looking at. So I'm saying that's two different
But how
perspectives.
close are you?
Two different perspectives.
Like how close?
Huh?
No, you are saying some shit because it's like staring in the mirror. Low key.
Yeah.
If you stare in the mirror long enough, it's just like it becomes, it do just look like you looking at one image. Like it's hard to explain, but it ain't like both of your eyes. It's hard to explain. I get what you're saying because the eyes is like a mirror at the end of the day. So you just doing it with your daughter, but how close? Because the mirror you this close, or the mirror is big. So how close are you to your daughter? That's what I'm saying.
Man, hold him. I'm holding my son right now. He right here.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm telling. That's what I'm saying. That's how much. That's where we. That's purity. You get not even being funny. Like you getting that with your dog because of how close he get. You get to see him. That's different, bro. So
you just talking about the genuine love you can see in the kid's eyes, like that.
Yeah, but I'm telling you where it's bigger than us because when I'm looking in this eye right here, and I'm seeing my reflection, and I can be like, say she like I see, like I'm seeing what she see, but I'm not seeing what she see right here. Never. That's hers to keep forever, or his to keep forever. Make sense?
I get it 100%.
All right, man. My fault. Y'all about to piss me off. It's cool.
Why these niggas acting like you were just talking about some something?
Why you putting that me?
I'm pointing at both of you niggas.
Nigga, as soon as Mac said something,
what?
it was
Why you?
Zoom up,
I don't understand how we pissed him off.
But why you pointing at me though?
at both of you.
Yeah, Mac is so quick to point at a nigga, but I get what he's saying though.
No, you don't, nigga.
Yes, I do, Mac. I understand this. That nigga lost me for a second. Mac lost me for sure. Nigga Mac for sure lost me. What's happening? What's good? What's good?
I know my boy right here.
What's up, girl?
My boy.
I thought you was bringing food and all that.
Good. What's cracking, my boy? Uh-oh. What you got?
I appreciate that.
That boy done brought the real bottle. Yes, sir. Did the young cat win from Mayweather, Coleman, or the little light skin cat? You win?
Honestly, I don't know. I ain't even been tapped in. Yeah.
Right
They are?
like they not going as fast as they usually go. I was trying to tap, but I couldn't get in. But we'll see what's up.
What you using? Crack screen, some shit?
Nah, I use a Strikeout or Stream East, and I alternate, but it depends.
Let me see. What time that shit come on?
The undercard should be right now.
Undercards on YouTube.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you can watch the undercards on YouTube.
Oh, all right.
Oh, no, you can watch the prelims on YouTube. Let me see.
Shakur, not Shakur, Carisha Shields will today too.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. But yeah, though, chat, how y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling, you dig? That nigga Adam said he about 20 minutes, 30 minutes out, you feel me?
Chat asking? Yeah, asking.
No, I'm telling him.
Oh, you just tell them update them, huh?
Yeah, it's an update.
All right, updates. That's right. I'm just talking to my boys. Am I acting out of turn?
What are you talking about?
We can do whatever we want over here on the Twitch, right?
Damn right.
Yeah.
All right.
You said you wanted to stop cursing so much, though.
Damn, you right. I swear you right. I apologize.
You got to practice what you preach. You know?
That's why. That's why you're a homie, because you letting me know when I
You're my brother. You're my brother.
I want to be limited.
My nigga.
3 cuss words.
3 cuss words?
My nigga.
So if you do it, all right, so I'm going to tell you when you curse, and we're going to mark that one. So after the 3, you should probably do like 5 push-ups or something.
We should do 5. That's how I know you really want me to change.
Nah, so I can go with you. So we'll get on that. We'll get on that for sure.
Okay.
Back on our, what was it, the counter, the bitch.
But you really capping, though, when you do that type of shit, too, though, because that's something you can lose. You're willing to lose, man. You ain't really playing. It's cool, though. I get it, though. I get it.
Oh.
What you talking about?
Put like $25 up every time you do it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Let's do it. Let's put the pot up. Let's put the pot up, and then we can either split the, take the pot home. We can find it. We can keep it on this side of the fence, or we can throw it on that side of the fence. These are things if you really want to, but you don't want to hold yourself to those type of standards because you might have to, own up to them.
What if you want to lose weight?
Who, him?
Yeah, like the push-ups could contribute to that process, too.
That's not enough. It's not enough. That's what I'm saying. Something. That's why you're not talking about 50 push-ups. It's not enough. That's
I
just something.
I never said any amount of push-ups.
Exactly, but I'm saying, but you willing to bet, right? Because that's something you're willing to do, not curse.
If it's a group effort, yes.
Oh, I thought you wanted to stop cursing on your own. My fault.
Oh, there's not no personal goal for you.
No, I'm saying when I gotta do push-ups, we all gotta do push-ups.
Oh, we all getting swole together.
That's what I'm
As
saying.
a unit.
You feel me? That's how I know you're really trying to help me change.
That's a lie. That's the crabs in the barrel mentality.
How's that a lot?
What you mean? So you tell me everything like I don't gotta lose the weight you lose it? Like why? I ain't gotta get down every time you get down, man. Like that's not what's going on.
It was his suggestion. It was a suggestion, and it's like sell your car, sell your mama car, nigga. I ain't selling mine. It's like that.
Oh, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's something you wanted to do. It's not something you want to do. Then don't worry about it. That's what I was challenging. If it's something you want to do.
It is something I want to do. You're gonna have to blurb that out when you upload this up on YouTube.
What?
What you just said.
You can say that after 5 minutes, right?
Chad, what's the deal?
Act like it.
Wait, for real?
You said N-word after that.
Wait, so yeah, I gotta learn the ropes. I gotta learn the rules. I just be
Don't listen to Tiny, man.
Yeah, don't listen to Tony.
You can't zoom that, right?
Nah, you gotta go on your phone.
Huh? Chat.
Oh, not in this version, but I could. But I don't think you can make it big.
All right.
You can't see it.
No.
Damn.
It's over. It's tough. My eyes. So I got to get it right. I go get the laser.
Yo, that's crazy though.
Did y'all see that burger that looked like Steve Harvey?
Bro,
my God.
bro, I thought my girl was crazy.
That shit is crazy. I squinting, you saying you squinting made me think of that. That was crazy. Like, how the fuck did they draw that?
That was crazy.
They got all kind of like that though. To be honest, like all kind of artwork that squint and shit.
Yeah, I see some that say like evil and devil at it, depending on how you
You know that's
look
not
at
a
it.
real burger though, right?
Huh?
You know that's not a real burger.
What you mean it's not a real burger?
That's not like a.
You know they drew Steve Harvey and then just drew around him. That's what they did.
Like you don't think that's a real burger in real life, an edible.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
What those were a burger?
I mean, for your narrative, if you want me to.
Nah,
No.
he don't think that because it was painted. And
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm just.
But
I'm
I
just
get what you said. And they started with Steve Harvey, then they just went crazy.
Yeah.
with the burger.
But I just have to make sure though, because I was like, that's,
I ain't never seen Carl Jr. with that one.
It's a big body burger.
but that's what I'm thinking you were saying. Though. Like, how the fuck did the niggas make the burger really look like Steve Harvey?
I always think like y'all gonna be irritated with how I take that when I hear that right now, because I feel like that's what like life is, right?
What?
Just meaning like the what's that called? What's that called? Mirage? What is that called though?
A mirage.
When he's saying Steve Harvey. Is that a mirage or something else?
Yeah.
It's called like something else though, like the other words, not a diversion, but
Smoke
illusion.
Illusion.
Okay,
there we
yeah.
go. Yeah.
Damn, man, none of you niggas know nothing.
Smoke screen is illusion.
No, nothing.
Smoke screen is illusion.
Exactly. I'm saying that's a lot of life though. If you really start, that's what I'm saying. You start looking at your life like that and everything. It's kind of crazy. Get creepy.
It is creepy.
Yeah, because you can look at a city, and you just look at your a neighborhood, right? Just your average, typical what they would say. Not gonna say just ghetto or inner city, and what they got around there. They gonna have some fried chicken for you, right? You can definitely go get you a Calypso or something. It's gonna be there. Then they go have other chicken for you too. This chicken dipped in other. You know what I'm saying? All types of other shit, right? They got everything for you. An illusion, like the Steve Harvey burger. You know what I'm say?
I get
People
you.
think they walking into better living and nourishment, nutrition, and all that. Like,
Oh, I get what you're saying.
you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
That's just like a big part of like life. That's what we live too. It's like
Are you talking about
we
like
are the Steve Harvey burger, homie.
we all the Steve Harvey burger, homie?
That is, you got a point
So
there.
you saying all like
Yeah.
like when you go to like some of the cafes that we own, you get the Fruity Pebbles infused food that ain't healthy for you, like that type. That's what he just said. You getting good nourishment, but you go in there.
zooming in more, yeah.
Yeah, you going in there, but you really getting sometimes.
No, I'm just saying, period, just like life, when you should really just, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It just,
it's all an illusion.
yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
That's like watch out when you say watch out for
maybe.
the left or some saying you always say.
The left eye.
Watch out for the slowest punch or something.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Slowest punch ever, yeah.
Yeah, the slowest punch ever. That's like when you see it, then when you start squinting your eyes, then it's Steve Harvey.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I get you, girl.
For sure.
Steve Harvey.
Exactly. Oh, man.
Oh man.
Hey, Tiny, how long did it take for you to see that it was Steve Harvey?
I
I didn't see it instantly.
didn't see it at first. I had to go to the comments.
That shit took me like a whole day, bro.
I told my girl
No,
she was crazy.
once I went to the comments, I started seeing it more because I guess it's like now it's saying it type shit. But when I first looked, it just looked like a face, but I couldn't put like.
Man, I kept going to the comments. I see Steve Harvey, but I'm looking at this like,
Yeah, nah, you can make a Steve Harvey out there for sure.
yeah.
Yeah. I was just laughing at my girl. I didn't believe her. I didn't think it was really Steve Harvey, no motherfucker.
But see, but that's why I look. I think it the same way. All right, we're gonna keep on talking. So now, they run social experiments like that, especially on social media, right? For real, they do it. It's like they doing this shit. That's why they got filters and shit for you. They got these things like, come on, let me know if this is you. You're an Aries, right? They just, you know what I mean? They getting it together on their end. You feel me? The AI.
Like the Sisters Brewer.
Basically. You feel me? Yeah. So the AI is basically like getting they files together on time and shit, bro. It's just a slow walk. It's just at the lowest form. Like at least collect that. At least find out if the nigga if that's Steve Harvey, because we looking for the ones that can see Steve Harvey in 10 seconds.
Y'all niggas.
For real.
Nah, for real though, like that.
No, bro, so I'm saying, but it's like, all right, cool, but I'm just saying now, what about the ones that's like who got it in 10 seconds? So now they might be, we need to hire them for the Steve Harvey, because we're looking for some Steve Harveys out here. Like,
They might need glasses.
no, y'all not getting what I'm
Because a nigga
saying.
that need gonna squint anyway.
They put this in single file lines, homie. Social media's we really out of pocket. Y'all know my theory I've been saying, how the iCloud go drop on us. Everybody album dropping. Everybody album dropping. Everybody.
Where's it gonna drop?
Anything you think you got stored, nigga.
Where's it gonna drop though?
What you got stored in that motherfucker, though?
I'm funny.
I ain't got shit.
I know I'm funny. Shit, I'm telling you, I left some shit in there too, and I say it too to this day. That's what I say to this day. I'm the one that's preaching this, and I'm saying, go ahead, feel me like what?
Drop that drop, nigga.
Drop. All I'm gonna do is show you this human experience.
I'm a real
You know what I'm saying?
person.
Motherfuckers is like, motherfuckers, y'all is funny.
Oh my
You under the
God.
impression that one day everybody's iCloud.
What's the funniest picture you took in with your camera that you deleted? I gotta get that up out of there though. Yeah, on yourself.
like one of the? Oh, you saying iCloud?
I don't know. Don't say one of those. What you say?
It had to be some with a filter.
Yeah, the filter days was pretty wild. Yeah.
Yeah, was going stupid crazy on the
Niggas was
filters and
Y'all
shit.
ever send pictures to y'all like to any woman? Not y'all like women. That's not y'all girl.
What kind of pictures though?
Come on, homie.
Wait, say it again, King.
Like
Nah, I ain't never
Nah,
Pictures.
I never was into that.
As far as what though?
Send a picture up.
talking about.
Like an actual picture, like
That's not your girlfriend.
I didn't hear what you asked though.
Send a picture out. Like yeah,
send that sin, nigga.
as a nigga.
Oh, send a picture to it. Send a picture to a chick.
Get to it.
Yeah.
Oh nah. I feel like IG is out. So what kind of picture would you be sending? Oh, you talking about like stick pics?
Yeah, that type.
Stick pics.
Cause you know you go a woman.
Brett Favre.
Woman more so like. Like women will sin for sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just like.
But how do you like?
Wait, that's crazy
I
though.
wouldn't give a.
So,
I'm not.
wait, you be sending pictures?
No, I ain't never send them. But I'm saying how you go.
Tiny,
about
you
that?
quiet on this. What's going on? Benavides, you ever seen?
That nigga Tiny, yo.
Send this over.
Nah, I ain't seeing no pictures.
You lying, bro. This nigga lying.
I'm gonna say nah.
Huh?
Nah.
Don't say I'm gonna say. Nah, you got caught up for sending some pictures?
Nah.
That'll be some sick shit. This nigga, oh, Doc coming to chat. Yeah, that nigga, that's the time we got caught up. This nigga freaking that motherfucker. But all right, so everybody, so out of 5 guys here, and send pics. Okay, for sure. I think somebody lying here, but it's cool.
Yeah, I for sure don't. I ain't into that.
It's cool.
Technology was too good for that.
I ain't never.
Everybody send that motherfucker
Yeah,
out.
I ain't send them either, but
No picture.
Old mixtape on them, you know.
yeah, whatever. All right, for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. This nigga is crazy as a motherfucker, bro.
What about you?
Nah, no. I mean, but like I said, this the thing.
It's in the iCloud. That's what you're saying.
iCloud hilarious, but
I never even been the type like to take pictures of my joint. And
no, I'm not taking pictures of my joint. I'm not taking pictures of my joint though, but it just should be funny. Should be funny, homie.
oh shit.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I get what you're saying.
Like I'm talking about like I know you. It's women though. Women be
Women-
if
There's plenty of women that really got them photos in they iCloud. And they
that
got
want them, they want
They-
them type of shit. I'm like I ain't yeah.
Now
But
that-
I have ex-girl. I have an ex-girlfriend, ex-girlfriend. You know what I'm saying?
But now
I said girlfriends. I'm not. That's what I'm talking about.
what? Send it to your girl?
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah, I
play
said
like with my
that.
girlfriend. Yeah, but I ain't never sending nothing to nobody.
I don't. Nope.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, though, world, you know what I'm saying? We up in this motherfucker. I want to send a shouts out to the homies too, though. Them, that nigga Pun was talking about the FMW radio. They're gonna be doing that every Sunday, starting what was it, February 6th or something like that?
16.
16th. So yeah, shouts out to the shouts out. I mean, I'm saying, looking forward to that. A lot of thought it wasn't gonna happen. A lot of had questions. You know what I'm saying? So all that's over with. Love, be tuned. February 16th. You dig? Shouts out to the shouts out. You feel me? So Tiny, you'll pull up to the radio station or what?
Yeah, hell yeah.
You'll go get you some?
Definitely. I always wanted to be on the radio.
Time in the house.
I always wanted to be. For me?
No, I was saying shout out to the FNW radio. That nigga
Oh
Pun
yeah,
just
shout out to them. They locked in.
yeah, they locked in. Pun just said it at
You
February.
said
16th.
y'all going up there?
No, I was asking Time would he pull up? Get him a segment.
Hey, quick question. Like,
Oh nah, man. These
Damn.
guys, man. These guys, man. I don't know if y'all don't know. Y'all going to the FMW radio station?
who you asking them?
They not making it no more.
What? I didn't know who you was talking to.
Hey, growing up, y'all used to listen to 92.3.
Of course.
Okay. Did you think Theo was black?
Yeah, this nigga Chad. Like
You remember Theo?
Yeah, I remember.
Did you think he was black? No. Damn,
He made it clear that he wasn't though.
I never heard that. But
when he make it clear?
I never heard that.
When he make it clear, Mac?
When he said it.
When Mac,
Bro,
you
hey,
talking, man. Keep telling your narrative, though.
What I'm
You
saying-
didn't see his Cinco de Mayo segment? You didn't hear that? When he was speaking like I'm proud.
What?
Bro, what?
is it?
Chill out.
Huh?
Huh? This funny.
What you mean? I don't get what y'all asking me right now.
Did you think Theo was black?
That's the illusion right there.
I said no.
What you mean? What you mean, Pop? That's like a.
No,
You ran in on this question. What you was saying, John? My
The whole
fault.
thing was
These niggas crazy. I want you
a
to talk.
radio voice, right? Growing up, I was young. Growing up, I'm like, damn, this got to be a black dude on this radio. He got all the black ladies calling in, whoop de whoop. And then when it came out that he was, I believe he Asian, that shit f***ed me up, bro. That shit f***ed me up.
You couldn't take that shit.
Theo.
That's how it was. Not Theo. I'm thinking he. Hey, Theo fooled the.
Hey, shit. He even funny ass nigga though.
Hey, so why? So did you stop listening to him?
No, it was just a shocker. Like by the time I found
Nah, he lost a
my
lot of his fan base.
God, bro.
Theo,
Yeah, that f***ed him up. That f***ed his fan base up.
So what? He never popped out.
Huh?
He never popped out. Like, they
Nah, that
was-
was just the
seen
90s.
Theo, bro.
You didn't, if you didn't see him in person, if you wasn't pulling up to those beach events and all that, the everyday person, you know what I'm saying? You didn't know that.
you
But
just
I'm
used to
saying,
know
like-
them off of their voice. You never knew them from their.
Yeah,
that
it's
shit
on
was big
social
boy.
media.
You know.
Okay, I get that, but I would think like if they do it,
I can't.
A magazine cover is up, you say like, everybody
like-
not as lit as you think too though. Like,
Huh?
It was just like,
Oh, they wasn't as lit as you.
nah, he was lit LA, but I'm just saying like, same time, I don't know, he wasn't like no. I don't even think like even Big Boy. I don't know if there was in magazines at the time. They was like
They was on.
they was
Big
doing
Boy
like
was
what
on
we doing right
Billboard.
now. They was doing that right now. Like a whole lot of you feel me?
Yeah.
Lights,
behind
camera,
the
action.
scenes. Yeah.
Oh, Chili, shout out Big Deal. He coming through.
Yeah, but you'll see Big Boy on the billboards back then. You know.
But that's it. Yeah, you know
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
ain't
saying.
never-
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
But you
Theo-
can hear Big Boy stories. He was saying that nigga wasn't getting no Chili like that.
Yeah.
For like, and we waking up to the I love him every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least we getting it. Like, cause he was on that motherfucker for years. Not saying he wasn't getting paid, but it's just not what you know, imagine that being Big Boy, you know what I'm saying, in the city, the voice of the LA.
And you big
Just
mama house.
everybody thinking you gotta be rich. You feel me? Right?
That's what you really think, though. You hear
Yeah.
somebody on the radio.
What kid?
Right? No.
Why? I don't think niggas think that.
At
Why
the young
would-
age,
that's-
I'm thinking that's like a celebrity, bro. You thinking celebrities?
Bro, come on. Yeah, so you saying that's not a thought? You don't think that's a natural thought? You don't think that fame, that's what it was, that's why like we was talking about famous stars or whatever, they didn't equate people that they was rich?
Famous.
I didn't know Big Boy was rich as a young.
Oh, you was a different kid. I always thought like the famous people on TV was
Yeah, if you
rich.
see him on TV, they automatically was
know,
rich.
Cause you know,
I didn't see him on TV.
Or if you hear him on the radio TV, it's
See, when I was a young, I didn't equate fat with being rich.
damn.
Why you laughing like that?
Why though?
Because I was young and dumb.
Just because they was a larger statue, you didn't think they was rich?
That's what I'm saying. That's the ignorance of being a kid.
You're right.
yeah. So you didn't think Biggie was rich?
Nope.
You thought Notorious B.I.G. was just poor?
I didn't listen to Biggie. I didn't even know who the he was. I was a Tupac. Real East Side, nigga.
Liar.
I didn't. What? I'm lying about that. I didn't listen to Biggie. Or I didn't think he was rich. Which part?
Well, hold on, watch this. Watch this. He was
Yeah, let
Tupac.
him.
Okay, what was Tupac's first album called?
I didn't say I listened to all his songs. I said I was just a fan of Tupac.
Immediately he gets to retreating.
What did I retreat about?
Or what was his third album?
I didn't listen to none of that. I watched his movie.
all right.
What you got to say, Biggie?
It started out All Eyes on Me.
You got Pac tatted on you though, right?
No, not
You got
finished.
Pac tatted on you, Mac?
About to be finished. It ain't finished yet, but I'm getting it. I'm about
Yeah?
to have it done for sure.
A full piece?
This a chess piece.
That's Tupac.
But yeah, why you ask that though?
Might want to listen to his albums and shit.
No, Tiny, I don't want to listen to his albums.
It's crazy.
No All
So-
Eyes on Me, none of that?
Nigga tatted, you ain't even listen to his
That's
album.
what I was about to get at, Tiny. So basically, you just got this man tatted on you, not for his music. Like, what impact did Pac have on you for you to get him
The
tatted?
character, what he
Character.
stood up for, you know what I'm saying?
I respect
Activism. It's deeper than rap.
It's
That's what I'm
deeper.
saying. Y'all got it. Toy drives. Like, I was a young,
Stand up for?
he was a Black Panther. He stood up for us,
It
King.
wasn't a Black
Was it
Panther.
Black Panther?
Oh, go ahead, Waffle.
The lineage. Come on, man. You act like you don't know what his parents
Pac
was.
was a Black Panther.
His parents was. I'm
What did
just
he
talking
stand
about.
up for?
Hey, yo, am I getting grilled because you niggas don't got him tatted? What's going on right now? For sure. Pause.
What's up? Why's that pause?
You got his name?
Pause.
You got his name though, or
No, I don't got his name.
you got his face?
Mm-hmm.
What album? Was that? He was like this with the Thug Life
And
tattoo.
put Shakur on top of it.
You ain't get his first and last name.
Coral. Oh, is that what you just said? Shut up. You got a bald head.
No, we okay. Nah, you wanna try to
You want to be Tupac, nigga.
Nah, nigga.
You want to be Tupac. You got a bald head.
Which Tupac did you get?
The bald head one like you, nigga.
Yeah, right? Okay. You didn't get the juice cut.
Nah, but for what he stood
Love
for,
us, homie.
you know, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though. He was ill, man. I also got
Don't let that
Frankenstein,
be- don't let
but I
that
also
rock
wait.
with
I
that,
also got
bro.
Frankenstein tatted on me.
Well, I was just trying to see where
You feel me? I just
What did he stand for?
I just thought he was a dope character.
You saw Frankenstein the movie?
I got him tatted on me, is what I'm
So
saying.
you never seen the movie either.
So
I
what
haven't.
they trying to say, Mac? This is what I'm trying to. The conversation is: are you getting people tatted because of how how much notoriety they got? Like, okay, people say this is the guy,
Like Jimi Hendrix.
huh?
Like a nigga would just get Jimi Hendrix just because. Like that. Like
Type yeah, or Bob Marley, like you know what I'm saying?
I got Bob Marley tatted.
But ask us again. We'll ask you. That's what I'm saying. Then when it get down to just a simple conversation,
you heard the One Love album though, right?
Nope.
so that's what I'm saying. We want to know: are you only doing this because what? Like you in the top 10? Like you like okay, they the hot nigga.
They like that nigga.
You feel me? This is the one right here. Is that why you doing it?
Y'all really on to me right now, like legit, like for sure.
Okay. Who else
For
you
sure.
have tatted, if that's the case? Frankenstein, Tupac.
I got a skull.
Okay, oh,
The funniest shit, he got the chakras. He ain't know shit about the chakras. He just like that shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
Like,
do like peace.
I got a skull. I got Frankenstein, the Joker. I got plenty
you
tattoos,
seen
man.
Batman though, right?
You got me again.
You trolling now.
I didn't. I haven't seen Batman though. Like which one?
You seen the Joker though? Any of them? The movie or the Joker? Suicide Squad.
I seen Suicide Squad, but I don't have that version tatted on me.
All right, Mac, you losing me. Why you got these niggas tatted on you?
Cause I like the Joker, bro.
So this is easy one. Come on, for real.
I think he.
We are here.
What
We on
though?
Twitch too. We on
Fucking
Twitch.
around.
Like
We
what?
on Twitch too though.
What?
Anyways, go ahead and finish, man.
I was just trying to figure out your point of having. You said you with his movement. Yeah.
But he can't give you the
And-
movie. He can't give you the book to go read.
Yeah, I'm just.
Nigga.
How many? My main question. How many do you got tatted on you?
I lost count actually.
That's a good question.
I just want to know that.
What women? Come on, man.
What women stand for something do you got tatted on you?
That's tough.
I'm not done getting tatted.
But you just rush to get them
This
in.
skull is actually a woman.
The skull's a woman?
Yep.
Dead person's a woman.
What woman is it though? Like, what's her name?
That's deep. That's too much. That's truth in the detail.
Get you some.
Like, who is it?
Ancestors. It's my ancestors of all the black women that came before us that stood up for this.
That's right, sister.
No, for real though. For real though.
Oh, he gonna get the version of the motherfucker. He gonna get that version of the motherfucker.
Hey, that's crazy though. Like, that's crazy though. That's crazy. Like, that's. Hey, yo, why they mad at me because of my tattoo selection? What's your now? Can I ask you about your tattoos? Out of curiosity.
Can I get my last point?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I just really want to know why do you have all these men that knock sounded like? Go ahead, somebody knock this shit down, man.
I think my nigga John probably. My fault. What you was gonna say though?
But I'm not gonna knock it though, bro.
No. You can land. I didn't want you not to land.
It's all good. Time to put my shades on and ride off into the sunset.
Shout out to Tupac.
Look at this man putting this shit up. Why you putting your shit up, man?
My weed.
You got to get up.
Hey.
You definitely got to get up. You got to get up. Man.
I'm sitting right here.
I see you.
What's good? What's good?
Feel it.
What's up, Jason?
What's up, it's Sonny?
How you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, this the interesting part, chat.
This place was looking colder than me on camera.
That's what I'm trying to tell niggas.
Nah, it's kind of cozy.
I'm gonna put you up a
Realistic.
chair. We're gonna have my niggas sit right here though. We got Adam in the motherfucker, y'all. Nigga threw him right out his damn seat.
Yeah, we gotta get to that. Gav.
Get to that. It's Black History Month.
Got my nigga right out his seat.
I was gonna say that.
Got him right out his seat. So we here though, y'all. My nigga Adam just pulled up. You feel me? Just saved me for this grilling session. He just had me in talking about my tattoos and shit, but that's neither here nor there. You
I
feel
made
me?
it.
No, for sure. Adam, how you feeling, man? Welcome to the Apollo.
Feeling good. How's everybody doing?
We good, man. I can't complain.
Nah, we good. We straight. Just on Mac and his goddamn tattoos he got over there.
Bro, your shit is confusing. You got one episode premiering on YouTube at the same time.
That was an accident. That was an
alright,
accident. That was an accident. That was an accident. But shout out to people that watched that too, though. Shout out to people that watched that. But if you don't know, this is Tiny right here. That's King.
Yup.
That's my John.
What's happening,
That's
man?
Kev over there.
In.
Okay. Just to get the familiarity just going real quick.
Adam,
You
you
know what I'm
want
saying?
some drink, man?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
Appreciate
Coffee.
Coffee only.
All right, so this is all right, cool. Adam, what's up, man? How you feeling, man?
Feeling good, man.
So, all right, so because I'm curious to how this even come to be right here myself. Like, you and Mac been playing like tag in the DM or something like that. Like,
Not
where
even
was
that.
your comfort level to say, you know what, I f with them guys so much.
I just randomly hit him up. I said, yo, let's do an interview. And then he said, all right, bet, but come on my first. I said, all right, cool, let's do it.
It wasn't deep. It wasn't that deep.
That was literally
Oh, that was your first time talking?
Maybe it might have been a DM or two back in the day, but
Yeah, it wasn't no conversations. I forgot what we even said if we did have a convo, but it wasn't.
if we talk,
I don't be talking to this nigga, man. I don't know what you're trying to.
No, let me. I'm curious.
No, I get you. I get you.
You like, all right, I'm so comfortable with Mac, I'm gonna just tap in because I just want to pull up.
yeah.
And you was like, oh, I'm pretty comfortable. He go hit me back and like, yeah, like, pull up.
I didn't know what he was gonna say because I feel like there's been a handful of other people. Even I tried to get Stet to come to the news.
Mm-hmm.
He was acting scared. He's still caught up in other shit, I guess. But MACKwop was open minded. I wanted to come touch down. I told my girl I was going to do a podcast with Kendrick's DJ, so she wouldn't think that I was being petty for leaving on a Saturday night to go hang out with you guys.
Okay.
Kendrick's DJ sounds good, right?
It do. It definitely do.
DJ.
It definitely do though. Shout out. You know what I'm saying? I did just DJ in the project for bro, so shout out.
Shit.
But yeah, Adam's definitely here, y'all. You feel me? I'm surprised he pulled up, you know what I'm saying? Because we do be on your bumper sometimes.
Yeah.
We do be on your bumper, so a lot of wouldn't even think you would put up.
That's good. I encourage,
sure.
free speech. Everybody got to have their opinions out there. That's good, man.
Do you? All right, so do you take the shit we be saying personal when we be saying shit though?
I mean, I probably don't know about like 95% of it unless it makes it to the Reddit, but
It'll make it to the Reddit if it was some super foul shit. We don't say nothing too like foul shit.
I don't take super personal anyway. As long as people can say it to my face, I'm happy to dissect it.
Okay, for sure, 100%,
Let's do the
100%,
science.
100%.
When you my bad, Matt.
Go ahead.
When you DM me, it was a while ago when I did the courtesy rant. You had DM me. I want to know why. Did you think I was like a mole or something, like a weak link that you could?
What did I say to you?
You said something about courtesy or something. It's just I don't know what the you said, but you reaching out was something. So that's why I'm like, why did you reach out?
What is it? What's your Instagram?
Big time.
Okay.
Big time.
Big time. I want to see what I said. I'll be forgetting about too much. Big time tiny or
Big time.
big time?
Yeah.
Not big time. Time. T-I-M.
Oh, whoops. Okay. Let me see what I said here. Oh, okay. Wait, this is someone who plays for the Patriots. I'm guessing that's not you.
That nigga ain't.
You probably blocked me.
You probably blocked me.
Oh, okay. Let me see what I said. We got to do the real science here.
Yeah, trying to get down to this narrative for sure.
Oh, okay. September 10th, 2023, I wrote, and they glued it on your, and then I put like 10 laughing emojis. I don't know. What was that? I'm pretty sure you said that about somebody, and I thought it was funny.
Okay.
Who did you say that about?
I said that about Terrell.
They glued it on your.
Oh, that's
something like they cut your off and glued it on your bitch.
But I'm saying you hit me up on some shit. It's just like what you thought was like a pawn or a weak link. I was gonna just.
I guess I just want to see how you would react. I just thought it was a funny comment, so I just wanted to see. Just wanted to let you know that I was appreciative of your humor, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I I wasn't updated when I came into this space about this shit. I came in with the homie. I'm rocking with the homies. You feel what I'm saying? So when you did some shit like
He still
that,
qualifies as a homie?
he's still a homie from, he ain't never changed.
Oh, okay.
He ain't never changed. I always look at cuz the same as I looked before podcast type shit. But basically, I say all that to say, when you hit me up on some shit like that, it's like, it's kind of like a slap in the face to the homie. That's why I didn't respond back, because it's like, you ain't, cuz I ain't about to fuck.
But all I was doing was quoting a joke that you made, right?
Yeah.
So as a podcaster, that's just me, like, showing appreciation because I thought you got a good rant off. I don't really, I wasn't like dependent on you responding or, I didn't need you to affirm the fact that I thought it was funny. I was just letting you know I thought it was funny.
Okay, because I mean, you ain't never hit me up or nothing like that before. You probably even know me before type shit, so that's understandable. But I just always wanted to know, like, why this nigga hit me up? Cause this nigga must not know. Like,
there's a lot of people in this umbrella who got like a random DM from me when I thought they said something funny. So it's not. That's why
serious.
that's
like the. I feel like that's like the bait you try to throw out to me. That's why I'm just addressing it to you.
No,
like
okay.
Face to face. Like, I just feel like you try to bait me on some. It's like, don't try to bait me.
Everything's a little bit of bait, but I always felt like, you guys like had some motion as like a podcast and everything. And I always want to like, tap in with the up and coming podcasts in LA, especially. And then it was like, there's like a weird thing between us where we can't f with each other because other dudes left my platform, even though he looks like Nostradamus because he called it out like 2 weeks before it happened, even though you said it was going to take 6 months.
That was Kim. That was you.
You said it? I thought you said it.
Nah, see, man. See, you doing that white shit, man. See, yeah, see, that's how untapped in you are, man. Hey,
it's been a while. I got a lot going on.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You and Mac for sure ain't got no relationship. So I feel like you intentional. Even when you say like you want to tap in with the up and coming like podcast. Salute. That's you got a platform.
You guys are solidified. You ain't even like up and coming yet. I would say you guys are kind of like a staple already.
Shit, salute to that too.
Yeah,
It could be bigger,
you.
but I feel like you guys, I don't want to throw you in the category of like some people who just started last week or some shit,
Dude, can I ask you, what platforms do you be going to though? Like, what platforms do you be popping up on that shit in LA?
I've been trying to like cool it off a little bit lately just because I feel like I overdid my podcast and going on everybody's shit. And it's like, I feel like.
Who in LA though?
In LA, I mean, all the Mexicans, I fuck with LA Icon and everything he got going on. I went on American Cholo a few months back.
That was intentional?
Yeah, well, we had some shit to clear up. So that one made extra sense. I was trying to build the bridge. I'm trying to think of other ones I've done in recent memory. That's a good question. I probably haven't done enough. But I was like, I don't really want to go on some of these podcasts. Like, I've seen so many people just blow themselves out by just doing every podcast over and over. It's like I kind of don't want to go on somebody's unless we actually got some to discuss. Like I've had the experience of like going to New York and doing like 10 podcasts in a week, and it's just at a certain point it's just pointless. You're talking about the same over and over. It's like if I go on a podcast, I kind of want it to be like a moment or like have it actually count for something,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, nah. That's like I said. That was again. I wasn't updated with y'all. I just with the homie on some shit. So now me seeing you, it's the first time with me. I was like, this nigga. I don't think I'm a bait. He gonna take the bait. That's why I didn't fuck with that part.
I feel like I was actually just kind of impressed that you were even willing to make a joke like that because that's kind of like that's a serious joke. That's like a joke that a lot of people would not be comfortable taking on the chin.
Yeah, so you got to question your intentions. That's what I'm saying. And I'm only curious. Listen, for me, I'm only like, we can definitely sit here and talk and podcast and everything, but I'll be always big on intentions, right? Intentions. So I'm just curious to what your true intentions is because you don't even know me from MACKwop or MACKwop from me.
Oh, I know.
You just said you be tapped into the LA. You want to tap in, but you ain't tapped into no podcasts.
When that comment was made, I guess, so I wasn't really paying super close attention. But no, I mean, like, what's the? Let's analyze.
No, because I just feel like it's.
What's the worst intentions I could have here?
Worst intentions?
So you think that I'm just coming on here to trash the umbrella and divide and conquer? I don't really give a fuck about that. We could.
That
do
is a
whatever you guys
narrative.
wanna do,
That is
but-
a narrative that you on your divide and conquer.
I know, and it probably looks worse because Big Deal was about to come up here. I mentioned it to him. He was like, "Oh, I'm pulling up."
Yeah.
MACKwop said, "Nope, you're not pulling up."
Yeah. Shout out Big Deal. That's my brother though.
You said no?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Why you pull it? You say no because of the optics? Because it would look.
I didn't want nobody to rain on your parade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, you
for
didn't
sure.
want me to have a big tough guy who's got my back sitting next to me.
I thought that's what them niggas was for.
You know, but they're off camera.
A Big Deal would be on our side if anything though.
You think?
100%.
I thought you guys fell out.
Nah, we never fell out.
You guys
Big
cool?
deal?
Yeah, Big Deal. my
Last
boy.
time he was on camera, 6 months ago.
It's not about cameras. You got to ask when the last time I seen him.
Yeah. Big deal,
Yeah. No, it wasn't about that. No, shout out Big Deal though. I'm saying it wasn't nothing like that though. But shout out.
As soon
I
as
know
I
you
mentioned
said
it to
no,
him,
though.
and he
That's
was-
crazy. You should say yeah, nigga.
as soon as he was like, "I'm pulling up," I thought the same thing. I'm like, "Oh man, that's gonna look crazy."
No, I wouldn't give a f- about that. This look crazy. like I don't care about it looking crazy. It wasn't.
It don't
Nah.
really look that crazy unless we like go down certain paths in the conversation, right?
Let's go down them paths then.
No, boy.
No, we're gonna. I definitely want to ask some questions though, for sure, for sure. I just. Let's see how we gonna start this. All right. We gonna come in hotter. All right. So let's just get all the out the way then, for sure. The 16. How do you feel about that when they get at you with that?
I mean, all right. My main thing about it is that at worst, you're talking about me making a joke about a 16-year-old 20 years ago in an environment in which, you know, you could look at like who's headlining Rolling Loud, and there's like a bunch of fools on there that I know for a fact were sleeping with another famous hip hop chick when she was underage. So to say that it's like picking and choosing is, you know, it's not even, that's not strong enough wording. People obviously just want to go in on that because it's like they need something. And that's like the most devastating insult you could throw at somebody. But people have been throwing that shit at me for like 10 years and it don't mean nothing to me. I mean, I know what I've done and what I haven't done. I never had a girl say that I f***ed her when I was 16.
When she was 16.
When you were 16?
When she was 16. I've never had a girl throughout all this shit, with that nickname, whatever. It's never happened. I never had a girl say that I f***ed her when I was 16. I had a girl say that I talked to her one time when she was 16 and then I f***ed her when she was 19.
I seen that, but you wasn't communicating doing
I
that.
didn't talk to her for 3 years. So like when people try to use that, it's like, I mean, listen, like all these people that have been around me doing this podcast for the last like 9-10 years or whatever, not one of them has ever said that they've seen me involved in anything sketchy at all sexually. T-Rail, AD, every single one of them, they've been around all kinds of shit, going out with me, heard every joke I ever made in the group chat for all those years. They seen who I was hanging out with at the office. They seen everything. And every single one of them, if they're going to be honest, they'd say, yeah, really, Adam, like, he on some pretty regular shit. Like, obviously, I do the porn shit, whatever. As I get freaky on camera, whatever. But it's like, you know, I ain't even cheated on my girl in like 7 years.
How does that even, like, well, that's a different conversation too. You know, like, that's a different conversation
I'm
though.
far from a delinquent in that
Yeah.
regard. I have a pretty tame, ordinary life in that regard. And I would think that if somebody was able to prove that I had a 16-year-old, I mean, it honestly, like, if they were able to prove it, it almost wouldn't even matter because the lore has been out there for so long that it's like, it almost
we have proof.
It could, yeah, like just hit me with the proof. I would love to see the proof. It's just like even my biggest enemies don't got no proof. They don't got nothing. They don't even the journalists who wrote articles about it. And the one girl that everybody likes to make the jokes about me with the 16-year-old, whatever, it's like she originally put out a statement on social media saying that her and I had a sexual relationship from the age of 16. Then when the reporters actually dig into it and wrote the article that appeared on Pitchfork, the reporters, who are like clearly more dedicated to the truth because they're the ones who are worried about getting sued, they acknowledged that I didn't meet her till she was 19.
Got you.
So she said we began our sexual relationship at 16, but I didn't meet her
Okay.
until she was 19.
All right, well, time out, because you probably didn't actually, but you could have been sending her pics or anything, not
No.
knowing her age. You talking to her, so that's still fall under
That is
doing
like
something sexual.
best case reading of that for sure. But like, if in that case, sexual relationship means that we used to message each other on AOL a little bit, or AIM at the time it was. And then at some point we talked on the phone a little bit. And then she told me how old she was. And I said, oh, my bad. I got to fall back. I can't fuck with you. Like, I understand that's not a big deal where you're from, but it's a big deal where I'm from. So I can't even talk to you.
But I'm saying if the actual female is saying it, that's what makes it kind of, even though you didn't have sex with her until you was 19 or she was 19, the fact that she said that y'all had some type of, she tweeted that or whatever you said she did, that kind of makes it seem true because she's the victim. Well, yeah, she's the victim in it. She actually saying that it did happen.
The point is, though, is that she lied because when they actually had real journalists dig into it and figure out the actual timeline of what was going on, they figured out that I didn't even meet her until she was 19. And like,
I get that. I'm still going off of just sending pictures,
right.
not actually fucking.
But the extent of like what happened before that was like messaging back and forth on AIM for a little while.
You might have sent a dick pic.
This was way before I ever had a dick pic out there, for the record. This is like, I didn't even have a digital camera because we're talking about 20 years ago. This is like
Sidekick days, right?
Sidekick days. What's that?
this was pre-sidekick for me. I had a Razor.
Razor is sidekick days, though.
Sidekick came after the Razor for me. It was a Razor,
Right.
Sidekick, BlackBerry, iPhone.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, I don't even.
No, I get you.
It is what it is, you know.
That's
Okay.
like going down that rabbit hole.
And then it's a all right, is this true or not? It's a picture with Lil Pump getting head and it's like a screenshot. I mean, like you selfie mode.
It's like we had a girl pretend to give him head, and I filmed it, and she was not giving him head.
Oh, okay.
But
I thought that was
filmed it
real.
as if she was, as a joke, and then that was it. And then that, like, nobody cared when it came out. Everybody like thought it was funny or whatever, and then like 5 years later, people started digging into that and trying to act like I was really filming him.
That was one of my big stances. I was like, if you around Pump while you getting head, that's crazy.
I never even seen his. I don't even know what his dick would look like.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
me and
'cause-
him, we rebuilt the bridge. Like we've been talking a bunch, and so it's like I feel like at a certain point he just wanted to jump out the window and say the craziest shit he could about me. And then when I talked to him, I realized, because like I was always confused about it. I'm like, I feel like I never really spoke about you disrespectfully. And then it ended up that he was just pissed about like the No Jumper Instagram account putting out like narratives about him, talking about him falling off or whatever. So like, you know, I'd be forgetting about that shit. I met Rick Ross a couple months ago, and he was kind of not 100% with me from the vibe I was feeling. And like somebody in my group chat was like, well, like there are like 10 posts on the No Jumper Instagram like over the last like couple months about Rick Ross. And I'm like, oh yeah. That's a good point. He probably would care about that, huh? I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the Pump situation for me was like I was like that was crazy. If that was a real thing, that was like one of the things I always gave you.
No, I feel you. That was rough because he kind of like, I didn't even really know he was. Oh, I guess I know he was mad at me. He like said something to me before that, but then that was like in the middle of all that when they left the channel and I was getting canceled.
Yeah.
And he just sort of said, he just jump in on it. Actually, you just made me remember what the happened to the Lefty Gunplay Lil Pump collab. Because I was supposed to meet up with him when he was out here a couple months ago, and they shot that video one of the nights, and I remember him being like very surprised that I was trying to go to bed by midnight. But
Oh shit. Yeah, shout out Pump, shout out Lefty, man. But yeah, that was def one of them, man, for sure.
he changed his life. He's got a very positive life now. He don't do drugs or anything. Whenever I talk to him, it's crazy.
Nah,
Do you regret meeting someone do you regret some of these relationships that you've built?
I mean, not really, because it's like at the end of the day, even if I disagree with the way that like somebody like AD left and like the fact that he or T-Rail or whoever that they put narratives out there that I disagreed with or whatever, it's still like, it was still positive for the platform while it was happening, and it's still opened doors for the platform going in different directions. Like it's kind of hard to even think about. Before 2020, we weren't really even like super tapped into like talking to all these LA artists and stuff. So it's kind of like when you get a host, even take somebody like Sharp, if we want to just talk about people who are kind of outside you guys' friend group or whatever, it's like Sharp grew the platform, brought in all these views. Then when he leaves, it f***ed up some relationships with like the people who are closer to him and not with me. But it's like ultimately it still feels like it's for the best because, you know, I got to work on like making the transition smoother because like that sharp, even like it didn't have to get as intense as it did. You know, I could have very easily like
Yeah.
pulled back and not said every single thing that I had privately thought about him over
Do
the
you
years.
think that type make people scared to come with you on some? Because like a lot of the fallouts you have with your ex co-host, it do look like that.
Yeah, I mean, because even like you look at the comment section on the 4 Extra, and it's like, oh, we already know how this is gonna end. We already know you guys are gonna fall out in a couple months, and I have to like.
Do you think about that though, like a
For
4
sure.
Extra type nigga?
I have to like warn him. I have to be like, yo, listen, this is what all these people are gonna say.
Yeah.
This is what all the comments are gonna say. I just want you to know I fuck with you, and like we're building something here and everything. And it's like I don't have any ill intentions for you. I have positive intentions for you, 100%, just like the way with everybody else. And if it ends up going left or it doesn't work out in the long run, like let's just, you know, keep level heads about it and keep it cool, because I'm not gonna disrespect you or turn this into something it ain't, you know.
Nah, for sure. I feel that. But all right, so what's your favorite era of No Jumper?
See, that's the funny thing is that people always say like, oh, there was this era and this era was good and then everything after that sucks. But it's like 2016 era was like SoundCloud rap era where, you know, we were having.
That was an instrumental era right there.
That was the illest in a lot of ways because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. But we had like X, Lil Pump, Smoke Perp, Lil Yachty, Ian Connor, Suicide Boys, like that whole world. And it was like, it seemed really small at that time. So that was the ill era. And then 2017, we go to Melrose. All of a sudden, you got like actual famous people popping into the store on a daily basis. And that was sick as and like just all kinds of crazy shit going on in that. Then I feel like the sort of like 2019 era was like sort of weak because we like got a different space, but we hadn't really like developed more hosts and stuff. We're still doing interviews. It's cool, but it's not great. Then 2020, AD comes on, and that was cool. That's like a breath of new air. All of a sudden, we got a host that the people actually with, and that was a lot of fun. And then like T-Rail comes in, Duno comes in, then you got like the disconnected with House Phone and Blasey and all that shit. So like that era definitely kind of stands out to me as being like the era that people want us to recreate in a lot of ways, just because even though like I feel like our hosts now might go more viral with somebody like Brick or Whack or 4 Extras or whatever, it's like at that time it felt like a very organic friend group, you know?
The AD era.
The AD, T-Rail, Duno, that whole era just kind of felt very organic.
Do you be missing that era?
Yeah, I miss that era, but I also feel like it feels like that kind of for me now too, with people like, you know, me and Lush and Brick and, you know, obviously like Brick and Whack can't even be around each other, and but now we got 4 Extras and Brick cool again, and it does feel like a very like real friend group now, but then also I feel like at that time it just felt different because it was like we could do podcasts and nobody would complain if me and House Phone and AD sat there and talked about some just joked around for hours and hours, you know, whereas now it's like people want topics, they want, you know, it's like now, like when I see the comments when we talk about dicks and vaginas and drugs and for the first like 40 minutes where it's like, I don't know, it does feel different. Podcasting has changed in general too. Like the standard was so much lower in 2020. Like you could just have a bunch of homies hanging out and it kind of felt more acceptable. Even now I see you got a list. Everybody have a topic list. Like nobody wants to hear you just.
It's like 2 days in. Like the second time ever using this stuff. I don't never.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's like
yeah, that is like
for sure. Like this era right now, when you fast forward, people are gonna be like,
you ain't even know it was there.
You ain't even seen
I ain't
that.
never seen that in my life.
Yeah, I literally just got that.
So this is the second
swear to
episode
God.
we had it up there.
I got a question though. Like, I see you hiring a lot of, you know, black faces on your platform. Like, what's your goal? Like, I see, you know, with 4 Extras, I fuck with his, but like, what is your goal with?
Turn your mic up some, John.
What is your goal with scouting out, you know, 4 Extras and these other black, I'm gonna just call them just people, black people. Like, what is your goal for yourself?
I mean, I guess the goal is really just to make great content and just to like build up a crew of people that are, you know, when they come together, it's greater than just the sum of their parts, you know, and like the gang or the street element of it is not really like the important part to me so much. Like if you go back to that era with House Phone and all them people, like there was a lot less street talk, and you know, still to this day, like it don't really matter. Like when I bring somebody like Remo in, who's from Mississippi, and he's
But
not.
Remo informed. He like a that know the whole. So that's like bringing a street in that just he know everything though. So he a necessary evil.
Remo Omar Epps, I mean, he like the he the Omar Epps play a cop in every goddamn movie.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Remo, he like the black cop that can.
Remo is the black cop though, for sure.
But
Shout out
Remo's
Remo.
an example of like maybe like 4 extras is gonna get all the crazy clickbait attention or whatever, but somebody like Remo or even Flacco, where I found Flacco.
Yeah, shout out Flacco. That's he a good talent right there.
He's in North Dakota, and I felt like I saw him, and I just like believed that he had potential and stuff. I honestly feel like
that's some strange potential again, though.
You're right.
Like,
No, for sure.
To find a Flacco, somebody who I don't be getting it, man. So should be. I'm like a conspiracy theorist too.
Mm-hmm.
So you fall in that for me. And
he's definitely
you just found Flacco out of a pond, and he like one of the one hey right there. That's like
that part of it is surprising sometimes. Nah, but honestly, when I brought him in, there wasn't all this like Charleston White, like the gang member type energy or whatever.
So you switched him, you influenced him then.
He kind of just
said this is what Adam like.
Slowly pivoted a little bit, but I also feel like he, when he was first saying like all these gang members belong in jail or whatever, or like, basically saying all this shit, like hip hop obviously like worships gangster type people, personas. So I feel like honestly, Flacco being willing to say that
that's not hip hop. Cool. Hip hop doesn't worship. You said what'd you say again?
Hip hop worships like or has like a special space for a 50 Cent. Gets way more praise than in any other world. In any other world, if you got shot 9 times, they would probably look at you like they don't want to fuck with you. And then in hip hop, they look at you as like, oh, he's real. Like he been through
That's
shit.
not true though.
Feel in your world.
That's what I was about to say though. That's not because in your world you fuck with 50.
I got multiple worlds though. I mean, I got like the normal ass white person world that I'm sometimes in, and then I got like the hip hop street culture world in which I completely understand, So
what's the normal
wait,
I don't know. Hold on, John. I don't know.
Because right there, that's you saying you have.
You can't say you completely understand the street culture.
Yeah, I just want to understand what you're saying right now, Adam. You're saying you have your world, and then you understand the street culture and that, but that's where the culture vulture come in at, because you can always run back to your world. Like us that's in this lane, we live this. We got to continue to live this. You dabble in, stir it up, and then you go back to your white people world.
That's the and you all right. So you said I live a normal white people world. So what would you consider the black people
that's
world?
what I was getting at. I want to know.
Okay,
Black History Month. Shout out Black History Month.
Paint the picture of the white person world. This morning,
I got
we
you,
wake
Jack.
up, we make breakfast as a family, and then we go to the private school tour thing. And then afterwards, we go to Barnes & Noble, and then we go to the ice cream shop around the corner. All right?
Okay.
So that's like day to day, that's a very big
What you listening to
chunk
while
of
you
my
going
life.
there? What you sliding to?
Sabrina Carpenter, Taylor Swift, Post Malone. Yeah, really like having a kid has really like forced me to dabble into a lot of like non-hip hop music, because even when I put the Dot album on when it first came off, my girl turned it off after one song because there was too much profanity, which she don't want the kid to hear, which is, we don't think of Kendrick as being like an offensive rapper because we know what like actual offensive rap sounds like. But
But it's understandable for the youth, for sure.
That's when you going to work. It's like this is daddy's this is the job.
I also play drill music around her, and it's just like they are rapping so fast that she can't tell what they're saying, so that feels acceptable too. But
What's your favorite?
Hold on, wait. So that's the normal world, that world. So explain the other one then.
the other one is like hanging out in the studio all night, maybe taking a Percocet 10.
This is the black world.
Going to Vernon Avenue, filming a vlog real quick. I don't know. I mean, like obviously that is more. That's not my day-to-day life, but it is the that I sit and do.
No, not the normal black person world. You speaking like
I mean, there's a million
off the
different
bat.
like lived black experiences. Obviously, you got black people that don't hang out on Vernon Avenue all day either. So it's like I'm not acting like that is the singular experience of black people in America. I've been around black people for a nice chunk of my life, and I've seen everything in between too. So I mean, it ain't like like obviously with me doing content and it's like we're trying to find exciting things to do storylines about. But at the same time, like I could get a Remo and I could get a 4 extras, and it's like one is trying to live a nice, clean life, and one is obviously.
Who that call come from? You, or like is that a collective thing
Which one?
of what y'all need? This is what we're trying to put out there. Just from a platform? Is that just come from you? Or
We all
you
just
gotta-
like work together on it. Honestly, people bring me ideas all day. Say, hey, watch this video, watch this interview clip, watch this. Like,
Flacco do he get paid for his recruits? He told me. He said, well, whatever. Never mind.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, he brings people to the news. Would I give him a bonus if he found like the next great host? If he finds a host that is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to me, would I eventually be like, yeah, I'll break you off? Sure, but I mean, I ain't really.
All right, so let me ask you this then, Adam, because all right, so when
It is in the talks, right?
It's possible for sure.
I'm saying y'all actually kind of. He knows that, right? Like
Flacco,
if I bring some heat over there,
next MACKwop, we gonna break bread.
So why did you cut ties with AD and Terrell and all that? Because
I really didn't want to. So just to rehash events, it was like I felt like it was getting kind of weird on the podcast because I had like I would love for anybody out there to like watch like the last like 3 or 4 episodes of the No Jumper show before we broke it off, where it was like AD, like at first when he had become part of the show, he was bringing like so much energy to it, and it was like very exciting, and he was acting like he was like a big kid on camera a lot of the time, no shots at all, but like he was just laughing, having fun, super high energy. By the time we get to the end of his time on the No Jumper show, he was doing back on Community twice a week, and he was doing caffeine episodes as well, and he was just doing like a lot, and then he would come on the show and he wouldn't really have anything to talk about.
episodes was his, I think, caffeine episodes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the same thing. I'm just saying.
I just remember he was doing a lot of content, and it felt like when he came in on Tuesdays, and then Wednesday, he was doing Tuesday and Wednesday on No Jumper, and it was really not working from my perspective. And I was stressing it a lot because I knew that it was going to be really difficult to have a conversation with him in which I expressed that I wanted to do a switch up of the cast, and I wanted to like try different people on Tuesdays, and I wanted him to still keep doing the Wednesday show. And he definitely wasn't feeling it, but he didn't jump out the window and quit or whatever. But then the thing that actually happened was I told Lush, yo, this is what's going to happen. And then Lush, instead of just like keeping it cool and like not telling anybody, he was on a Discord call with like a handful of different people who were like No Jumper fans. And he ended up like actually quoting a couple of things that I had said to him in confidence, which I think was like.
Because he was high. You got to watch people.
No, for sure.
No, he was sober back then.
No, I'm talking about just.
Lush was sober though.
I'm not even saying that though. I'm not even talking about. I'm talking about he was high in his life. Like
talking your mic, Kimmy King.
He was high in his position.
Right. Yeah.
So meaning like, so right now he back playing servant boy to you. No, he's definitely like, and you know that's why you wouldn't got to recruit him again.
Yeah. Adam a funny.
He's in the.
See that whooped out.
He's Now, he's you got that boy in the 3-point stance now.
He don't want you to get that narrative.
No, you know you got him in a 3-point stance now. You know that he's so obedient now.
No, but
I'm saying,
let him.
Lush is one of the smartest guys I know.
But
Lush is smart. He is smart. He is smart.
He doesn't go viral over there for no hip hop, nothing. Like nothing comes out of there for.
But somebody can be valuable without going viral.
No, it's like
that's true.
I'm not saying that. Listen, I'm not even knocking. I'm just telling you as to why you wouldn't. It made sense. I'm not mad at you. You wouldn't got him, but you knew what you got back. Somebody who was remorseful, and now his new life is to be more obedient.
I think he appreciates his position more now.
But I'm just letting you. You still got who you got over there. The next time he get in a position of power, he's letting that same conversation go off and everything. But I'm sure you know that though.
I'm gonna keep that in mind.
Right? So you don't talk to him the same way, do you? Are you back telling him the secrets like you did that one time?
No,
I'll tell him whatever now. Yeah. I think he was just he was over.
You trust him more, right?
Yeah, I still trust him
more than you did before.
Yeah, because he whooped him out already.
Yeah,
right?
I guess if shit goes bad one time, you kind of expect that exact scenario is not going to happen again.
Exactly. He's more obedient. You trust him in your space now. He's more obedient.
I don't know about
you know what I do, nigga.
Like
you fired, nigga.
He knows what it was like to have lost that opportunity, so I don't think he's going to like.
Man, it's like having an emotional support dog. You got him around to like especially power with you so much, only because you knew at the end of the day he's going to agree with you, and he's pretty smart.
But I don't need him to agree with me. In fact,
but
I would love for him to disagree with me. Disagreement makes it this is way better than if me and you were just hunky dory agreeing on everything.
But he doesn't though. You know that.
He needs to work on that for sure.
Exactly. All right. So
but him and Brick get into it like a lot actually.
Yeah, that's your play again. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's your play. You ever watch Belly?
It's almost kind of awkward. It's been a while, but I got to get back on. I've seen Colors.
Colors.
I just watched it.
What's your favorite scene?
Probably where the Bloods are on one side and the Crips are on the other side, and they're trying to attack each other through the gate.
That makes sense.
Yeah, why?
That
Why?
makes sense.
Because I think it's kind of unrealistic. I don't think people really like get to wear their street clothes into jail like that. But the scene is pretty like striking.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm talking to that part. Like, what about it strikes with you?
I
What
don't care about that. It doesn't like reflect on like what I want for the culture.
You don't feel like that?
I'll choose a less.
You don't feel like that? You don't feel like that's your
scene.
thing? You want to close as you can be.
We got to work out issues, but I'm not trying to like pit people against each other. Even right now, it's like I'm trying to figure out because B Brazy wants to like come on and talk. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to even be able to do that without pissing off 4Extra, or if I could get 4Extra to be there, or if that's because he's still 100% in his like I don't with
That's
enemies
stressful for you?
era.
That's stressful for you?
It's not stressful. You just got to try to navigate it properly, you know.
I'm saying, is that like a common thing you got to navigate through in your business dealings?
People not getting along for sure. The whack and brick dynamic, most obvious example of that. Yeah.
That's the colors. That's what I'm saying. Colors is that no jumper.
They could have been in that scene.
Could have been in that scene. That's what I'm trying to say. But see, like
We
when
should
you
recreate it, really.
no, you trying to recreate it.
That's what.
That's the whole thing. That's the
Nah.
You feel just like the warden.
You see how upset I was when they beat the out of Jay Reed outside?
No, but
I was mad.
no, but see, don't even say that because
That
I'm
wasn't
smart
true.
enough. I know respectfully. You know what I'm saying? I know who you. I know the gentleman you brought in here with you on your end, right? Because you think that you smarter than the game, and you think you the warden walking through that, but you like going at it, and you the warden.
I mean,
You the warden.
But
You
you're
feel like
acting
you about
like
to
that's
sit-
in any way like dissimilar from how everybody else handles podcasts. You
No,
guys
but
know
you
that
keep saying
the
who's
most
everybody
viral
else?
episode you have is the one where Smack attacked you or whatever. I don't even remember what happened, but you know, like the
No,
shit
I don't think that's the most viral episode.
the shit that's exaggerated and crazy and over the top is always going to be entertaining. But I'm also not trying to. I'm trying to have like a surface level argument. As soon as it gets to violence, we've gone way too deep. As soon as it gets
you don't gotta get to violence.
that could turn into violence, we're way too deep. Like if it's going to be a conversation, if it's going to be, I'm trying to think of like good examples of people we brought together on camera who had issues with each other. You know, realistically, usually people like won't get on camera with each other unless the issues aren't that serious.
I'm just saying, like you just said, that's why it's your favorite scene in the movie, right?
That's just like the
Because you
most
get- that's
iconic scene I could think of.
That's the hot, I'm not even knocking you. I'm not knocking you
And
for
think
your
about that
perspective.
movie though. I'm
just
trying to
telling
think of
you, I
other
can see
scenes.
you.
Oh, am I going to say the part where they pull up and shoot up the funeral? That's another scene that stood with me. I'm not going to say I like it. I don't want to see that happen in real life.
Well, you know, most movies
It
have
was
a
a pretty
lesson in it.
crazy-ass
Most
scene
movies
in
have a
the-
lesson in it as well, too, though. What was the lesson that you took away?
The
part to
lesson
where you was like,
was-
okay, I would love to actually promote that part of the movie. I want to like recreate that.
I mean, I think
'Cause you said you want to recreate.
The lesson is that holy, this is a crazy repetitive cycle both for the cops and the gang members, and that this is like the movie definitely stopped short of like trying to offer a solution. Because
Did you see yourself in the movie?
what's the solution?
Did you see yourself in the movie?
It's pre-podcasting, so not really. And I don't
No,
really
I'm saying
relate to the
like,
cops.
just like looking. Did you see yourself? Like, can you when you watch that movie? Like, okay, I can see. I see myself.
I
there.
don't relate to the cops, and I don't really relate to the gang members either.
Okay.
So not really.
Okay.
I feel like
That's
I'm
crazy,
kind of like a
'cause that's
different
like-
archetype.
That's like
Okay.
that's both of the worlds that you dibble and dabble in.
I don't really dabble with police in general.
Yeah, but that's the white. Most people, police.
Like
White.
70% of the LAPD is black and Hispanic.
I understand that, but it's still with the government, all that. We gonna look at the police as white, tearing down,
They're not though. They're 70% non-white in
but
this
it's still
city.
ran by the government, man. That's what I'm trying to say. It's still ran by the government, which the government is white, so it's still white at the end of the day. I'm saying you don't see yourself in neither, but you dibble and dabble in the Bloods on this side, the Crips on this side, and you dibble dabble with you being white. So how can you say you see yourself with neither?
But don't you think that podcasting, generally speaking, is like a very good development in terms of people in the streets, in gangs, et cetera, in terms of like, somebody like ODM Slim sitting down with T-Rail all the time? That would have been hard to imagine in another era. People like, Brick being able to sit down with Big Deal, or Brick sitting down with Munchie B. These are like actual, this ain't just like Bloods and Crips, it's like specific neighborhoods that don't get along, and they're able to show to the younger generation that it's not that serious. And by the time you get to be 35, you probably are going to be able to be cool enough that you can sit down with somebody if blood hasn't been shed in recent memory. So when I look at podcasts, and I look at it as something that like really kind of helps people to elevate past that. You can say that about rap too, that obviously like, you know, we have infinite situations in which rap like brings people together. But I feel like rap probably divides people almost more than the podcasting stuff in terms of the street. But I mean, I'm always trying to figure out how to make that better. It doesn't really, any like real violence is obviously the worst case scenario for us. That's not anything we want to embrace at all. When homie got beat up outside of that by loose cannon, that's like, all right.
What was that about right there?
But that come down to proximity though. So it's like same reason why, not like for nothing, but your cousins, you wouldn't put your cousins and everybody on there and start putting like your family dynamics or your old friend group, put y'all dynamics on there because of the proximity.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
If
it's easy to do somebody because violence would be. It's
bad.
It don't make sense. Like we don't be doing that over here.
Who profited from that? Not me. Fucking, you know, we might have got a smidge of extra attention that week or whatever, but that don't really like convert into money or anything. It doesn't even convert into views. Like maybe we had a couple clips talking about it that might have done 100,000 views. That don't really mean shit to us. But as far as like, you want to know what caused that? I mean, I guess it's kind of who you want to believe, because Jay Reed was playing an angel on that Rick Rock interview and acting like he was just pulling up to talk about business. And then if you want to listen to Loose Cannon and Whack and all that shit, he was pulling up to basically bang his hood and talk a bunch of shit. And so I don't really 100% know what to believe about that.
Yeah, that shit. Shout out my Rick Rock. So what? All right. So how do you scout out for talent and shit like that? So from my understanding, the way I heard it, I thought you and AD and everybody separated because you was going in the direction of like whatever them was. I don't know their name, like the white whatever them. I don't know who the fuck them niggas was.
So along the path of that breakup, there was this moment where I did a debate where I had the streamer Destiny,
Destiny,
mega liberal, progressive, whatever, on camera, and then the other side of it, we had this dude Richard Spencer, who basically like has a history as being basically like a white nationalist. He was kind of instrumental in the Charlottesville riots, which happened in Virginia or whatever. And, you know, we had thought for a long time, like, wow, it would be crazy if we could get somebody to actually do a debate with Richard Spencer. Now, I was trying to get other people like Van Lathan. I was trying to get Tariq Nasheed. Richard Spencer is so toxic. Like, his brand is just so like
nobody wants to be associated.
That like any black intellectual would really want to be on camera with, that everybody said no to it, but Destiny was down to do it. And from my perspective, it's like, well, he's not black at all, but he does represent the left and the Democrats and shit like that. So I thought that would be a worthy debate. What actually happened is that I think Richard Spencer had gone through kind of like a transformation where he basically realized that spending like 10 years of his life focused on white nationalism and race was like a huge waste of time, and had basically destroyed his whole life with lawsuits and whatever. Like, you know, so the content itself was actually like a really, really good conversation, but a lot of people looked at it and said, it's three white guys in a room, and this is like a platform that largely is involved with black culture. So they weren't with it. I think AD got a call from Van Lathan that where Van Lathan like told him he thought it was bad. And so AD did say something about it on camera, but to be honest, it wasn't really, I don't think it meant that much to him, and it didn't mean that much to me. Like all the other shit with like Lush airing out some shit that I had said about it to somebody else, that was by far the thing that actually made that a real situation, you know?
Yeah, because I thought that was the direction you was going in, and then I started seeing you putting on talent like Brick Baby and like that. So I was like, what was the reason of the separation from AD if that's the...
Well, I mean,
at
the time we were doing more like political debates and stuff, and trying to like kind of just do both things at once. Like, shit, we could be interviewing rappers, and then we could also be doing these political debates, which to me in my head makes sense, that like this platform doesn't have to be one thing. It could be a bunch of things at the same time. But, you know, it just so happened that like during that exact time period where I was putting a bunch of time into doing a bunch of political debates, which by the way is like very foreign to a lot of people. Like most people don't watch debates. The reason why it didn't seem like a big deal for me to have Richard Spencer on the platform is that at that time I was watching a lot of Destiny and all these other streamers who literally will bring on somebody who's like considered a Nazi or whatever, and they'll debate with them, and that's just considered good content, you know? So it's like you don't have to agree with somebody to put them on your platform. Now the argument is like platforming somebody, which is basically like, you know, if 100,000 people watch a video and even like one or two of them are like, well, this white power sounds pretty good, then that's like a pretty bad outcome. But yeah, I mean, that I honestly think that was kind of like a false narrative that came up and all that, because people would always say to me like, you said that you wanted to stop doing hip hop and do more political shit, which I never said that. I don't know where that came from. Yeah. At that time, I was trying to do a little bit of both, but even that, like, ended up kind of feeling like this is not what I'm specialized in. I'm not the guy who knows everything about politics. I like watching podcasts about politics and shit, but it's not what I'm trying to like really base my platform around, because I'm not specialized in it.
Yeah. No, I hear that. I definitely thought that was what was going on and shit like that. So what is the chances though, like for y'all to get back there? Because it don't seem like it's no real, like, what? I don't get it. I don't think it's real.
I feel like the T-Rail thing is definitely like more serious than any of the other shit. Like I feel like me and AD would probably be able to see each other and be cool easier than the me and T-Rail thing, because that kind of got real carried away.
Yeah, y'all seem like y'all really don't with each other on a deeper level. Like,
yeah, he threatened to my 4-year-old daughter, and that definitely didn't sit right with me.
That was a joke. You knew that was a joke.
He was like borderline crying, so it didn't really feel like much of a joke. If anything, it felt like a meltdown. But that definitely didn't sit right with me. And then obviously I jumped out the window, said crazy shit about him and Heather. But yeah, I don't honestly, like, I don't give a about, like, the idea of sitting down with them doesn't really bother me. But I also feel like for a long time we were talking about each other so much that I feel like I know every single thing that they would basically say to me, and they probably know everything I would say to them. So it doesn't even really stand out to me as like super interesting to have a conversation. But I do wish them the best, and it ain't really like a grudge on my part or nothing. I'm not mad at them. I don't sit around thinking about them like that, especially at this point. Yeah. You know, there was a period of time where I was hung up on it. I can admit that. And
so you think you over it? Like, just because you be sending mad shots at for sure.
Yeah, I kind of wish I had just taken the high road more so, like, and just like, because I feel like for the first like month or two that it was split up, I was sort of like not saying much about him. And then at a certain point, I kind of like got this idea in my head, like, I need to reclaim my power. I need to become Big 22. I need to yell into the camera and just talk hella shit and make it clear that I'm not scared of him and I don't give a f or whatever. I probably could have like done that. I could have done that for like a week and then just moved on past it. But instead that became like months and months of that, which that's not really like me. I feel like I could have done better, you know? So I kind of look back on that with a little bit of regret.
So when they departed from you, I mean, like, honestly, bro, how did you feel? Did you feel like your platform was over? Did you feel like the views was gonna drop down? How did you feel? Like, just keeping it 100.
Yeah, it was upsetting, but like it also was like upsetting on like a personal level, because keep in mind that like 4 of them were dudes who were supposed to go to my wedding. That, like, you know, I felt like these were like my real homies, and then I ended up feeling like, oh, as soon as you had an opportunity to dip out and, you know, put a false narrative on me, you just jumped on it. And it really bothered me, because I felt like, well, factually, I had like a conversation with AD like 2 weeks before the whole breakup, where he called me and he knew I was stressed out about something else. And he called me on some real friend shit and was like, yo, I just want you to know I got love for you. If we ever don't work together, I'm not going to ever drag you. I'm not going to throw you under the bus. Like, I'm always going to acknowledge and show love, etc. And then when it actually went down, I felt like that was not at all what I got from him. Now, for sure, he probably felt justified, because he felt like he had the justification to do that, because he felt like he had caught me talking shit about him or whatever, which I still don't feel like I was really saying anything that out of pocket. And also, like, we all know what it's like, you know, like, if you guys could definitely have a conversation with just 2 of you about MACKwop, and then that conversation is supposed to stay between you. Now, if the conversation is, I hate MACKwop, I want nothing to do with this guy, he's a piece of shit, and then the next day you're all smiling in his face. That's different. That's not what I was doing.
If that's your friend,
Exactly. Yeah. Then you were a fake friend.
You can. I mean, you can also be a fake friend too.
Mm-hmm.
Because did you reach out to them when they deported?
We were still talking in the background a little bit, but not really.
Now, the reason I ask this is because sometimes some people see us as just a dollar sign. You feel me?
You mean black people, not the Apollo?
Yeah,
Right.
black people. You can see the Apollo as a dollar sign.
Right.
But with black people, they see our talents, or with you, I look at your platform as content. But your content is like real life drama. You feel me? So do you kick back at home and be like, look at these making me this money? Is that how you really feel? Like, because a lot of these cats really got issues, bro, like with each other. And I think you might sit back and be like, okay, yeah, he don't like him, whoop-de-whoop. Let me hire that man real quick. Yeah. Because I see a dollar sign in him. You don't really see a dollar sign. You see drama as a dollar sign for your platform. Am I correct?
I mean, the thing is that most of like the real drama is not like the juice ain't worth the squeeze, in the sense of like, you know, and then there's like more people I wish I could with. I wish I could like consistently with Munchie, but it gets complicated because Munchie just being at the office with all these other people coming, 4 Extra coming in, Whack coming in, already, boom. It becomes very difficult. It becomes very difficult to have him in the office like it's just regular, you know? And it's like, as far as like looking at people as dollar signs or whatever, no, like you could ask Brick, 4 Extras, Whack. We got very real relationships. Now, when it comes to some random J-Cat that might have some to say about somebody, do I look at that as in like, oh, if I get him to call in on this podcast, that might be like a really great piece of content, and maybe I don't really give a fuck about it. Like the people who are with me, I really give a fuck about, and I'm not going to put them in a situation that is going to put them in danger or is going to just not be, you know, make them feel uncomfortable, etc. But for sure, like we could use other people to create content, but I'm not trying to like sacrifice. And I feel like there's maybe been times where I got a little bit too close to that. Like I remember, all right, the worst example of that and the worst time that I had the fans saying that I was doing that was there was like some shit coming out about Flacco saying he was really from Philadelphia or some shit, and Lush, Gina, and all.
Oh, yeah. That shit you orchestrated.
And they were like calling him out for it. And at one point in it, Lush was like, yo, so Adam told me to grill you about all this shit, which...
Did you set that up,
I did say that. I told Lush, I'm like, yo, you got to make this answer for that, because I mean that's how I felt. Like if you're lying about where you're from, what the fuck are we talking about? Like,
why you didn't do it then?
I just wasn't even there. I wasn't on the podcast that night. So
that's what you said. Look at these making me my money.
I would have done like, explain yourself, but instead Lush was doing it, and at one point he doesn't know what to say, so he starts looking at his phone. He's like, damn, Adam told me to.
Oh my God.
So that was the first time I think that the audience really started treating me like I was this puppet master that was turning people against each other, and that was the first time I
think you are, bro.
Like, nah, but what's the other example? Like since then, look, when does that happen?
Look, I just feel like, man, I feel like you look for the drama within the black community, right? And you feed in on that shit. Like you got a large platform. You feel me? But it's like you're not preaching positivity. You like, oh, this is some negative shit, you know? And then you talking about hoods and gangs and all this real life shit, like people have lost loved ones. But for you, it's like you never been involved in that shit. Like,
I mean, I lost plenty of loved ones. I've lost a lot of the most important people in hip hop who lost their life are people that I had really close relationships with.
So it's a different type of lose.
To like gang violence?
It's different when you went to high school with them.
Not even high school. I'm talking about like to gang violence. Me personally, I don't feel like you've lost multiple loved ones off of gang violence. So
I mean, you could say I didn't love Draco. You could say I didn't love
I'm talking about
whoever, but
I'm talking about sandbox friends from when you was young, you know, like
for sure.
I feel like you see this shit and it's like, damn, damn, like 4 extras, bro. Like, he a dude, he extra out and all that. You see him as a dollar sign in my eyes, bro. Like, you see all these cats that's risking their life and doing all this shit on platform, you see them as a dollar sign. So I just want to ask you, like, do you see these people for a good thing for your business, or are you trying to like really help bring our people together? Like, I really want to hear.
Four X is a great example because for sure when I look at him, do I see him as an opportunity in which I can get views and make money? For sure. Do I also view him as a great person who has a potential, and I actually with him? I actually really enjoy hanging out with him. I actually like the guy 100%. So it could be both of those things at the same time. But then also in addition to that, it's like 4X views me and No Jumper as a platform that's blowing him the up and making him a household name. And when me and him are at Raising Cane's the other day, and he's got 8 Mexican kids coming up asking him for selfies, I think he acknowledges that that's largely because of him being on No Jumper. But as far as the conflict and it's like, I know what he's comfortable with. I've asked him, I said, would you sit down with Munchie? He said, hell the no, I don't with enemies. I said, would you, I've thrown out other names of like, would you be down for this person to even FaceTime in? Nah, I ain't comfortable with that. So, I acknowledge everybody's comfort zone. Like same thing with Brick. I asked Brick, you down to sit down with Munchie? He said, yeah. I said, you down to sit down with Big Deal? He said, yeah. It's like, I'm not trying to emphasize the negative side of it, but it is obviously that's part of what makes, hip hop media's wheels turn, because if the people just kumbaya and getting along is like obviously not the that's going to really make waves. But also from my perspective, like having a big crew of dudes who really with each other and get along is like best case scenario in terms of what we're building.
Okay, so I just want to let you know, bro, like all that's not hip hop. That's not what all that beef, all that gang and everything, like that's not hip hop, bro. Like,
well, it's part of the street culture that hip hop emerged from, right?
That's where we look. So what I'm saying is killing each other and shit like that on your platform, that's really not hip hop. That's just what some blacks go through in the inner city. That I want people to understand that's completely separate from hip hop.
I feel you. But I mean, yeah, no, for sure. Like that's real. To me, that's real life. Average gang member who gets killed in LA is not because of rap beef. Now, at the same time, I heard Boosie in a Vlad interview the other day say that most people that get killed in his city goes back to rap music. Most of it goes back to people who made songs about each other. I don't think that's true for LA, but it's definitely true for a lot of other cities. And, there's a lot of Instagram accounts that are dead set on chronicling every person who's in any way hip hop adjacent, who's gotten into, legal shit or whatever, killed people, whatever. It's like that obviously is not something that I encourage or want anything to do with. Obviously, I would be devastated if anybody with me met their demise by anything at all, even close to related to this podcast. But at the same time, I mean, I can't really think of any time that that's happened, and not even just on No Jumper, but just in general, where some podcast beef became somebody getting killed. That doesn't seem like, if it's serious enough that somebody's going to get killed over it, it's probably not being discussed the day before on a podcast.
I mean, you never know, bro. this podcast shit is deep.
Yeah, it's kind of different now, though. It's a lot of street that got mics in front of their face, for sure.
This is
for
true.
sure.
It's
definitely
like,
a lot of street niggas with mics.
I know you're not looking forward to that, but just it's happened, and we're gonna say we're rapping all that rappers. Yeah, it's happened like that. But now you bringing cats on the camera. You bringing cats on the camera, so. But it can happen, bro.
If the side effect of me giving somebody like 4X's or Brick a platform and a paycheck and basically changing their lives for the better, which is how they would characterize it, because somebody like Brick got out the streets or doesn't see the value and necessarily invest in his time into illegal shit. If the side effect of that is that maybe he ends up getting into an argument with somebody and maybe down the road something could happen where shit could get serious enough that somebody could really get hurt about it, I got to eat that. I got to accept that that is like a real possibility. But that being said, I mean, that hasn't really happened, and seems unlikely.
It damn near just happened. That when he got beat up, and that could have turned even.
That's the side effect of me, you know, maybe giving Wack a little bit too long of a leash and allowing him to have 15 dudes up in the spot. And
so you got a leash on Wack.
Not a literal leash, but you know,
I get what you're saying.
I mean, the technical rules is that like if you come in to do no jumping, you're only supposed to have 3 people with you.
Yeah. So now you just got to. So you
Wack,
hollered at him.
Wack got enough sway with the building that if he pulls up with 15 people, nobody's tripping. And there's never been an issue about it. And I feel like if Wack got 15 of his homies, we're probably safer than we would be if we didn't have 15 of Wack's homies, just because I see how they move real militant. Okay. But at the same time, some random dude shows up tripping, and you know, shit could definitely go left. That was not an ideal situation. Me and Wack had a very serious conversation about how he can't be bringing that kind of energy to the building and everything. But you know, it's like I do take these risks, but one thing about it is that it's like I don't really see a lot of people who are like more from the culture taking those same risks. You know, like
I could with that you do that, that you do platform.
I would hear AD say it all the time. Is like, who the else is taking people like us from the streets and giving us an opportunity to come on camera and change our lives? Which I didn't really think of it that way. And then hearing him say it over and over, I kept like realizing like, damn, that is kind of true. But at the same time, I mean, you know, I do look at Lemmy and the Zeus Network, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's not so far removed from the type of that feels more WWE to me.
Zeus.
So that's kind of like the difference, though. Like yours is Zeus's, but it's real type shit.
Yeah, it feels real.
Like that's the difference, though.
I only
for sure.
watched one episode of Baddies, but I couldn't even keep watching it because to me it just felt too much like you guys just got all these girls together and you just sort of like they're beating each other up every 5 seconds. Like it just didn't feel real enough. But I mean, that shit is unbelievably popular. So I got
Def, shout out to the Zeus Network. Speaking of all that, so what's going on? It seemed like I seen that you might be divorcing your lady. Is that the real thing?
Yeah, it's funny what people are saying.
You've seen the whispers, I'm sure.
I seen some titles about it. I didn't bother to watch it, but it's like we're literally working on having our next kid right now.
Yeah.
So we're going in the opposite direction. I understand how it looks to people because we be with other people and everything like that, but divorce has not been a conversation in a very long time. So
it was a conversation at one point then.
I mean, you know, when you're with your girl for a long enough time, you're always gonna have those moments where you're trying to figure out like, should I be with you or should we maybe be with other people or like whatever? And obviously the people, when they see her doing Instagram reels, joking about the Jason Love or whatever, I understand how that, we're just like basically setting it up for people to create narratives about us getting split up or whatever. But in the real world, it's like, I feel like going and doing more content every weekend, and I have to like, you know, it's hard for me to make that sacrifice because I actually just want to hang out with my girl and my kid every day. It's tough to go to work and do, you know, 9 hours of content when you really want to be around and you really want to go to your kids' ballet or whatever. But now we're super good right now, honestly.
Because it do seem that way, though.
You know, I feel it. But we also troll the out of it. And like, she even said to me, she's like, if you don't want people to think that we might be getting divorced, why'd you like mention the idea of us getting divorced 3 times in that podcast that we did with Wack? And I'm like, oh, did I? Like, I just be doing so much like hypothetical. I just like, to me, it's like,
it didn't seem hypothetical.
Discussing hypothetical is like a great way to like have a more interesting conversation. But if the hypothetical is like, if we got divorced, people can't help but just hear like, damn, he's talking about divorce. Like it must be close to happening, you know?
Yeah, the way you was like, it was like when we get divorced, it was like, that's how it came off.
Like it was about to happen?
Nah. I mean,
so y'all rocking, right?
If it happens, it happens because, I mean,
no, you can't say that.
It'd be great to be off the bench, go get a bunch of random for a few years, but I love it.
You able to do that now, though? You pay for it.
Yeah, we got all kinds of rules, you know. I'm kind of locked down.
So what's the rules like, man? Like a lot of these audience, well, I don't know a lot of them, but some of them probably like interested. Like,
so if I'm looking through Instagram and I see a girl who does porn and she's hot, I can send it to my girl and say, yo, you want to have her on the show? You want to pipe her? And I can. She's not gonna get. She's not gonna get jealous or mad about that at all.
Yeah.
But I can't, you know, I can't like meet a girl at the podcast studio or the strip club and bring her back to the crib and pipe her in the garage or whatever, get a hotel room, just go, run off and pipe, which would be fun.
Yeah.
But nah, it's like it's more of a business thing, it's got to be on the up and up. But it's also good too because it's like realistically, I ain't with a condom, so we gotta be tested. I can't really with a girl unless she's got a fresh test. Yeah. And also like I've seen what happens where you pipe a girl and you don't, she's a few drinks in and then she decides that it was something else a couple years later or whatever. So I feel like if anything, me and my girls together on camera is like the best insurance policy against all this potential taking place,
How do you, this is, I honestly just want to know, how do you feel like, how do you get your confidence up to another man, and another man is piping your girl? Like, what type of confidence do you got, bro?
Bro, that's the ultimate confidence, to be able to know that your girl's making content with another guy that day, which to be fair, like that only happened one time. But yeah, it was a transformative experience. It's a different thing. Most guys will never have to do that. And just like, I signed up for it, but then when it actually happened, it felt a little weird.
Like, what made you sign up? Like,
yeah, that is crazy.
When I heard about all that, like, I'm like, what type of man, I don't care what race, what type of man would like allow his girl to get piped by a dude?
So the whole thing in the porn world, I guess, is just that like as we got deeper and deeper into it, it just started to seem more and more not that big a deal. And then the other thing about the porn world is that it's like controversies basically, like it's way worse than the hip hop because, Joe Budden got a good business and they don't have that much controversy. Yeah. You could do a podcast on here that gets 100,000 views and you don't have to be screaming at each other. But meanwhile, like in porn, controversy is the number one. Like, who's the most viral girl this year? Lily Phillips, because she got by 100 guys in a row. Like that just, the controversy of that, the outrage of it is what made it. I think at a certain point we realized that the most controversial, craziest thing that we could do would her to be doing a scene with another guy and that it would like lift up everything that we're building. And it was a little intimidating at first, but at a certain point I was just like, you know what, let's do it. And now I'm at the point where it ain't even a big deal. Like me and her and Jason Love, we saw each other the other day and I was just like, yo, we should all do a scene together. And she couldn't believe that I was open-minded about it. And I'm like, no, let's get this money.
So wait.
You already fucked them. It's not a new body.
Wait up, John. Wait. So, all right. So I've been seeing mad pictures of him and Lennon. Like,
yeah.
I don't know, Lennon.
That was when we were in Vegas.
So you was in vicinity though.
Yeah. Well, we were right there. They only pipe once, trust me. And the reason why too is I feel like a lot of dudes don't understand that I have like 100% confidence in her always telling the truth to me, which is like, I never felt like that in another relationship, and I feel like a lot of dudes don't really feel like that, and I don't blame them because a lot of girls are grimy as but we wouldn't be able to be in the situation that we're in if I didn't feel like every single time I ask her a question, I'm getting a straight up answer, Yeah.
So
and we've been together 9 years almost.
So she really like it. Y'all really got that friendship.
Yeah, like I can't really lie to her. That like it really f***ed up the cheating thing after like the first year or two when I realized like, damn, like I can't lie to her the same way that I can't lie to my best homie. In the same way that like I would feel I can't just sit there and lie to Brick.
So
I can't lie to. I'm not gonna sit there and lie and wax face, right? Like that would feel all the way bad. With her, it's way worse because she's been with me through everything for 10 years. I was a regular dude when I met her, and now I'm whatever I am, and I can't even. The hipster kids downstairs when I was coming up in here were like, oh, Adam, what's up? That was not a thing when I met her, and so I can't. We just have like a level of bond that allows us to do that I think a lot of other people don't really.
Shout out to y'all, man.
What about where are your day ones like that from the sandbox? Like, cause I just heard you say like your
best friends were like
was Brick and Whack and shit. Like, so do you have like day one homies that you communicate with?
I do, but it's weird. Like I've done this like thought experiment of like think about every part of your life and think about who were your closest friends during that time period.
Yeah.
And it's like my whole like for the first from like 20 to 32. All my best friends from 12 to 32, all my best friends were BMX dudes.
Yeah.
And then around 32, is when I really started to like have some success with the hip hop. And all of a sudden I realized like these dudes, like even though I'm still good friends with them, I'm in a couple of different group chats with all these BMX dudes, and like, you know, I've been to their weddings and I with them and I got mad love for them. We don't really hang out like that because we don't do any of the same shit. They don't know about any of the shit that I'm doing. They wouldn't give a fuck or understand if they did. So at a certain point, it's like, you know, your day ones, like, do I have day ones in the hip hop? Not really.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't live in the same place. I live on the completely opposite side of the country. And it's hard to make friends when you're the boss because like a lot of people work for me. And it's like, I fuck with them, like somebody like Remo, I fuck with him so hard, but at the same time, it's always going to be a little weird when you're the one signing the paychecks, right?
Yeah, it is, for sure.
It's just not really, you know, it's always going to be that thing where he's not going to tell you to fuck off when he feels like it because he doesn't want to piss off his boss or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, I might be able to encourage him, like, you could check me. Him more than most people will check me and say, like, don't, I'll tell him a tweet I want to put up. He'll be like, bro, don't do that. You don't need to smoke right now. It'd be a bad look, rah, rah. He's somebody I can really kind of trust to, like, check me if I'm going to, you know, and tell me what I really need to hear. Same thing with my girl. But, yeah, I mean, that is kind of a weird thing, and it's lonely because a lot of my best friends who were more, like, in the hip-hop space when No Jumper blew up, we fell out because I was the boss, and at a certain point, it's like, you are not acting like a great employee because you're comfortable around me, you know? Like, you look at me as your homie, whereas a lot of the best employees I've ever had are the people where it's very clear, like, you work for me.
Yeah.
And we f- with each other, and we have love for each other, but ultimately, like, it's clear, like, if things weren't working out, I would fire you. And, you know, like,
Yo, you are funny.
firing people, like, ruined so many important friendships that I had because of the fact
sure.
that they were people I was really cool with beforehand. And anybody who's, like, really done business knows about that dynamic. And it sucks. It's terrible, but it is what it is.
But
I always
but
look
you
at. Go ahead.
But you reverted to two people that you employ as being your two best friends, Brick and Wack.
In the content
Isn't that the
space,
same-
they're two people I'm, like, very close with, talk about almost everything with, yeah.
There's nobody else outside of that? Like,
Oh, there's a lot of other people, but they just kind of stand out to me as like two people that, especially with like the kind of content that I do, I need people like them to tell me exactly what the is going on because, especially with the street, it's so complicated.
but why don't you do more transparent content then? Because like before, like I'm a fan of it, of course, but like now, even when I tune into it, it's more so like more East Side type of stuff. Like when I tune into it, I'm not tuning in for like just to get put on a new artist or like any hip hop or anything like that. It's just more so like you said, it's a lot of street stuff. So like, why don't you revert into like different type of content?
I mean, I feel like we do No Jumper is really two things at the same time. It's like interviewing people / like up and coming artists, and then there's like the crew vibe. There's the people hanging out on camera vibe, which is like the news, the No Jumper show, etc., where it's like they want to see a group of dudes talking about shit, which I'm lucky to have that because for a long time it was just interviewing people. And if the platform was having to exist right now off of just interviewing people, it would be tough, you know, because it's like you need to be able to make consistent content without always being able to find a new dude to interview, especially in this world now where a lot of the biggest artists, like I was trying to make a mental list of all the artists who popped off in 2024 musically, and most of them either didn't do an interview all year, or if they did an interview, they did like one interview.
But do they have platforms besides Capone and people like
I'm
that?
talking about artists though, like
In general, just as
somebody like, you know, Rio the Young OG gets out. He does $1 million worth of game. I think he's smart enough that he don't want to do 10 interviews. He knows that's not really good for him. You know, it's like, and it's like, it's so competitive with who people can do interviews with that it's just like, it's just all over the place. And so, you know, I feel like people want to see us hang out, talk about shit, and then they also want to see us put on new artists and everything like that. And I feel like, do we talk about street shit? For sure, but
What's your percentage based on like when you go into it, like to the office, like you said, we have a board. What's like your mindset on it? Do you go into it like, all right, we're gonna talk this week 80% street shit, and then break artists or do interviews, or is it just like shoot the shit?
it's really like whatever just comes our way. Like when I look at my calendar for next week, I got like 8 interviews I'm supposed to do. And then I also got to do the Tuesday show. I got to do the Adam and Wack show. And then they'll do the news 3 times next week. So I don't tell them what to talk about on the news. I kind of try to guide them in the right direction in terms of like, yo, it's, you know, the other day on the news, they had like a Logan Paul and Jake Paul thumbnail. And I was like, our audience don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, that's
Like,
a disgrace to boxing.
That's not, yeah, and it's not even a boxing match. It's a fake
They're fighting
promotional.
each other because they're running out
They're
of
not.
opponents.
They're doing a reality show
They
together.
ran out of opponents.
And they
No,
faked as
yeah.
if they were going to fight to hype up the reality show.
Yeah.
So I'm telling them, like, yo, for our thumbnails, like, our audience is much more interested in some, like, hardcore hip-hop or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, we're always just kind of trying to figure out what works. But really, it's like we're going to mostly talk about
Are you going to set up
the biggest.
You're gonna set up. You're supposed to set up a boxing match, right?
So Wack said that he took the lead on that with 4 extras and that he's trying to line up this whole night of fights. I don't really understand how the 4 extra thing gonna work because the fool he's supposed to fight is signed
He's
to
under contract.
to
That's
the
not gonna
UFC,
work.
right? So I don't think that makes sense. I don't think Dana White would allow that. Now, obviously, there's like a million people that would be down to fight 4 extras.
Yeah.
So
There's not undercard fights. But there's like up next. There's a lot of people that don't have like big names, but they just signed for like a fight.
I think he wants to get paid, so he probably don't want to be on the undercard for some like real boxer.
No, but y'all got the platform. If you pay, like even when I say with Jake Paul, if Jake Paul or any of them really wanted to fight somebody, pay somebody in the top 20 and go really box.
But that's the thing with Jake Paul is he don't want to fight like the next up and coming boxing champion because that don't matter to him. But he'll fight Mike Tyson because he gonna get paid off that shit, you know. So it's like Jake Paul's somebody he's like too smart to spend his time trying to really be a legit boxing champion. You know, it's like that's not going to be the thing that gets him paid. And with 4 extras, I think, you know, he just wants to get paid, period. I'm in the dark about how to organize a boxing match, so I'm trying to.
All you need is a sanctioned place, a referee that's sanctioned, 2 cornermen, and you can run it, especially if you have a promotion. You're the promoter.
Stream it.
I fight.
You got to get
So
a
I know.
venue. You got to stream it. You got to figure out how to
You have
like,
the
where
platform
you're
to stream.
selling this content. I don't know. It's a lot of shit that. That's why I like
The zone.
when Wack said that he thinks that he can take control of it and do it. I'm like amazing because I would love to just like study under you. Like if you know how to do this, I just want to stand next to you while you're doing it because then maybe I can figure out how to do it myself. I'm like very nervous about like having to be the guy that makes all this shit happen when I don't know anything about that world, you know?
Yeah.
It does.
Kev know that.
Definitely possible because like people have done it on smaller scales and bigger scales. Like even like when we tune into boxing, sometimes I want to watch a real fight. I'm not saying KSI and them are not a real fight,
right.
But I'll tune in on a stream or something. Then I see misfits, not necessarily the zone fighters like Top Rank and shit like that. But I would see like a social media fighter like me. I fight. I wouldn't mind going to make a bag. I'm not saying it's $50,000, but I don't know how much 4 extras got in mind. But there's fighters that he can fight, and by him and your label can take that person to the next level.
And I would love to make that happen. Although I remember there was a big boxing match like a year ago that Flacco went to, and he said Loose Cannon was just walking around that bitch just pressing people left and right, and I think he smacked somebody. That's definitely another concern. Is like, you know, the audience is a concern because all right, like in terms of the live podcast, I've thought about that before. Like, damn, I bet I could get Wack and Brick on good enough terms that we could do like a live podcast at the Novo or some. And that sounds like a great idea. And then I started thinking about what what the audience would be like. And I'm like, oh yeah, maybe that's a liability that I would be wise to not take on because
liability is definitely a big thing. But
liability is scary. Yep.
Hey,
watch the company you keep, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I got a question for you, and I've been quiet and shit. I just been pondering. But all right, you got 4 million subscribers, right? Around there roughly. And the homies, they roughly 200,000 subscribers. So that's a big gap in between subscribers. But do you feel that the homies is on you as far as impact, or probably even already past you as far as impact and with the streets of LA and shit like that in the media space? Do you feel like it's a 4 million to 200,000 subscriber gap between FMW and No Jumper, or you know in your heart that it's we neck and neck right here?
I wouldn't say neck and neck because I feel like even if you just look at the Wack Pod, that's like 200K every week, and I don't really see
That's
any
views,
of that shit
though.
doing that in terms of views. Yeah. That being
Talking about
said,
impact.
I'm not trying to take anything away from them. You know, like obviously they have the ability to get a banger episode at any given time. Like shit, they got Schoolboy Q, they did 1 million views, and I'm sure they probably got some more tricks up their sleeves. So I'm not trying to like take anything away from them. The thing about the 4 million or it's almost 5 million subscribers is that so much of that comes from interviews I did in 2016 or 2017. A lot of those people are dead, the subscribers. A lot of them are just not looking at YouTube anymore. A lot of them, you know, I could pull up like a random Lil Skies and Lil Xan music video that we uploaded that we got 20,000 subscribers from just that music video. Now, that's a good thing because having a bunch of subscribers is good, and maybe if I upload something that appeals to that audience, they'll click on it or whatever. But I mean, it is kind of misleading to say like, oh, I got 5 million subscribers, like, because, you know, even like our most successful interview last year was like Lil Woody. That got like 1.2 million views on the interview. So even that is like, that's 20% or a little bit more than 20% of our subscriber count. So it's like, you know, for a piece of content to get 5 million views would just be astonishing. But I mean, that's true of like Vlad too, is that, you know, Vlad, most of his clips will get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 views. Maybe like Boosie, but Boosie goes crazy. Boosie's like his most valuable person that he puts on camera. And like his most viral Boosie interviews, the clips will be like 400 or 500K on each clip. Maybe as time goes by, it'll be like 1 million. But Vlad got like 5 million subscribers or like 6 million subscribers or some shit. So it's just like doing content for 10 years, the subscriber count looks kind of crazy. Like, you know, a lot of younger channels don't really like have that problem, but I don't really like take this, like I never flex the subscriber count because to me, it's like, it's just a symbol of how many people have tapped the subscribe button over the years. And the fact that Back on Fake can do 1 million views off getting a Schoolboy Q interview with 200,000 subscribers that's dope. But it also doesn't even surprise me because I see people all the time who can get 1 million views on a video and I look at how many subscribers they got and it's 10,000.
That's why.
But they just came up with a really great title and a really good thumbnail and boom, they did it.
That. That's why I'm not even going off of numbers. I'm going off of impact.
Right.
So do you think No Jumper has more impact than FMW in the culture?
For sure. But
I disagree with that.
I think, okay, Figmunity probably got 100,000 subscribers or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's 1/50th of how many subscribers No Jumper got.
Exactly.
Do I think that No Jumper is 50 times more influential? I mean, that might be a stretch. But do I think we're more influential? Yeah, of course. But I also think there was a moment when they left where it felt like, oh, this shit is about to be huge. And then
that was a big thing when they left. For sure.
It was big because you had never seen a page like Academics or Say Cheese post about AD or T-Rail, and now all of a sudden it's a post of like they left. People are obsessed with podcast breakups. I see that all the time. It happens to me too. I was very, very interested in Call Her Daddy breaking up.
Yeah.
I never watched that shit before or after, but when they broke up, I was tuned in. So I mean, I do feel like, you know, they still have the potential. You know, they found ODM, and I think ODM is probably a real good addition to Back on Fig, right? Mm-hmm. So I mean, they got the potential to like make their shit huge. Do I feel like it's necessarily capitalized on the momentum that they had when they first dipped? Probably not, but there's nothing stopping them from getting there, you know?
Yeah, no, I think they're doing that shit for sure. 100%.
And let's do a little content then right quick. I'm gonna say a name, and you just give one word, whatever comes to your mind. All right?
Big time.
Let's go. Let's start
It's
Whack.
a good game.
That's for words, can't you, mind?
That's for words right there. So many words.
Fuck. Just wow. I feel like I would struggle to write like a paragraph about Wax. So choosing just one word is gonna be tough, but I'll just say content.
Content.
At this
Top
point,
tier.
Wax
Top
is all
tier
about
for
the
sure.
content. For
All
sure.
right. Pun.
Pun. Destruction. To elaborate, I do think like Pun has a real knack for the content game because he understands that it takes, you know, that destruction is palatable to the audience and that's going to get them tuned in. But I also feel like it seems to me like probably behind the scenes, there's some concern about that because I think sometimes people on there feel like they're getting used as content. You know, they feel like the same criticism that's always thrown at me, which is like, oh, you guys are bringing people on and building them up and then torturing them by taking their personal life. Like, ain't Pun the first one who brought the stet Heather to the forefront. I mean, if I was T-Rail, I wouldn't appreciate that. If you're really T-Rail's friend, you're not supposed to be making everybody wonder about your girl's past dating life. But Pun did the same thing to me. Pun basically damn near exposed some shit about my girl and made me talk about it. And like, you know, it's one thing to do that to your homie. It's another thing to do it to somebody you don't give a about. But I mean,
you did that type thing in the house phone.
That's what I'm saying. Involuntarily is a very complicated story,
that was a little
but
tricky.
Thank you, man.
you know, I was thinking about that earlier. Like the one thing that could have avoided all that is that if I knew that house phone had told me, then I wouldn't have.
Wait.
Sorry,
You can't just breeze past
if I knew
that,
that
bro.
house phone had then I would have never had her on. The problem is that he lied to me and told me that he didn't.
Wait, Adam, hold on. I never knew this. I swear to God, this is news to me.
Oh, okay. My
I
bad.
swear to God. So house phone nailed something that I never knew that. I swear to God. I never knew that.
He said he just got the top.
That's what I
I'll give him
thought.
the benefit of the doubt.
That's what I thought. This nigga crazy.
So he nailed.
I don't know. He said he just got top, so I'm gonna give him that and just say
But
shit.
once you cross the line, you cross the line.
But you saying he nailed?
I don't know. All right. So what happened? Like, just to give you the full story, I was at the AVN Awards. I'm talking to this one porn star chick I know on camera. She brings 3 other girls over. They're all trans, so they all used to be men and now present as women. They're all talking to me. They all say they want to come on a jump or whatever. One of them ends up, I end up talking about one of them on another podcast. She gets mad. She makes an Instagram reel talking. I immediately see the potential content-wise. I say, like, all right, you can come on the podcast.
She was talking shit about what, though?
She was talking shit about me for talking about her and, like, kind of joking around about her.
Okay.
You know.
She didn't mention house phone yet.
No. And so then she makes this reel. I respond to her. Oh, and then there was a reel on Instagram of me and Danny Mullen talking about her. So she drops a comment and she says, that's not what your boy house phone said when I was with him or some shit.
On the stream. This is like.
No, she left that as a comment on this Instagram reel.
And you seen that, though.
Yeah, so I take
confused too.
I screenshot it. I send it to the group chat. I go, bro, house phone, what the you doing?
So you sent that to house phone.
I sent it in the group chat, which is even more callous. And
You a funny bro. You really a crazy nigga.
This would be like you finding out that one of them did that. I'm not even thinking it's a possibility because I never knew that was even on the table.
Oh, you thought it was all jokes?
Exactly.
Okay,
but I am wondering, like, why is this saying this? Like, what the? So I sent it to the group chat.
Why did you do that though? Like, why did you?
Because he said he borderline think it's a joke.
He had no idea that fathom that
You
could
know,
be real.
it would be like you finding out that your homie that you've been friends with for 10 years was
I'm gonna tap
doing
in
some
with
wild.
I'm gonna tap in with the homie directly. I'm not going.
If I had taken it more seriously, I would have done
That's
that.
what he's saying. Like,
But
He didn't
either way,
think it was
all right,
serious,
so
but
he
that's what we
calls-
think he too, though.
He calls me. He's like, and he's telling me like, bro, this shit is retarded. This tripping, la. And
He's talking about the transgender.
Yeah.
This bitch tripping.
Why he saying that?
But it's weird because it's like he's acting like he's not stoked on it, but he's also not saying that it's not true.
Yeah.
You know, like I would think that if it was 100% not true, you'd be like, this lying. Why the f is she making this shit? Or you would kind of just like make a joke out of it if it was really not true. I would be laughing at it, you know?
Yeah.
And so then she comes on the podcast because it's still, I think it's a joke. She comes on the podcast with me and Danny Mullen, and she kind of like, right.
Oh, this is after you had the combo with house phone.
Yes.
but with the whole
Because he
chat,
told me it wasn't true.
Oh, okay,
I'm not thinking
okay.
it's even that big a deal. I'm not thinking she's going to be talking about it the whole time. As soon as the podcast starts, she brings it up over and over and over. And so,
And this is a live stream or is it
no,
pre-recorded?
it's just a podcast. But so then I hit him, and he's still denying it. I go, listen, I'm going to cut your name out of everything. I'm going to make sure they cut your name out of everything so they can't tell or whatever. So I tell the editor to cut it out. He cuts it out, but he didn't do this. He was new on the job. He didn't cut out
He
everything.
didn't do his homework.
He missed like one moment where she said his name in the background.
I don't know. About
I
that,
just cut a
man.
video yesterday.
Okay, but I don't edit.
know how you do that. You
I don't
edit
edit.
with headphones on.
I don't. I haven't edited something.
He said
in
he
like
ain't doing
8
it.
years.
So Adam.
Now, in retrospect, knowing how this all went, I wish I had sat there for an hour and watched this shit really
But isn't that what
made
you-
100% sure it was all
crazy.
cut out. Or you know what? You know what I would have done if he told me like, "Yo, bro, it was a moment of weakness. I piped." I would have been like, "I'm not putting it out. I don't want to."
As a friend, you should have like at least as your
As a friend, he should have
should've
told me the truth.
But no. But as his friend, you probably should.
He didn't probably want to come out the closet to you.
For sure, because he knows we all homophobic as. But at the same time,
You're
like,
homophobic?
No, you be.
I'm not
I mean,
homophobic.
in a funny way.
Teetering at him.
not
You be
in a
teetering.
like I'm not. I actually have gay friends. Don't give
I
a
know,
fuck.
I
However,
get
somebody
what
wants to
you're
live their
saying.
life. It's all cool.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what kind of jokes are we making in the group chat? Oh, this fool gay as f- he gay. Get him the fuck out. Kick him out the group
Okay.
chat. You know, we joke around about shit so much that like a lot of people would logically think that we were homophobic. So I don't blame him for lying to me, but I do believe that if he had told me, I would have just not put it out. Now, after the fact, I found out that they had a whole music video together.
Who?
Whoa, wait.
House
whoa,
phone and the
whoa,
girl.
Whoa, whoa,
What was they
whoa.
doing in this music video?
Rapping.
Together?
Together.
No, as a male or a female?
She was a woman. Like she got titties installed and all that.
And he was rapping with
He was rapping too, yeah.
Wait.
So that made me kind of think different about it. I'm like, well, if you did a whole song together.
So the video was after the situation.
No, the video was before, but I didn't do the homework to even realize that they had a video together.
But the video was before he allegedly did it up with the person.
And old boy was all Nicki
If I had to
Minaj.
guess, I would think that maybe they took place at the same time, but I don't know.
Hey, Adam, let me ask you this question, man.
That's crazy.
Have you?
The man?
I know you, huh?
Okay, no, okay.
This
If you
nigga-
weren't going to say that.
This nigga-
I knew you. I
this nigga got PTSD. Am I the man?
What?
What'd you say? I didn't hear.
Did he
Fuck a
man?
man. No. The answer is no.
Answer is no.
Now,
No, go ahead.
next question, Adam.
A lot of people ask
He
me.
beat you to the punch.
A lot of people do ask
Sometimes
me
you got
that.
to beat somebody to the punch.
A lot of people ask you if you a man.
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, I did do an
That's
April
crazy.
Fool's prank in which I posed with a gay porn star. So.
Now, why would you do something like?
But yeah, wait,
I don't give a fuck.
let me stay right here real quick because I'm curious.
That's my
though.
white side really coming into full bloom.
So so all right, because prior to that though, some random caught y'all walking like belling down the street.
Yeah, that was part of it. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that was all. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought y'all niggas got caught sneaking out, man. Yeah, this Adam sneaking. You know me.
You want to know the moment that felt the gayest of the whole thing?
What?
Is that when we were doing the photo shoot, the photographer goes, "Hey, you should sit on Adam's lap," and the gay dude goes, "I don't want to do that because my boyfriend gonna get mad at me."
Oh yeah, that's
And
crazy.
I was like, "Damn, like you got people in your life who care, who are taking this serious."
So you was really telling them like, yo man, like sit on my lap for this.
I don't know. That surprised me. And you know who Jack Doherty is?
yeah.
It's that dude's older brother.
Oh yeah.
Just happens to be a gay OnlyFans star.
Oh no, that's crazy.
But he's
yeah.
kind of popping, so that's why I got him to do it.
Did you hear about that OnlyFans model that fell off the balcony?
Yeah, what the?
Yeah, that was. You heard about that?
That was some like that's some Law and Order though.
I think it was in Brazil or some shit.
Oh, for real? I thought that was in Miami. That was actually
No,
very
that
crazy.
was some
Prayers up to
tricky
the
shit.
family.
That's unbelievable. Like,
Yeah, that was crazy.
think about how high the barrier is on the
Yeah,
balcony.
yeah. They probably had her.
That's what I mean.
Hop, like
And
popped
then
up on
think
that.
about a girl like standing up. Like,
Yeah.
she's not even close to as tall. Like the only thing I can think of is maybe they were like had her up on it. Like,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's sick as so I ain't gonna even
I
cap.
know, yeah.
That ain't gonna even cap, man. Prayers to her for
Pray
sure.
out to the family, man.
A shit show. So what you seen? What's your thoughts on the situation with academics in the group chat that he was on with the 15-year-old kid telling him he want to
I mean,
fuck the
and I
person and
think
shit.
Ack definitely should like.
You can get it.
Ack has been on stream more than anyone else that we know. You know, like he's doing these 10-hour sessions. Like, you know, he's way more comfortable being on camera. Well, to be fair though, it was on a Discord call, and I don't think he even knew that it was gonna be out there like that. You know, but
Yeah.
you know, he was just with a kid. I think it's up. He should be smarter than that. But at the same time, I'm not into canceling homies over that. Ultimately, is just jokes. You know.
But what you think about what he was saying though? Like you think that was jokes or you
I
play
think
like that with a kid?
It's weird. It's too much. He shouldn't have been doing it. But at the same time, when I think about it, like it was kind of weird having this conversation with Brick Baby because I realized that the older BMX dudes that I was hanging out with as a kid, it was the same dynamic that he was having with like the older gangbanger dudes from his hood, which is that like the 25-year-old dude who's still standing on the corner and the 25-year-old dude who's still riding BMX at the skate park are not necessarily like the coolest, most sophisticated dudes on earth sometimes. So
Yeah, those are the renegades of the community. Like the skaters and the bikers are considered not the gang members, but
Right.
like the taggers. You know, of the
in my
neighborhood.
world, honestly, yeah, like the graffiti dudes and the
ice
skaters,
tag. I feel you.
or almost like on the level that I think of like the type of dudes who become street dudes out here, because it's like we were just outside every day getting into bullshit, fighting, doing graffiti.
The conversation is different.
Yeah.
But then when you start saying what, like he said, it was some weird being said.
Yeah.
Like I think he asked would he do something with the other streamer. That was crazy.
Yeah.
That's where it got over the top.
And when I was 15, 16, like I just have memories of being at the skate park and having an older dude be like, "You got some yet? Yeah,
but that's different.
You ate ass yet? Oh, like all this type of shit that is like it would seem so up if it was on camera, but as me as a kid, it's kind of like, oh, you gotta figure out how to control yourself in those situations.
I get you.
It was to me. It was more so the tonalities that niggas act was saying. So you don't got no 15-year-old. You mean you don't got a 15-year-old you can right now? Like when I heard that, it sounded like I know 15-year-olds that I could right now.
Yeah.
Like you get what I'm trying to say? Like it was like that. Like it seemed like he was shocked that the didn't have a 15-year-old type.
I found out the whole dynamic though is that kid is like, he lives in Malaysia and he only speaks English, so he can't even have anything to do with any of the other kids his age. So he like literally comes home, gets on
straight to the internet
every day, which kind of like
I thought he was from the Bronx. He was
Nah. He in Malaysia. He like a refugee. I don't know what happened with his parents. I think his mom passed away. I don't know what happened with the father. But it's up though for sure. I think it's fucked up.
So here's my question: is what's going on with the you and T-Rail relationship? Like the sign came down. A lot of people.
That sign right there.
There it goes. That's the golden sign.
Okay. The golden shit.
So I mean, a lot of people want to know like how much love y'all still have for each other. Is weird. And then like even I seen a clip of you in the Reddit and you're watching Billie Jean and you're kind of hyping it up. And he's saying in the song, she likes the boys in the band. And you're saying like, who did that sound like? And obviously the Reddit is running with the narrative that you were saying that maybe Heather initially came around for Adam 22. She ended up getting married to Lush.
What? No, I never.
You crazy for that line,
crazy as a motherfucker. Shout out Heather, but it's
you crazy. No,
but no, I wasn't even. I seen that after I did that, and I was like, people crazy for that.
I was
type
thinking,
of,
I'm like, it could kind of be about whoever you were talking about.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be about them.
No, that like I see a lot of that type shit happens when I like do some shit on here, then they're correlated to them and shit.
Yeah.
Because how I play on the internet, but I don't got no quarrels with them. But they might feel a way that you right here, but I don't know why though.
I mean, if you let me come up here and say crazy, horrible shit about them and then like argue or state your piece or whatever, then I guess I could understand them being mad. But did they really think that everybody that they're cool with was never going to with me or No Jumper ever again, especially when they have everybody from No Jumper on their platform?
Yeah.
And I don't even bat an eyelash to it. I mean, that just seems kind of like unrealistic. I don't know.
Flock over there as a double agent, kid.
Nah, he'd be doing that out of the goodness of his own heart.
So do you be feeling the way when you see Flacco like go over there?
Or do you feel like he double agenting you?
I felt totally fine about it like before, but it kind of makes me feel different about it now because I feel like they're kind of like losing momentum and T-Rail just kind of looks like lost in the woods on stream. And I feel like, damn, like his only cheat code to pull out is to have a No Jumper host on, because it feels like the fans are not really trying to see him with his homies. So it's like he's got to call Flacco, and that makes me feel like, Flacco, why are you going and giving him the sauce for free when you know that he needs your sauce right now? Pause.
What makes you think that, though?
I don't think he needs that Flacco sauce. Flacco is good at what we do. I really fuck with Flacco do, but...
We could look at the numbers, and they be averaging on Back and Fig like 40K, and then they have Flacco on, and they get 90K. And it's kind of like, damn, like, Flacco, like, you got to understand how valuable you are to that kind of platform. So even if it was like, yo, they're giving him $300, I'd be like, well, I can't hate on that at all. That's like, that's a little shift at work.
You be telling Flacco you shouldn't go sometimes?
We might have had conversations about what should the strategy be.
That's hate.
Strategy, like, what are we doing?
Agent.
But at the same time, I like it. And even same thing with Almighty and Brick going on there before. It's like, well, if Brick's going to go on there and make everybody at home watching that feel like, oh, No Jumper's got some cool people on there, No Jumper. I like Brick. I want to see more of Brick. I'm gonna watch the Tuesday show every week. That's a W for us. So it's like I can't even really be mad about it.
On the next contract, would you put it in the fine print? Like, you can't. You only got X amount of times to go over there.
I mean, that does sound kind of smart, but I do feel like it almost should be like not in the contract. It should just be a conversation. Like even when I brought 4 extras on, I kind of told them like, yo, if we're gonna do this,
You know what you're doing when
I'm
you
gonna
ask that, though.
But if I'm gonna pay you X amount of dollars, because this is the dynamic that happens. I bring somebody like 4 extras on. I seen it happen with Crip Mac. I seen it happen with a bunch of people where we'll do a crazy interview. The interview gets a lot of views. There are a million other channels that are gonna hit that person up and be like, yo, I got $1,000 for you. I got $2,000 for you. Come on here. And then they basically ask about every single thing that we just talked about on the podcast. And to me, that's it kind of dilutes like what we're doing, you know?
Yeah.
Big deal. What's the word?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, yeah, shout out to you, man. I see you over there holding it down, man. You feel me? Yeah, I seen the attack game that they was trying to come with, but you ran them down. You feel me? And, shame on MACKwop, you know what I'm saying, for turning me away and not letting me in. And shout out to Tiny for just getting up. He was finna open the door for me. He thought I was outside.
Oh, shit. So are you saying that when MACKwop turned you down, that was a lot like when T-Rail had that Back on Fig clip deleted from your YouTube channel and he gave you a strike?
Yeah, it was like that.
So you saying that they're two cold-hearted, grimy content creators, huh?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Nah.
You ran the boy King down. He can't even sit on the couch no more. He over there taking orders. Did he leave?
I don't see him right now. I don't know what he's doing.
Kim had to go deal with something I saw on the phone, man.
I'm around the corner if you need me.
Oh, all right. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I appreciate it.
Shout out
Groove.
Big Deal, man.
All right.
All right.
Big Groove.
Big Groove.
Yeah, when you gonna have Big Deal back up?
Shit, we got to do it. We got the news going now. Here's somebody I want to
pull up on
start inserting them into that. I thought I still got to like. I feel like him and 4 extras would be a great conversation.
That's not happening.
I don't think 4 extras is all the way there.
That is not happening.
there either.
Big Deal definitely not there.
What makes you do that? Like out of everybody on them
That's gonna
couches,
rip the
what
building
makes
down
you do?
for
Adam,
sure.
honestly,
If there's people who have historically not been able to f with each other because of their neighborhoods, but maybe like they're both in their 30s, they're grown men, they don't necessarily have those same hangups, and we can bring them together. I feel like that's like best case scenario.
but these two
These two right here, though.
them
But Brick did
energies.
it because I feel like Big Deal ain't tripping. It's not Treyway. Treyway is some other.
But
you
like,
know?
why
Big
put
Deal
your
gonna
hand
trip.
in those bags?
Big Deal tripping.
Why
For sure.
those bags?
He gonna trip.
Why those
Oh,
bags?
really?
For sure.
Shit. Well, he puts on a good face to me. He never said nothing that made me think.
That's because it ain't no.
And that, all right, and
ain't
right
no-
there though, and that's what make it like you in the you get what I'm saying? Because you're not even knowing like. And shout out to I what you're doing, mind you though, but it's a you get what I'm saying? Like shout out Big Deal too though.
There's a lot of shit like that. There's X4 songs that I didn't hear until recently where I'm like, damn.
But see,
It's
that's
like that?
See, that's that. You don't do your due diligence. You don't check this shit
I
out.
do as much due diligence as I can, but like
That's
the
dangerous,
X4 shit
Adam.
is like old leaked songs that like I didn't even know about before he popped off. As far as Big Deal, if he has a super disrespectful streak, I ain't seen it. You
That's
know,
irresponsible.
I seen him sit down with Brick Baby and it ain't none. It's
I
all
thought that was a
smiles.
dope. I thought that was dope.
Because you don't got you ain't doing all that. Don't mean that you ain't on that.
Yeah.
Like that. Like he
You
just
gotta-
groove his groove differently. Like just the his rah, his laid
Yeah,
back.
he a laid back, nigga.
Tripping. It's all type of
Bears in the
what you
chat.
call it that's going on. But I'm saying
I was at the store and I was with YBG and Big Deal was coming and I told both of them and Big Deal laughed at me like, I don't give a f.
yeah, I just
Who is
I
YBG?
just-
Don't give a
I
fuck
just
about all
seen
that.
YBG at a football game. It's
Who is YBG?
Gordy.
YBG's Brick something.
Keem Peoples. Gordy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that Big Deal ain't tripping about nothing if it ain't like
All right.
super close
Do it,
to
do
him.
it.
I gotta do a little more research.
Yeah, I think you do. You gotta listen to some SoundClouds, and I'm just saying that's like the responsible thing to do if you're gonna have these caliber
But
people.
I wouldn't do it unless they both agreed to it, and I don't think either of them are gonna do a setup where we're gonna come in and obviously we're gonna have that situation secure regardless.
Yeah,
But
Deal-
Big
Big
Deal
Deal
don't even matter because 4 extras is so not gonna do it that it ain't even a possibility.
yeah, because
Well, what's going on with I seen that what's his name trying to go at you? What's bro name? I forgot his Yuri. What's the situation with that man? He coming to get you.
You know, that's the last gasps of a failed live streamer are the lawsuit, I guess, you know? It's like, right.
I fuck with Yuri, though. He dope in the content space.
Fucked with him. He
really
left
good in this
Jumper
space.
to try to do his own thing streaming, and his numbers went.
It's a process. It's a process.
It's a process, but when all signs are pointing down, it's hard to look at it as a process and more of like a forfeit. Like, oh, this just ain't really working.
Supposed to just quit on it? Come on.
Shout out.
Like
Keep
he's probably
going, Yuri,
kinda
man. I
close to
believe.
quitting,
So
but-
that the case that he's trying to get to you, like that. What he said? What was it?
He's trying to argue that, I mean, because, all right, there's two things. It's like he's trying to, like, he worked for us for a period of time, right? And so in terms of like a workplace unlawful termination case or whatever, that's got to be all stuff that happened before he left. Then he's also taking all this other stuff that happened after he left, and he's trying to throw that in there. Like, he said that, like, Lush's baby was going to be a crack baby, and his baby was going to come out addicted to meth.
Damn.
And so then Lush pulled up to his crib.
Oh, trying to squab
He didn't
him?
want to come out.
Oh, that was real.
But now this person is suing and acting as if Lush going to his house was this crazy affront to him, when in reality, he was talking all this crazy shit, and then he hid under his desk when Lush pulled up with Comparator. Let's be fair. They were ready to do whatever. And then even after that, like, I remember Yuri sent guys with guns to run up to the pop-up.
Oh, the Russians.
They popped up at the pop-up.
Oh, not
So,
the
I mean, Yuri it's the last gas of a failed YouTuber. And you know, I just look at it as sad as I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to, like, putting it all in front of his lawyer's eyes and letting his lawyer realize the extent to which he was lied to, because his lawyer would have never took this case if he actually understood what the happened.
Because you lawyered up, it sounds like.
Oh, I've been lawyered up.
It sounds like you got money in the tuck for that.
I don't buy cars. I don't buy clothes.
You buy lawyers.
You buy lawyers.
You buy Jewish lawyers.
Whatever color they come, it is what it is.
So what about
Give me a
Dejan?
Palestinian.
So is that Dejan shit? Did that hold any weight about him getting shot up there, man?
Let me ask you something. Does anyone here, is there any Dejan truthers? Like, is there anybody that believes that he actually
Nah,
got popped?
Nah, I don't believe.
Because I did hear
shit.
T-Rail say that he thinks he got grazed.
Yeah,
And I'm like, damn, I wonder if
report.
you're the only one who thinks he got grazed.
What
'Cause I
did
feel
the
like
doctor
everybody
report
else
say he got
knows.
grazed?
I mean, when T-Rail read it, he said it was it's a medical term
Flesh
for
wound?
being grazed.
Flesh wound, like that said on Bad Boys?
Nah, it don't say flesh wound. It's a medical term that they use, a braze or something like that.
So nothing, no gun went off. They said so. No accidental gun went off by the security and shit.
No comment if a gun went off. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
But, you know, there's so many gunshots in my world, I don't even notice.
Yeah, you know what that means. I did get grazed.
But this is what I can say.
Fucking Mook got shot for real.
Fucking move. That was the best pun content in a long time. Yo, that was funny as fuck. Nah, but I'm gonna say,
So,
is that he went to the hospital right after. The hospital said, we don't see any evidence that anything happened. We told them to do the workers' comp. We got to figure out, you know, like, did you get hit or not? So let's do the workers' comp. Workers' comp said, we ain't giving you any money. You have to. So when workers' comp says that.
well, yeah, you got to have a doctor's note.
What workers' comp was like 4 days after it happened. The hospital was like an hour, 2 hours after it happened. So if both of those parties conclude, and I'm gonna be real, I was there. I seen people looking at the area that he felt like got hit, whatever. It's like if all that's not there, I would have been got sued if there was any truth to that.
I got a quick question. So when you
There's
was right
Dr.
there when all this went down.
I was
right?
in the building.
proximity.
I wasn't exactly there.
You're always in the
Okay,
vicinity.
I was
Always.
in my office.
You're never there, but you're always.
Honestly, I was in my
There.
office answering emails, and there was so many people there was a Plug Talk photo shoot going on. There was like all the workers. We had way more workers at that time. I think they were recording the news and there was mad people.
Allegedly, when all this transpired, and they tapped in with you, like when you seen Dejan, like how was he looking? Like was he yelling? Allegedly,
He was the best way I could describe it would have been like he was impersonating what a person who had been traumatized might look like.
so you think
It did not come off as sincere to
Well,
me.
he was waiting on an opportunity, you said.
Which is just mind blowing because how the do you like hear a loud noise and then immediately To be fair though, he went into the bathroom for like 5 minutes. I think he was sitting there thinking like, is this it? Is this how I should make my grand exit? But then honestly, when I seen him do that shit with Figmunity, where he like basically lied and like acted as if he was being the target of this homophobic campaign.
Yeah, that was crazy.
When
for
the
sure.
reality was, from my perspective, he said some up about Keem, and it became uncomfortable for him to be around. Not to mention the attitude that he was having towards Stet and all that. It seemed like that was the reason why it didn't work out. It had absolutely nothing to do with people calling him gay. But then when he put out that statement, it was 100%. They called me gay.
It sounded a little lawsuity.
Yeah,
the way he was wording it. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest though, like I had a conversation with my lawyer about that, and my lawyer said that there's very much like precedent for people doing stuff like a podcast. That of course there's going to be conversations about your sexuality.
Of course,
you know,
but
like how
made it a
that's
joke.
a normal podcast thing. So I think it's actually like much harder to sue for that kind of thing than Dejan probably wishes that it was.
Yeah.
So you think he just walking around looking for lawsuits?
I mean, I don't think anybody's ever going to hire him again, so that might be kind of tough. But yeah, for sure, he would have been the guy who didn't fit in the back of the Uber, so he sued like that one girl.
Oh,
I think Dejan was good at on his camera. To be real.
That was crazy. That was
Niggas out there.
You know he's just looking for that opportunity.
I know. That's
if
what
that
I'm saying.
happened to him, granted he's nowhere near as fat as that bitch, he would do that.
So no jumper to him was Walmart water on the ground. Like I'm gonna just go slip. Like he like that. He
I
saw a
think
bunch
that
of gang members.
If he saw a bunch of water on the ground, he would have done that. He would have gave himself a concussion on
That's what I'm
purpose.
saying.
Shit, if I see a bunch of water on the
he
ground,
saw
I
a
might
bunch of gang
slip on that
members.
buff.
He heard a loud noise and decided, gunshot. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm saying I got shot.
But
Like if you saw water on the floor.
I honestly, like, it's up for me to imagine that because to me, it's like me and Josh had so many like cool, positive conversations with him, and I feel like around that time, the audience was like really warming up to him. He was doing a lot of funny shit. You remember when he dressed up like a chemist and he was making fun of Lush and saying like, "Oh, we're cooking up meth."
Yeah, you should get your ass beat up.
That was funny. Yeah, that is up. And as Lush's friend, I think that's up. But from a humor perspective,
You had to correct yourself.
That shit was
great.
In
fucking
hindsight, it was fucked up in
But I
hindsight.
was with Lush at the time, so it felt like a great idea. But like, you remember the time when they were doing the weight loss thing, or like how much he weighed, and he stood up and he had put a bunch of bags of chips in his shirt, so the chips fell out everywhere.
Oh my
that
God.
was funny. He did a whole episode of the news where he was sitting on a stationary exercise bike. Like he was doing a lot of.
He's theatrical. He's theatrical.
But by the time I actually watched like 2 full episodes of Fair to Say because I was so intrigued by him leaving that shit, and it didn't feel like he had any of that magic left in him. It felt like it was just like a real just gay dude just complaining and just being and just like he made me feel for Stet on a level that I didn't think I was capable of.
I feel like Stet should have when he called.
No, I with that, man. I think he got potential to grow on this.
Yeah.
I with that, man.
He just didn't respond to you or what?
No, we had a little conversation. Honestly, I respect Stet because his whole thing with starting his podcast is like
I'm at the other.
he don't want to do the thing where he just like go with the ops immediately, which I think is probably a good idea on his part because I just seen this shit happen with Rory and Mal. They fired this guy named Julian, and Julian immediately gets on a Twitter space with Joe Budden. And that's like a lot of people were saying you look like a goofball for that,
So for you to reach out to him, I mean, you really keep up with FMW.
Nah, he keep up with FMW.
You have to.
Nah, it ain't no through no damn Reddit, man. This nigga tapped the right here, bro.
But there's very few people where I watch their full podcasts in general. It's so much easier to watch clips on people's shit. They're going to tell me when it's something that's actually important.
But you scouting the competition, though.
For sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, man. I know these doing it up over there, bro.
So,
Doing some
so with
stuff.
FM, I mean, like, are you proud? Just keep it 100. Like, are you proud, like, of their success, their growth?
The branch off.
I'm
Are you
proud.
hating on them?
You know
Nah,
what I'm
for sure.
proud of?
That's a good question, though.
There's
For
some
sure.
parts I'm proud of and some parts I hate on. Like when I see, I feel like AD got a good dynamic with Malone and
Yeah, that's dope as fuck.
Yeah.
like
for
that.
sure.
I feel like this is a good dynamic. You've actually put something dope together here. Do I feel that about T-Rell? Less so. I feel like he should have emphasized you. I feel like he should have de-emphasized Heather a little bit.
That's
I
hate.
think
You could be hating on there.
he should not have the superiority complex with Smack because you half a retard too, T-Rell. He ain't really that different than you. I'm going to be real with you. Like, Smack has his shortcomings, but T-Rell, you ain't that different than him. And it turns the audience off when you act like you're Albert Einstein and Smack ain't. I don't like when he does that. I think he really fucks up when like people offer criticism and he's just like, yo, y'all, fuck your mama. Your mama ain't like people don't want to hear that. Like that's.
So you're saying he's not transparent?
But he feel like that's. Okay, my fault.
You're right. That's Reddit narrative type. But when I see those clips,
narratives.
I just think like, bro, that's not what people want to see. They want to see you listen to your audience.
But he be feeling that those aren't genuine takes. He feel like those are your people coming in hating on him and just trying to antagonize him.
I mean, maybe it is a little bit of that, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like he had nothing but love when they left. It was like unbelievable how much support they had. And I feel like because of a lot of bad moves, for instance, like over censoring the Reddit, removing positive shit about AD and the other people, and then like, or leaving and then leaving up negative stuff about the other hosts, and then like making it so you can't even say anything about his girl. I feel like that's like a bad play. I think that he should be smarter than that.
But you filter out no jumper Reddit, I'm sure, to how you like it.
We have moderation, but at the same time, like,
To what extent?
you know, you can't talk about somebody's kids. You can't spread fake. There's just like there's a certain level of negativity that I think you shouldn't allow in your Reddit, because at a certain point it's going to become so much of that.
But
you know,
wasn't that one of the problems that T-Roll and them have with you? Was the Reddit that you?
Yeah, you leaving up them narratives on them.
Deleting shit about you and shit, but leaving shit about their family and shit up
right?
there.
And I'm gonna tell you that when they left, there might have not been any narrative that pissed me off more than that one, because I woke up every day for a couple years there and went on that Reddit and deleted pictures of people's kids and banned people permanently for posting pictures of people's kids and banned.
Yeah, that's out of pocket.
Yeah, I mean, even the picture of the kid is just like, that's all I need to know about you if you're posting a picture of somebody's kid in order to get at them. Like that's the trashiest, weakest thing I could ever think of. So like, I just like went out of my way so much, told the mods, every single mod knew, like, this is what we're deleting. And if somebody has a negative take about, if somebody wants to say, hey, AD sucks at podcasting, it's all good. If somebody wants to say AD sucks as a dad, you got to get rid of that. That's like, I'm not trying to have that kind of going on there. And the thing is like, you can look at the No Jumper Reddit and see all kinds of negative shit about me. You can't spread like blatant lies about me or whoever, but you could say, you could have all kinds of negative takes. I read takes on there all the time that I kind of feel like deleting, and I don't delete them because I want to preserve a sense that real conversation.
You don't just slip one in
here.
like, that one. There's 2 minutes. It's only been 2 minutes. Only two niggas.
Nah, like if somebody's take is like Adam's a or Adam don't really f with his hosts, or Adam's using his host for content or whatever, I don't give a f. That means
But what if it's like
nothing
a
to me.
deep dive that you really think could like switch the mindset of the people sitting next to you?
I mean, sometimes it is weird because you feel like, damn, like, are the other hosts going to read this and they're going to like take it more serious than I think they should? But I'll give you an edge case, like things that are on the edge. Is like the other day I blocked somebody and deleted their post because they posted a thing basically explaining why they think I'm a white nationalist.
Okay.
And that to me was like, on one hand, that's your opinion. And I kind of feel like it's fair for you to say that if you believe that. But I read it and I said, I don't think you've like made enough of an argument to actually like be making such a big claim. So to me, that was over the line. So me being a Nazi is like right on the edge of, like, if it was well supported and if he had like actually like named off some good instances where it was like, look at Adam, he's racist because of this, this, and this, I wouldn't have deleted it.
Like when they just jump off and say you're a culture vulture or something and not
culture vulture, I don't give a fuck.
I'm just saying, but not you want blatant facts.
I mean, that's just like such a common opinion. That's such a common take that it would be crazy for me to block people for saying that. You know?
Yeah, exactly. So
let me ask you this real quick, Adam.
Adam, what's your definition of? I want to hear your definition of a culture vulture. What do you think?
I think a culture vulture is somebody, when you think about a vulture, they're coming from another place.
Okay.
And then they're swooping in and they're literally like eating the meat off of a dead animal that's already dead. They didn't do the killing themselves, but they're swooping in and just sort of scavenging the last, bits of nutrition off of something that is not theirs.
So that's okay. That kind of like 2.0. Hold on, because it's like
not dead.
All right, so You could be like a 2.0 one thing, like it's like you, cause you came from the BMXs type. Let me cook.
His analogy about the cook.
So it's like you came in, but then the shit not dead, but you like expediting the process to get it dead, so you could pick off the carcass of the shit.
Wait, what's you're talking about? BMX being dead or
No. Like how you come in and then you just chime in on gang culture and all this type of shit.
Which, because I'm from a place that's like 10% black. I'm from a place that has no gang activity that's worth mentioning.
That's the vulture part, swooping in.
On the highway for like a good half hour before I got to a city that has some good gang activity going on.
Where is that? You don't mind me asking?
New Hampshire, like right outside Boston.
For sure.
And so basically, like, you know, I understand that argument, but my thing is like, nobody ever even thought about saying that about me until I became successful. I've been an avid hip hop nerd since I was like 8 or 9 years old. So I feel like, you know, anybody who has a conversation with me about hip hop, you might be able to pick out certain things of like, you don't have a valid perspective on that. You don't understand this era or whatever. I feel like I'm pretty specialized in essentially like everything that's happened in hip hop since like the mid 90s when I really became 100% tuned in. And, you know, I feel like if I grew up in Inglewood, then nobody would be able to call me a culture vulture because it'd be like, well, he's from here.
Well,
now, I feel like I've been obsessed with paying attention to hip hop like my whole life. So even though I am from a place, I moved out of New Hampshire when I was 19 or 20 and moved to New York and fully, you know, was I fully like in hip hop? Now I was really more in BMX, but hip hop has always been like the thing that I was like primarily interested in. So it doesn't really like make me trip out when people say it because it's like anybody who makes content about that's going on in the streets or in hip hop that is kind of from outside that, like it's a reasonable thing to say about Flacco because he's from North Dakota. You're not from here. You talk about it. Well, you're kind of a culture vulture.
Yeah, I think Flacco's strange too, though. No, they think niggas think he's
black, so it's like he gets a little bit more leeway.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you mentioned the people being dead or whatever, I mean, so basically you're like a culture predator. You know, looking towards the prey.
I'll put it like this: is like I know a dude who makes YouTube videos that I watch all the time that are about Scrabble. About like the most memorable Scrabble games of all time.
Okay.
And he specializes in Scrabble. He makes videos about crazy Scrabble. I'm interested in Scrabble. I watch all his videos. I'm just a guy who is like a YouTuber who happens to be highly specialized in hip hop. And before this, it was BMX. And realistically, if hip hop died tomorrow, I don't know what that would have to consist of or how that would happen. I would probably be trying to think, well, there's all kinds of other shit that I'm interested in. Maybe I should make videos about that. So I guess I like it doesn't even really sound like an insult to me. It just sounds like a less flattering description of really what we're all doing.
Yeah.
I want you to define one more word for me, please.
Sure.
Hip hop. When you say hip hop, what does hip hop
That's almost my question.
I mean, hip hop's original definition was the 4 elements, which is breakdancing, graffiti, DJing, and rapping. As time goes by, obviously the culture changes. None of us talk about breakdancing. Most of us don't really care about graffiti that much. Spinning records, scratching, obviously that damn near doesn't exist. So I feel like, you know, hip hop is basically like rap music and then all of the other things that are sort of like tangentially connected to that. Like, is gang 100% part of hip hop? Well, it's like connected to it. For sure, you would have a hard time understanding most of the biggest hip hop artists of the last 10 years if you didn't really like understand that there were gang politics involved in a lot of their shit. But then also in addition to that, you know, we were just talking about Zeus. Is Zeus hip hop? I think not so much, but it's definitely kind of related to hip hop when a lot of the most popular personalities on there are rappers or people who have been rappers at some point. So I mean,
it's
kind of expansive.
See, yeah, okay. See, well, hip hop to me is just simple. It's just black culture. That's hip hop to me. It's black culture. So when you say hip hop, when you say I've been in the hip hop and all that, I'm hearing black culture. I'm replacing your word hip hop with black culture.
That's what I was getting at.
And that's so when you have your when you talk about how you got in the game and why you be in the game and what you into, when you say hip hop it all come back down to black culture, which why I believe that you're a culture vulture, because you, like you said, you have two different lives. You got the white life and then you got the other lives. That's the culture vulture part when you go to the other lives.
I think,
and then you could go back to the white line.
Hip hop comes from black culture for sure, but I also think that it's kind of bigger than that at this point. Like, there's all kinds of rap podcasts that focus on Mexican artists that probably will never have a black artist on. Somebody like American Cholo, Lucky with Hoodstocks, LA Icon, etc. There's a relatively thriving Hispanic hip hop scene that basically damn near ignores the existence of black people. I know tons of white rappers that I consider, hip hop, that probably have all kinds of black friends and black people that do music with and black people that shoot their videos and collaborate with them on beats and all kinds of shit, but it's ultimately white dudes that get on stage. So I feel you, but I feel like hip hop at this point is so big that, to me, saying it's just black culture, like, I'll give you an example. As I listen to Thomas Sowell's podcast that he does with Glenn Lowry, it's like two black economists, and they're like, basically academics. They're like way smarter than me or any of us, and they probably wouldn't be able to pick LL Cool J out of a lineup. They probably wouldn't be able to say that's 50 Cent and that's Jay-Z. They're black, and they do a black podcast, and it's based around their culture. Their culture has absolutely nothing to do with hip hop. And I do feel like saying, I deal with black people a lot of times, like doing these private schools, whatever. I'll be having a conversation with some black dad, and I realize that this guy has no connection to any of this shit I do. Every single thing that I talked about on my podcast this week would be news to him. And that the black experience is not the same as hip hop, because hip hop is so much bigger than just that at this point, I think.
Stay right there. I coach at a private black school. It kind of like made me feel away when you said a normal white life and all you did was resort to waking up in the morning, going to this place, doing that, when every day I coach kids that never lived the lifestyle that I lived, and that's also a normal black life.
You're right.
That's why people, when you say those type of things, people look at you in a certain way, because you probably shouldn't say normal, because what you see and what you involve yourself around is not necessarily, I'm not saying my people from the East Side aren't normal, but that's not the everyday black person.
Nah, yeah, I'm kind of like satirizing like my own existence, because it just stands out to me so much that a lot of times I can be in the 40s doing a vlog, and then why do you like always consume black culture with that? Why can't you go back to, like, I don't know what your content consists of, like freestyles, and like you did the Dat Piff guy, like that was good content. But why don't you resort back to that rather than like gotta sit? I don't know, like I understand give these guys an opportunity, but why can't you give other people that might be from Texas or from Illinois that might not even know, well, not Illinois, but like Manhattan or wherever, not know about gang culture or really give a damn to tune in on that? To like get a freestyle from somebody on SoundCloud that you can potentially, because you have the keys. Right. I mean, we do that all the time. Like we have people do these freestyle performances, and it's all walks of life. We have people doing it who are like clearly gang members. We have people who are more on
but that's where we're going back
artsy
to
side. Yeah. To me, it's not like, I don't conflate the average black person's existence with, like, the average black person in America does not have any clue about what's going on No Jumper or other platforms. Like, if you were to even say like what percentage of the average black person in America really is like an avid hip hop fan.
No, but even when they're hip hop fans, like I coach a boxing. When I resort to like a conversation, I say like, oh, the No Jumper, oh, the interview. Because I consume it. Sometimes I expect people to consume the same thing, but it could be a black person living a normal life that don't know nothing about No Jumper. But what I'm saying is it because what you have people consuming? Like, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, obviously our platform has kind of gone in the direction of a lot of street. Now, my one thing I will say about that is that if you want to put people from LA who make sense on camera talking about hip hop, them being from a neighborhood is damn near inevitable.
Not necessarily.
It's you have your Dejans.
But you have people like me. I grew up in it, but I decided not to be in it. I skated. I did everything. I've been through fights just because I skated.
And for sure, like, House Phone was a big part of the podcast for a long time. He's from Hawthorne, didn't join a gang.
What's the other dude? Pop Lord. He went to Venice. He was a person.
Pop Lord in the streets,
He
nigga.
was no, but he was
chases people
what
down
I'm-
with glitter.
I don't know what he does outside of that, but I'm saying that's a different caliber, a different type of black dude. He might live in the hood, but before Lupe Fiasco said kick push skateboarding with some white boys. You feel me? So what I'm saying is there's people you can, because you're of the culture in a way, there's black kids that live in those neighborhoods that are gonna get your platform off of you being of the culture, but not necessarily tap in with that. So why don't you kind of like wiggle away from that? Because you wanted to getting rid of those other guys.
No, I didn't get rid of them. They left. But I interview a lot of people who are basically like, you know, from like a more, like you mentioned, the Dat Piff dude,
that was dope.
Skateboarders, different sort of artsy type artists, people who just basically are not from the gang necessarily. Now, that being said, people who are a little street affiliated is obviously like a part of hip hop. And in terms of like big artists, that is a gigantic percentage of what's going on. Now, that being said, in terms of hosts and stuff, you know, I sit down with Brick Baby, who's obviously super burnt out, been in the street since he was a kid. And then I got Lush, who's a 40-year-old Jewish hip hop nerd. And
But he also started.
let me ask you,
But no. He's burnt out
Well,
too
he's burnt
because
out on
he's all the way
different
burnt out.
things,
I have friends that are in the battle community that aren't too fond of Lush.
Really?
So like, why do you like my grandma says, watch the company you keep. Why are you bringing yourself around these people? Like, even though you have the keys to hip hop in a way, you have a platform that a lot of people tune into. Why do you choose? I don't mind you putting these people on, but
I think we already have a pretty nice amount of diversity in terms of people from different walks of life. That being said, for sure, we're always trying to find more. We're trying to find people
Hold on, let
from
me
all
ask you
kinds of
this
different walks of life.
though. Shout out to all that shit he talk about. I want to know what's going on with. What's up with my point and shoot? Y'all trying to clip my page. What's going on with that, man? Free point and shoot. He's saying you and Flacco after him trying to strike him down.
I know
bro. We love that content.
Flacco did something. Ain't got nothing to do with me. I have no clue what's going on.
You never strike point and shoot either? Though?
No.
Okay, shout out point and shoot, man. What's your thoughts on point and shoot? Because he don't with you, bro. He be on your bumper.
I have watched videos that he's made about other people that I found very amusing. I don't really watch his videos about me, so I don't really know what he says. But I mean, I've seen a little bit over the years. You know, I support everybody talking about whatever. Like, you know, it's kind of odd to realize at a certain point, like I'm well known enough that that kind of shit is inevitable. But, you know, I don't begrudge anybody the ability to make videos about me.
Okay, bad. Yeah, I thought he said you sent him a
Because,
clip.
To be real, I watch a lot of YouTubers who I do consider kind of low-hanging fruit, but I watch a lot of YouTubers who basically every time they make a video, they're on somebody. And I can't deny that that's appealing content. And sometimes you got to watch somebody that you're friends with get taken down. Obviously, I've seen that happen with Academics and Destiny this week. But, you know, I can't really, like, hate on somebody for doing it to me when I watch other people die. Personally, I try not to do that. I don't like to, like, go on the podcast and decide, like, all right, today I'm going to take this person down. You know,
You did it before, though. But
Yeah, like
I've
y'all
done a
kind
little
of
bit, but that's
like
not really
click
my thing.
culture in a way, you know, like clickbait culture. That's kind of like what all of y'all own.
Well, I mean, I know a lot of people who get like 100,000 views on every video they make. And then if they make a video that says Academics is the biggest piece of shit who has ever lived.
That's what I mean.
It's 1 million
Click.
views.
Yeah.
And realistically, I'm probably more likely to click on the one that says Academics is a piece of shit if I wasn't already burnt out on hearing about that topic.
yeah.
So I gotta respect it. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, shout out. So all right, so as far as podcasters and shit, what's your thoughts on motherfuckers like Joe Buttons and all them niggas like?
I think Joe probably doesn't want to acknowledge that he was kind of influenced by the No Jumper wave in particular. I feel like the peak of No Jumper having like internal beef was the ADT Rel at the end of the day era, because I feel like I wish I had like given them more coaching early on and like kind of helped them to understand what was going on podcast wise, because I feel like they just all of a sudden had to kill many hours a week on camera and they didn't necessarily know what to talk about. So it sort of turned into making fun of some random editor or making fun of each other or making jokes about somebody. And it kind of like for a while just turned into so much like just sort of like with each other and trying to get a reaction out of each other. I feel like Joe Budden has kind of like almost gone down that road in a sense where like his hosts are sort of there's a lot of like internal drama between them, which it never really was like that because it used to just be Rory, Maul, Joe Budden. That's the era where I used to watch it all the time. I don't really watch it that much anymore, but he has like 6 people on camera now, which sometimes I feel like, damn, like I should do that. I should have 6 people on camera instead of 3. But at the same time, like, I don't know, it's a lot harder to manage what you're doing on camera when you have 6 people instead of 3, because when you have 3, you can really talk and like really get your like long extended points off, as opposed to like 6 people on camera. It's kind of, there's a lot more interrupting. You have to be much more cautious about how you have the conversation and everything like that. But I mean, ultimately, I think Joe's the GOAT of the hip hop podcasting space. I mean, he also built his podcast with like the strongest backbone by really emphasizing Patreon, because he makes like hundreds of thousands of dollars per month off of just his fans paying him $10, $20, $50 a month to watch bonus content. For me, it was always like, I do content and I just want to get it out to the people so bad that it's like I got to race to get it on YouTube as fast as possible. Like, it's kind of hard for me to imagine making so much content that we're like putting a lot of it on Patreon. Besides, we used to do shit with naked girls and all that kind of shit on Patreon. But I don't know. Yeah, I really, at the end of the day, just got respect for Joe. So it is what it is, even though he be walking around naked at night and shit.
Yeah, no, I
know he got that sleep shit.
I know.
He been having that for a minute.
The Rory and Maul separation was before the Terrell and ADN situation, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was like right before.
So,
yeah.
No, yeah, I would say that was the origin of that internal beef before.
Yeah, because when I went on that podcast, it was with Ish and Ice.
Yeah.
Just them 3.
And niggas was on your bumper that
That
day.
was when AD and T-Rail, all them were still there. Yeah.
But didn't you go the alternate route? Like, weren't you just like 2-3 people on camera? And then when he went and got like 5 people, then you got a whole news with a whole slot of people.
We were doing the news before he had all those hosts and everything. But I mean, for me, I always thought like 4 mics is like plenty. I never thought you could go 6. But it also just doesn't really make sense. Like with Patreon, it kind of might make sense because they making all this money from that, so they can like pay a whole bunch of different people to be on camera. You know, people don't realize that with Patreon, a lot of times they're shooting like 4 or 5 episodes a week, which is crazy when you think that they go 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I definitely like took influence. Like honestly, me even doing the No Jumper show and like doing a consistent weekly podcast, that was me being influenced by the original Joe Budden, because I realized at a certain point, like, oh, I'm kind of limiting myself by just interviewing artists. Like, I'm not really figuring out what I'm capable of or creating consistent content on the platform, you know?
Yeah, I definitely learned that from Joe, that not the guest base, not being dependent on guests and shit.
If you're guest based, it's good when you can get it, but
that was the first thing I
can't.
thought about when I started doing my stuff. Like, I don't want to have to worry about that.
So let me ask you this though, because you went to Turkey or some.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I need to tap in.
Show him your though if you got confidence.
We're gonna get you fixed up. Yo,
Hey,
it's
send me
so
your guy.
cheap too. It's
Send me your
so
guy.
cheap.
Because I was tuned in and I was slowly watching your. I need your guy. I had to shove that one.
I got my stuff for free, but I realized while I was out there how inexpensive it is.
But you know what you could do?
What?
You could just send me there.
If he's down to hook you up, he hooked up Stet. I mean,
that was your plug.
Stet and T-Rap.
That wasn't your plug.
That's the same guy.
It could have been, but,
From the cryptic
there's like hundreds of doctors who do the same.
Show him, because you only showed him that part.
Yeah,
you see,
show him the whole kit. Though. Look that way.
That's the melanin.
My shit would look way worse than that if I never got my tuned up. Huh?
It was worse than Kev.
This shit,
My hairline, I'll be like George Costanza. My shit probably
Show
be
him
like
the back part, kid.
out of here.
It's all-
Show him the back part, kid.
But I'll tell
Show him that motherfucker.
I've seen dudes in the waiting room who were like 60-year-old bald white men with nothing. Like,
Nothing.
stuff.
So I can
And
get
they
all
were getting
this.
it done.
Adam, I can get all this. But I can't get none of this.
Oh my God,
tell
bruh.
That you need to just do the front and then come back and do
No,
the
I'm
back.
not doing that. That shit look too
need the
I don't know
whole
if they can do it all at the same time.
Sit down. Like when they did my braces. One, sit down.
Yeah.
Pull them all out, put them in. I'm not coming
I
back.
haven't encountered that many like extreme cases, so I don't know exactly what they were telling
Extreme?
you.
You call my shit
Hey, trying to
extreme?
It's kind of
bleed to death.
extreme.
Nigga just call my shit extreme, my
It's
nigga.
X Games mode.
X Games mode.
Somebody was doing donuts on your hairline, but it is what it is.
It's Black History Month. Adam, you really gonna sit here? Come on, man.
And we sparking it off the right way. You're right.
Oh my God.
But yeah, so
okay,
one shot, I'm done.
Cosmetica. That's what my shit was.
No.
COSMEDICA.com.
Email him, send him my Instagram. He send me your deal for free.
I want a package deal though. I want the whole Apollo to be on the plane with the whole band.
No,
I'm good.
Except
My
King,
shit-
he did.
Yeah, my shit
King
good.
can't come.
So look, all right. So send him my info. I get the whole braid. We good.
All right.
Bang.
All right, so before we get up out of here, I'm gonna ask you what's your thoughts on the DEI shit getting took away?
Yeah. Culture.
Just for Black History Month, man. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, all right. This is my thing about it is that affirmative action sounds good when it's we're gonna give Black people, Hispanic people, Asian people more opportunities. Boom, sounds great. The reality of that is that if you are going to let in more of a race, then you have to basically like if you're going to make this for Harvard is like the example that I always read about. But if you're going to make the standard to go to Harvard easier for a certain group of, let's say, Black and Hispanic people, so that we can have more diversity at Harvard because we believe that diversity is valuable, that makes sense. But then the reality is that Harvard is getting hit with lawsuits back to back, off the back, by Asian people saying, why do I have to get perfect SAT scores to go to Harvard? And then meanwhile, you're taking some dudes from the inner city and they could have fucked up SAT scores, realistically probably like still very, very good SAT scores, but not as good, just in order to create a community of diversity. Like, I mean, that's been always like the reason why these lawsuits have been going off against places like Harvard and shit. I see the value in something like affirmative action because when you see the racial breakdown of what Harvard is going to look like without affirmative action or DEI or whatever the fuck you want to call it, oh, it's bad. You're not going to see a lot of Black people there. You're going to see, it might be all Asian and Jew.
Yeah, but a lot of the Asians is there off affirmative action too, though. But a lot of Asians is there off affirmative action too, though. Like a school like Harvard.
That's what I'm saying.
That's based. Hold on, Kat. Like a school like that's like a legacy act type school. So
because the thing about it too is that it's like people always talk about white supremacy, but if you want to talk about who got the best SAT scores, Asian people kill.
No, for sure. Shout out my Asian niggas for sure.
You can't be a white supremacist because you have to be a white and Asian supremacist. You have to take them and say like, all right, they're up here, they're smarter than us. Like it's like, you know, it doesn't even make sense to be a white supremacist. So as far as the DEI shit, though, I don't know. I do think it's like it's overemphasized seemingly the DEI shit. Like I feel like the average American doesn't really like want that in their workplace. I think that it's like a lot of these companies feel like it's kind of forced upon them that they have to instill a lot of this woke shit. And it's just it sort of just became the norm so rapidly. And I feel like when you see Trump getting elected, I mean, it's pretty crazy to go from 2020 in which like the whole country was rallying behind Black Lives Matter to 2024. These are electing Trump. Like clearly this is a backlash against something called wokeness that is kind of hard to define that I think that America sort of soured on at a certain point. And my question is just like, when is this going to swing back the other way? When are people going to say like, oh, we f***ed up with the Trump thing and we actually want a lot more woke?
Yeah, I think that's happening now, though. I think a lot of regretting that they voted for Trump and shit like that for sure.
Even already?
Yeah. You seen
presidency, right?
What's old girl name? That was just crying.
No, so Selena Gomez.
Yeah, Selena Gomez.
She didn't vote for him.
Oh, she didn't vote for him. I thought she voted for that.
I actually didn't vote this time, but the only 2 times I voted in my life was for Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. So I've been a lifelong Democrat. I'm not gonna lie, they've sort of let me down over the years. I feel like, man, like when you just see how effective Trump is right now and how he just came into office and he's just really doing shit.
Just signing off, huh?
It's like, what the
He
fuck
just
are
doing.
you
That's
doing?
a good way to put it. He definitely just doing.
I also feel like a lot of the Democrats are just like co-opted by special interest groups and when like take like the Make America Healthy Again movement. I mean, I'm somebody who believes that America's food is really f***ed up.
Super
Compare
fucked
our
up, for
food
sure.
to Europe and other parts of the world. It's like, holy shit, why do our McDonald's fries have all these crazy ingredients in them? And then meanwhile, McDonald's fries in France have 3 ingredients, like oil, potatoes, and salt. You know, it's like why is that? It's because it's like very profitable for them to be able to put a bunch of in food that makes it be able to sit on shelves longer, so that they have to do less drop offs of the product and stuff like that. If somebody like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. really becomes the health secretary or whatever the fuck it is, and if Trump, who literally just drinks Coke and eats McDonald's all day, every day, which is insane, and eats well-done steaks, which is disgusting.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, if these dudes are actually able to make, because I see it in these, like, my girl makes me listen to podcasts from, like, moms and, you know, people who are, like, super concerned about their kids and shit like that. And I'm seeing these woke moms who for sure were posting black squares on their Instagrams in 2020, and now they're, like, rallying behind RFK Jr. and Trump, because they think that these are the guys who are actually going to get done in terms of cleaning up the food that their kids get fed in schools. I mean, how the did we get here, besides the fact that the Democrats were so co-opted by special interest groups that they refused to take a stand on pharmaceuticals, they refused to take a stand on what foods our kids should be eating. I mean, I feel like the Democrats dropped the ball in so many different ways that it is kind of easy for, like, I feel like at a certain point I just decided I couldn't vote for Trump because I think he's a bad person. But that's almost starting to seem like it doesn't matter that much, because if he's actually going to get all this done,
social
I'd have
media,
to ride out with him.
Yeah.
don't you think social media
this shit
sways the
wicked.
vote? Like
Sure.
blogs.
And I think he's so much better at it.
people of your sort?
I mean, look at every podcaster I listen to who, outside of hip hop, almost none of the hip hop podcasts I listen to even get political almost at all.
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to talk about
all the
politics
white
or religion.
hip hop podcasters I listen to, all promoted Trump like crazy. Andrew Schultz, Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, them love
all these guys rallied behind him, like, and meanwhile Kamala Harris couldn't even like bring herself to go on Rogan, and I think she would have looked like shit.
She looked like by going to call her daddy. That wasn't the move.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the audience she needed to win over.
Exactly. But you know, it is what it is.
One last question. I mean, for y'all, like Adam, you too. How y'all feel about deportation, and if how do you think LA would be if, you know, everybody got deported?
Everybody.
all the foreigners. You know?
I mean, number one, we gotta say we love the Mexicans. Mexicans, great people.
Shout out.
They're sending their best people, not killers and rapists. But I think like the number one, or the two big issues that won Trump the election were immigration and the economy. And it's very much remains to be seen how much of an impact he's going to have on the economy, but he's full speed ahead on fixing immigration. I think that, like, as much as like in LA, illegal immigration probably don't really seem like that big of a deal, there's a lot of cities in America that have been like devastated by having way too much immigration. And I think that having a strong border and being really proactive on immigration probably makes a lot of sense. I don't like the idea of like some guy who's been living his life being a day laborer or working in a factory or working for Amazon. He's been here for 10 years. He got here illegally, but he's got a family. He's got a wife. He's settled down. He's not a criminal. I hate the idea of ICE running up in his crib and throwing him out and booting him back to where he came from. That does suck. Yeah. But, I mean, shit, I think that Trump feels like he has a mandate, and this is something that a lot of Americans want to see from him. Yeah. And even like, bro, my housekeeper, who is Mexican, from Mexico. I
don't drop the dime on her.
Definitely not. No, but she's legal now. I wouldn't even mention that she exists if she wasn't legal.
Shout out to her.
This was her first time voting. She voted for Trump.
Okay.
She doesn't like the idea of Mexicans being able to come over here illegally. She's probably way more tapped in than I am in terms of the shit that might happen as a result of illegal immigration. So, you know, I feel like it's not just like a white thing. It's like we need to have a strong border.
Not all people is your people, man. Y'all hear that? For sure. It sound like we gotta say her. She ain't for our people.
Hey, so Adam, so with that being said, you're gonna be hiring more. You're gonna be hiring more Hispanics then on your platform, right?
You know, that is something that I feel like we're really lacking in, and it's kind of weird because it feels like the best Hispanic hosts already have their own platforms. Like, I think American Cholo is really good. I think Lucky from Hoodstocks is real good. I think Bozo's real good, even though he doesn't really like have a podcast.
Blasey.
Sure, Blasey. Yeah, he's good. So that definitely, I've always been trying to like figure out who that would be, but we haven't really like figured it out. We had Icon for a while, but then he kind of focused on his platform, food community, and then he left that. And now he's just doing his own.
Lush don't check off the Mexican box.
I think he's
No,
I think he's only Mexican when he gets locked up.
I was about to say, oh, that nigga not.
I think he run Rasa.
Oh my god.
If the Mexican culture had more drama in it,
Oh
would
man,
you,
they got plenty.
That's a good
Would you-
But
Yeah.
it ain't about the drama at all. It's just about being good on camera, and it's about not having your own thing
It's
going
definitely
to
about
such an
drama,
extent that it would just be redundant to bring them onto our platform. Like, you know, if somebody like American Cholo, let's say like me and him got so cool that he was a No Jumper host, it probably like would only go so far because he already got his own platform, and realistically, like any guest that he really want to talk to, he's probably gonna bring it on his own platform. So that's always like the threat.
Does
Anybody you bring on the
Does the raza, like that whole like respect for their culture and not talking on their raza, does that like play a part in it too? Because they got like a standard of not speaking on certain
that,
and we don't. We have it,
There's
but
some
it's
truth to
certain.
that, but they
Because
got
I
a
grew
lot of
up in
chatty
it.
patties too. You know?
No, but I grew up in it, and I know from people like that ain't gang members to a mom, all the way to a gang member. If you say certain shit or you speak out of line, you're gonna get dealt with regardless. So they live by that standard from, like I said, from Thea all the way to somebody that's gangbanging.
I've seen it. I've
But that's what I mean. That's probably why you don't have many.
I've said
in your
the word
platform.
Mexican mafia in front of a Hispanic person before, and they were immediately
You would see a ghost.
And didn't they,
quiet. They ain't
Exactly.
saying shit.
What?
I respect that.
It's a respect. That's what I mean.
To be fair, though, I do
Yeah.
see
I
that
didn't
from a
know
lot of the keyways and whatnot, where like
No, I know.
4 extras to
No,
him.
he's
saying
different,
a bad
though.
thing about somebody from neighborhood
Exactly.
is like
but
impossible.
That's
It
but
ain't
that's what I
happening.
mean. I'm not speaking nothing on no gang members, nothing. But what I'm saying is most people that are in black culture that gangbang, they can speak out and do whatever they want. But like someone like, I don't know, like someone that's from neighborhood couldn't really be next to a Hoover in a Mexican setting. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Someone of raza couldn't be sitting next to an MS-13, couldn't sit next to an 18th Street and then leave.
We haven't
there's
seen
none
like
of
a
that.
Sereno Norteño sit
That's what I'm
down,
saying.
Even though that's like completely different than like a 60s Hoover sit down, because realistically they're side by side. The North and the South is very little reason for them to overlap.
I don't know them
Sometimes, like certain
politics.
cities, whatever. But like, yeah, I mean that's you know, for sure. Like, I don't need somebody to be jumping all in the messy shit in order to be a good host. They have to be willing to talk about shit.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
not
The
gonna lie,
willingness. They don't have
there's
that
been
willingness.
certain hosts over the years where it's like, you know, no shots at AD, but there was definitely times where it's like, oh, Chris Brown's all in the news and he ain't saying because he sees Chris Brown in the club and they're homies. And that was kind of like.
And then there's times where AD pull up and do the interview where all the Mexicans came up there to holler at you, and he was there front line.
Well, he invited them, which I think a lot of people kind of miss out on. He told them to pull up.
Okay, whether he told them or not, but they wanted to see you.
Yeah, which was weird because that was not a day that I was supposed to be in the office. So I feel like that was just like the fakest of narratives. Because like literally I had a poker tournament I had to play that day that was $2 million for first. I ended up coming in, I think, 120th. So I think I got like 12K out of it. But I was going hard. Like I had nothing on my mind that day besides this poker tournament. Nobody in the office thought I was coming in that day. AD knew I wasn't coming in that day, et cetera. So the idea that I was on some that day, like I would have been, I wanted to have the conversation with Bozo and American Cholo, and I had the conversation with him as soon as I possibly could. Bozo came on my platform. I went on American Cholo's platform. So, I mean, I wasn't ducking the fate at all. I wanted to talk to them. I would have loved to. It would have been, realistically, it probably would have been more profitable for me to have pulled up and just had a conversation with them. And I don't think they were on the type of time where they were trying to whoop my ass or anything like that. I don't think they were thinking about that. Never was that suggested to me. So a lot of people kind of got the wrong idea about that. But that also was part of the problem with like just having so many hosts, is that a lot of weird narratives that got stirred up that to me were not really fair and didn't really express what an opportunity I had given a lot of these people.
Yeah, I hear that, but you knew it was an issue though, because Duno told you to take this down or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
That's my point.
So you knew that it was something that was there. So even
They got
when they pull
protocol.
up to your facility to holler at you, you like, shit, that I'm going back to my other
But
side.
I
and
feel
do-
like a lot of people made that seem like it was a more simple decision than it actually was, because when you have a social media team who probably at the time was like all black people, And there's a video clip of somebody who's calling people COONs. I don't want to say it. And even, I believe, using the N-word. And that gets posted, and then that person wants it removed, but the people who posted it on the social media found it offensive and thought that it deserved to have light put on it. It's very weird as a white guy to say, okay, I'm going to overrule all of you who found this offensive, and I'm going to take this post down because I'm like, you know, as a person who runs the social media accounts, you have to be very careful about whose threats you're going to take serious, you know? And myself, I don't really go for the threats that much. You know, it's like, realistically, if somebody threatens me, I'm going to tell them that if they're going to do what they're going to do, they're going to have to do it. And, you know, I hated that it put Duno in that position, but at the same time, did anybody ever really think that Duno was going to get beat up for some shit?
No,
Had nothing to do with him in any way.
No, but
like, nobody thinks that Duno was connected to the No Jumper Instagram, right?
But he a part of it. That shit different in their culture, though.
Yeah, that's
Seeing how that shit played out in certain. So I think, yeah, Duno could have had a situation at his doorstep for that for sure.
Yeah, that would have been.
That's the protocol I'm talking about.
That was a moment where I was like, damn, like this is a situation in which I kind of like can't do what I think is right because it's putting an employee in danger, and that's not typically how I think of things working. Like usually there's not really like a threat of violence if you don't do the right thing with your Instagram account, right? Like, I don't know, that was definitely probably like one of the weirdest spots I've ever been in. And I think it was right for me to try to stand on business up until the point where it kind of seemed like the juice wasn't worth the squeeze.
That shit got real.
It was what it was, you know.
So what's the future for you in No Jumper, man? What's the plans?
You know, just keep working on finding more hosts and like making more moments happen, take shit to another level. I don't know exactly what that's going to consist of sometimes. Like one thing I try to swear to myself is that this year I'm just going to fly out more places to go pull up to people's neighborhoods or pull up in different cities and pull up, do content with them. Like our biggest interview last year was the Lil Woody one where we just pulled up to Atlanta for a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And sometimes I feel like I get kind of lazy where I don't actually just like put in the extra work to go do that. So I'm trying to really just duck out of here more often. And
does the ROI and those type of videos they make sense?
I think if I was just thinking money, probably not really, because it's like you got to get flights, you got to get hotels, you got to, you know, usually you might have to pay the guests some type of money if they're really in demand. So a lot of times it doesn't, you know, I might, honestly, if I looked at the money from that Woody thing, it might have been like, oh, damn, I just spent my whole weekend to break even. But I don't really care that much. It's like, you know, anything that moves the platform forward and makes great content that the audience appreciates is really like more important to me. So I try not to think of like each individual piece of content as like how much it earns or loses, because really you're just trying to make some dope shit happen, you know?
Yeah, I hear you.
That's tight. Well, I always ask people they first time here. This your first time at the Apollo. You know what I'm saying? How was your experience at the Apollo?
It's dope. No, I think you guys got a good thing going. I think you guys got a lot of respect. I think when Kendrick, if he ever does a podcast, he should probably come here. I think that would be the spot I would like to see him on, even though.
Or back on Fig too. What about
him reading the chat? Oh, I don't know. Nah, I don't know.
No, this shit was fading.
I feel like T-Rail got to get better as an interviewer. I think you're a better interviewer than him.
I think Terrell's killing it with the interviews for sure.
I think you got to step it up a little bit. But
that's hate. That's that hate. You still got that hate.
Bullshit. He just want to be like, hey, so where you from? It's like, man, you got to put in the work. If you're competing with a Vlad, a No Jumper, all these different platforms, I got people helping me put together outlines for every interview. I'm doing hours of research for every interview. You can't just get on camera and be like, so, what's your favorite soda? You know, it's just like, that's not going to cut the mustard at a certain point. So I feel like he got to step it up. But it is what it is. You know?
We all got room to grow. For sure, man.
If you could say one positive thing about T-Rail.
Yeah, like this nigga.
You've been here for a minute real quick. I say not one positive thing. Like, what?
No, I got
what
positive.
What would you say to T-Rail and what, you know, he's created?
I think.
For sure.
I admire T-Rail's determination and how he doesn't give up, because I feel like a less determined individual would have probably gave up a long time ago, whether it was going bankrupt from the $1 million lawsuit that was related to Last Kings, or when he took the motorcycle, took his ass for a ride. He lost.
So you sprinkle in, though.
You know, but I'm just saying, like he's been through a lot of hard shit, and his brother turned his back on him, came and fucked with No Jumper. That's crazy.
You're reflecting on a lot of negativity.
That's what I'm saying,
bro. He's a fighter.
Shit. He's a fighter.
He's a fighter.
That sound like a fighter for sure. Like that sound like you on bullshit right there. That sound like you on bullshit for sure, for sure.
A lot of people would already gave up.
Oh, so he's a fighter.
He's a fighter. He's a survivor.
He's for sure in this fight, though. It's not like you just running laps around this or none of that. He's for sure.
I think it's at least one lap.
He's for sure in this fight, and that's why it's good that he's continuing to fight. Because you feel me, all it take is one banger.
For sure.
So do you feel like you be
The puncher's
when you be watching back on Fig? Do you take some of his ideas and throw them into your podcast so you can get some more subscribers and views? Like, do you take any of his ideas?
Yeah, I've been thinking about just saying "you're what I mean" about every 10 seconds. I think that might really help me to take shit to the next level.
You gotta learn how to say it. You gotta have that.
Which is weird, yo. All I'm gonna say is that
That's the culture vulture part. You try to come get the yearn to me.
Yeah, go get the lingo, get the song.
You gotta go there, man. They yearn to me at Barnes and Nobles, right?
Okay.
Do you yearn to me at
Honestly,
Barnes
if you
and
were to
Nobles?
read every single book there's probably not a single yearn to me. But
I know,
but I will say, but it's like, all right, if you go, I plead with you to go watch the episode of Sledge Lords, which is the podcast I did with Danny Mullen and T-Rail. That's a different dude.
Okay, I got a question.
So different.
Do you
that
talk?
episode?
Okay,
that's not the same dude.
real quick, I got a question.
That's a clone.
When you go, I don't like the fact you said normal life, but when you go to your white life, do you still say words like catch a fade and things like that of those natures? Do you ops and
sometimes I'll be communicating in a more domesticated setting.
No, you can't.
I'll catch myself.
Why would you catch
Don't
yourself?
use that word because they're not going to understand what the fuck you're talking about. And vice versa. You know, realistically, if I'm on certain podcasts, if I'm doing a podcast with 4 Extra and for some reason it feels appropriate to use the most difficult vocabulary word that I have at my disposal and I know that he's not going to know what I'm saying, you know, everybody code switches. I heard AD pick up the phone and it was his bank one time and I was like, oh shit. I'm like,
code switching is different.
You could talk a little different when you have a reason to, you know? And AD's not the most banged out dude with the way he talks in the first place, but I'm just saying, like, everybody switches up how they communicate based on the environment.
Use those little words in there. You can code switch, quote unquote, but
So why he highlight Terrell's then?
Man,
That's hate.
You gotta watch it.
That's hate. That's what I'm saying. That's hate.
If you watch it, you're gonna be like,
That's hate,
what the fuck
bro.
is that? I'm just telling you. And I forgot. Somebody posted a clip in the Reddit, and I was like, what the
Somebody
fuck is that,
posted.
bro? That's a different dude. Like, he's saucing it up because now he's back on Fig full time. He feels like he's really, like, trying to speak to the trenches. So he got to, you know, throw in the urinamines. And
so you speaking to the trenches, do you have to throw on a urinamy? That's what I'm saying. That was my question.
I mean, you know.
When you're speaking to the trenches, and then when you're speaking in Barnes and Nobles, is it different?
I don't consider I consider myself somebody who loves language. And so, like, I'll use a hip hop or a slang term that I remember from a Dipset song 20 years ago that realistically kind of makes me sound like a goofy, but it's like my admiration and appreciation for the culture is such that it's like there's a lot of shit that I say. Even I'll catch myself, and I was watching a clip of me on a podcast, and I said, yo, I'm going to keep it 1,000 with you. And I'm like, man, people don't say that shit anymore. Why are you saying that?
Would you keep, all right, that term in the white setting wouldn't be something you would say, but would you say that to your white friend? Let me keep it 1,000 with you. That's what I'm asking.
I feel like they probably would know what I meant, but also maybe in that environment, in that moment, I wouldn't necessarily use a slightly more insular hip-hop slang term.
When I coach
because I'm a code switcher. The same way that I'm on the phone with the bank, I'm not going to say.
He agreeing to being a code switcher. He already cool with it. So, all right, do you think like the white folks, before I don't want to run on the topic or whatever case, do you think the people like in your white crowd look at you strange and shit? Like this Adam done lost his damn
I mean,
mind.
I see it. I see it in the comments where people say, I miss when he interviewed the Suicide Boys, and I miss when it was a BMX podcast, and I miss when they didn't talk about gang shit too much or whatever. So, I mean, for sure, like, I've just gotten deeper and deeper. Like, you know, the first street artists or like LA street artists that I ever interviewed was G Perico, who's obviously
Shout out
big
G
community
Perico.
like 100 times. He, like, I looked through the timestamps and I was like, damn, this is a surface level ass interview. I didn't know what to ask him because I didn't know anything about whatever. And I feel like if I were to do that interview now, it would be a way better interview because I'm just like interviewed a million people that know him, a million people from a similar walk of life. I could probably do a way better interview the same way that like I interviewed 600 Breezy in 2016. My 600 Breezy interview from last year is so much better than the interview I did in 2016 because I just know so much more about Chicago. I know about all these different people involved and everything. I know about where he's coming from, who he gets along with, who he don't get along with. So it's like, but then also that like kind of raises the learning curve to the point where like, you know, some people want to see an interview that's sort of entry level. You know, I can't sit down with a rapper. I can't sit down with Remble and say, so what's it like to be a Crip?
Why do you
sound like an
sit down
idiot.
with a Crip? Why can't you just sit down with a regular rapper and ask him about his journey of becoming a rapper? Why does
No, I
it
can do
always
that.
have to like?
I'm just using Remble as an example.
Yeah, only research you can do is like, all right, I have to wait for him to get in a bunch of. Now I get a better interview.
But we interview people all the time that aren't in any at all. I mean, I could go through No Jumpers interviews, not only that we have lined up, but that also we've done, and it's like mostly people that aren't really like wrapped up in too much drama or like that's by no means a requirement, you know.
So I seen this point and shoot video. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything either, but he was talking about Lena don't respect you and like like that. Like, what's your thought? What's your takes on that? Because she was saying some funny stuff.
You know, it's the peanut gallery just trying to put narratives together. I mean, realistically, it's like she respects me enough that she got married to me. She had a kid with me. She's about to have another kid with me. She's, you know, she kept the on lockdown besides the on-camera thrills for 9 years or whatever. I mean, if we were going to separate, and that's actually the thing with us too, is like, yo, a lot of people have a lot of drama in the public eye. I think about Blueface, and I think about the fact that he's been able to be mega viral for extremely long periods of time off of just having relationship drama. When me and my girl got together, we said very early on, I'm never going to disrespect you publicly. I'm never going to go to my Instagram story when I got something to say to you. You know, if me and you are going through hard times, we going to smile publicly and we going to keep it smooth. I mean, we don't do the shit that like 90% of couples that I see out there do. And I think that that's honestly probably like the best conversation that we ever had, was just that we weren't going to disrespect each other publicly ever, no matter how bad we were going at it. So even to this day, even the people who pay the most attention to No Jumper, they have no idea when we were going through it. They have no idea when we came close to breaking up. All that behind the scenes. So
In that video with you and when Wack and his lady and y'all was sitting down and shit, it did seem like y'all had a little tension in the air with you and your lady.
I mean, I feel like when we had the conversation about how that was going to go, she said, so like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to suck up to you and act like I think you're the greatest human ever? Because that's what R&B does to Wack.
Yeah.
R&B, all love to her, but she acts like she's the leader of his fan club. I told her, you don't got to do that. Any complaint you got about me, air it the out. Anything tension-wise, like, you know, her talking about how I am trash at calling the handyman or talking to the guy who's supposed to cut down the trees outside the crib or whatever. She's right. You know, I can't deny that. I'm very bad at being domesticated. I never would have got a house. I would have never left the palazzo. I never would have done any of the shit that we do. I never would have had a kid. My default way of being is I wake up every day and I hustle all day until I go to sleep, and that's it. And so all this extra shit, having a family, that was all her idea that she kind of got me on board for, but I'm just like a pure hustler. Like everything I do family-wise is a calculated decision that I'm not going to be hustling that day. Because every day I have an idea of what I would be doing to make my brand go further, make better content, et cetera. And sometimes it's hard for me to take a Saturday and a Sunday off, but she's allowed me to see a better version of life. Anybody who got kids know we real dedicated out here, you know. I'm still waiting for my dedicated pack.
I think that's what King was getting for you right now.
Oh, that's
for you right now. What? I forgot his pack.
Yeah, I think King was getting dedicated.
That did me. Yo, that fucked me up though, because I remember I had a conversation with my girl where I was like, listen, I'm all in as a dad, but I ain't wearing a girl dad shirt. Like, I'm just not. I don't want to be the guy at the park wearing like cool dad memorabilia.
Dad gear.
And then like the next day, I see something and I realized that Keem got a clothing line called Dedicated, and I was like, oh,
That's a W.
maybe I am a trash dad. He got a whole brand out of it, but you know, I respect it.
Yeah. But all in all, Adam, like that's why the first thing I asked you was when you hit me up, because that pertained to me and you on some shit.
You grimy though. You said you cut your dick off and then stapled it on her. Damn, that's you must have been having a weird day that day.
So yeah.
No, I'm saying that's my homie. I could get at, I get at. But like I said, I didn't know you. I learned a lot about you today on some. You pulled up and you was willing to answer any questions. You wasn't on no don't bring this up type.
I'm with whatever.
Yeah, I'm with whatever.
See, that's what I'm saying. Do you say those kind of things?
So at the end of the day, cause the homies ain't with you, and it's like it's hard for me to with you because the homies don't with you at the end of the day.
I feel that.
So it's not no personal shit. It's just how I rock on some shit. You get what I'm saying? Like they ain't with you, then it's like, all right, I ain't really with you like that. But it ain't no personal shit. It's just I'm standing with the homies.
Yeah, I stand with the homies too. Fuck this nigga.
Weird not being able to hear it. I appreciate that. I respect everything you guys got going. I feel like, you know, I'm just trying to like build the bridge. I ain't got smoke from most of the people in the umbrella besides T-Rail.
Hey.
But even him, you know, we could piece it up. It don't matter.
So you'd be willing to go over there on back on Fig?
I got to bring Big Deal with me, though.
I think that'd be a great episode. We got to set that up.
So you are willing now?
I think niggas should get over that. It ain't even about shit, man. Left this, his shit fell off. It's over.
Hold on.
Damn, bro. Goddamn. Niggas left this nigga, he fell off. All right, it's over, man. Goddamn.
He didn't answer though. Like, would you be willing to go back on Fig?
I'm open to the idea of it.
Yeah.
Open.
Okay.
It's honestly not even that big a deal from my perspective. You know?
Bigger deal. You bring a big deal. You good.
Bring a
I
big
think
deal.
that'd be
It's
dope,
a big
bro.
Deal. Put a bigger deal.
Yeah, it's the biggest deal.
That'd be dope.
Nah, for real though, man. But yeah, shout out Adam pulling up, man. For real, I had to. The questions I asked you initially when you put it up, I just had to figure that out because that was my only quarrels with you. For real, for real.
I feel like y'all should probably get some like security here because I feel like Hurricane gonna pull up with that.
Nah, don't worry.
It ain't no
You go
stopping
down-
Hurricane if she slide, man. She fuck this
You
whole
might need a
building
Cuban
up.
Rob.
Yeah.
Might.
Nah, yeah, the Hurricane them over, bro. She coming through sweeping this whole building, man.
Texas.
Yeah, I come in
Got
peace,
legal
Hurricane, for sure. For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah.
But yeah, man. W's in the chat for Adam for y'all that with him, man. But F no jumpers in the chat if y'all don't. Shout out to the shouts out. You feel me? I don't have no dog in this fight. I'm with the gang. It's shit. Feel me? I don't have no dog in this fight. Shout out to everybody. For real. Out of here. Any last words? Before we go?
Shout out to everybody. Tuesdays at 4. No Jumper Show.
Oh yeah, that's one. Before we get up out of here, 'cause you know, Follow goes Tuesdays after.
Yeah, when you
They come raining on our parade,
For a
bruh.
long time before
He
y'all.
raining on
We
our
used to do
parade.
6.
But then you took a break. You had to read. You had to go back to the drawing board, try to figure
And
this
then you
shit out.
slid that shit right there.
It was. I feel like that was calculated.
No.
Yeah.
So, Tuesday at 4.
Honestly, I don't even like going live. I feel like it's so much better business-wise to not go live, but it is what it is. The fans like it.
I agree.
So we do some of it, but yeah, I mean, we used to do 6, but honestly, like once you're a dad and you're getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning or whatever, 6 p.m. starts to feel pretty late. Really, I would love to do every podcast at like 11 a.m., but
Yeah, do that.
you know,
That'll be good.
fans don't with it as much. We got the news.
But yeah, for sure.
Adam.
We up
So,
outta
I got
here.
some Timbs like that now. I wish I wore them.
Yeah, man. I would have been hot if this nigga came stepping this motherfucker some Tim. Shit.
We would have
Like
like crazy.
No,
come
for
here
shit,
like
yo.
Parks.
All lace wrong,
Southern
though.
California.
Yeah, peace out though, chat. We about to get the up out of here. You dig? Shout out to y'all. Shout out King, wherever the yeah, you
Amy
did.
Boulevard.
You're
Yeah.
KB _92.
Underscore same
Underscore 92.
Shout out, yes. Shout out to the mods, man. Shout out to everybody that was put up to this for real. Shout out in the back.
Revert some of that
Feel me?
content.
All that.
Positivity.
Shout out FMW. Who's the messiest?
That clickbait.